So, Atta, may I kindly please request all our guests to please be seated, because our guest is on our way and she will be arriving here shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our chief guest is on her way. Please be seated.
Hello, hello. 마이크 집에 거기다 차를 재서
아니 마이크 이리 섭진 않.
많다요. 네, 그 좋은 거. 아니 그래? 오늘 메모. 야, 칼을. hello.
Chudo bi tam jegi ngandari tam jegi wanchu kilkro tam jegi zo tisum sangi tam jegi go sung nisu mebe ishigi ngo zagi gi jitse tamba mali shinle ba meba namgi shedu ameda bunza kai chai gi chibi gi nejuru lana mebe gida tri idam gi kurgi raso mali shinle ba meba namgi shedu ameda bunza kai ne sungi powo da khandu ma namda tu tri chimbo ge na nebi chuchung da shinchung gi khandu ma mali shinle ba meba namgi shedu ameda bunza kai be mahakala tatungi gebo nejuru ge dala tu sumgi memba tulla khanda ge kurgi summa chembo charo meche khuru kadida cheba laso chichung wa mali shile ba meba namgi shedu benza meda bunza kai Jinyang desa dinye la neba laso Tamasi dege dowa ridro gene namba jidibi simche tam jige shedu benza meda bunza kai.
From the land of the Thunder Dragon, we welcome distinguished delegates, industry leaders, innovators, policymakers, and all the media professionals across the Asia-Pacific region. Kuzangpo and welcome to Bhutan, right here from the iconic, the majestic Lungkar Zone.
The 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention marks a decade of collaboration, learning, and collective action.
Menjung dugi gyakab, chitoa kandi kabeko, na shindame donna sugigen, chusil lunigi temba tashinge, ba dikinyi machungi gyakabdinalu, dunanki kyabada, hyoishia gyakabdi kyabayung, tarekaniwa tonse da ziji chewegi porotungal zondinalu, dumi yongi tinsabe, chembale sawasishunela.
Dari duga kapna goda wa godin thami ABU Media Summit se te namshi judilu te donglin benina cho timi redur gilarim di te paru jongkhak dunka jongna be godin thamni.
This year's theme, From Awareness to Action, Intelligent Media for Climate Resilience and Safer Future, challenges us to move beyond understanding problems and toward creating solutions.
To strengthen partnerships, to embrace innovation, and to empower communities, and finally, to harness the power of media for the greater good.
Te ani redur larim digi te duga kap ke chebi jamning ga kap gare na namshi jude donglin beni denlu dengsang ge thurik da chenrik tele thabla modo su lalin thabdigi be donglin bechubi rewa yusi shundi da chikhalu kujin lhengi yonglu chembaleso.
Tarigi tredo larim dina lithomi ente degibe, zamling namshi judegi tamma diudi senigi tele, na ngachikara chirugge tholebe chalanangi ese shuni da chika, ngachiri zamling di hemai gatoto tatoi kitoto timai ditotobe, jatsubegi rewa de melame ese shuni.
Together, we gather not only to discuss the future, but to help shape it. Together, we transform information into action. Together, we build resilience. Together, we create a safer future for people, communities, and our planet. Welcome to Bhutan.
Lasla tende zame zanletan tarigi nimchua tende zamchi dinamya michumo snowmela pinsum so me soletawachin tarigi nimchua pinsum sopchi dinamya michumo se tarinali chumigi kudinyongi shejeuchi ngarigi semkalu sonang tebe chuin seshunela ta garagi makhemda machuchi sadapulirami seshunela ngachiri gya khabdi chungku chile medebe sechure Tuise anim chigalu anisum gilerim chigodin tapsu beuda ngache nami semi sala digibe nami semi semga debe yu sishunela tanga chigi khatule nale nami semi cha cheuda cha chube pimasu debe sechure tari nim chigi lerim de tuzin panga chinyigi khatulebe kade ta ratsagen digibe te nagi thulu papsupchi nagi nyelu papsupchi ngachigi khatule sa degdigibe pinigi khelantam cha pidomola.
That's right. Welcome to the 2026 ABU Media Summit, the 10th edition, in the grand opening ceremony. My name is Sangeet Chofel, and I'm joined here by my co-host, Mr. Sewang, and we will be the hosts for the day.
Tangachiri gya khabdi tendulunga nyebigi gya khabchi bebe nedigi chala khachito to kachira na dibere gotendigi su juta shigi phabila ti chora thebe tarigi lerimde kaniwa khachito to chibe nedigi tingachigi gu tambaranga chigi chucho sum deslo machangi chebaji pi nibasu dalu yuchodinalu nebegi lama sidege tuge nigitele machangi chebaji pi be lama sidege desu tuge we pengebe tari nimchigi kyenda parchedi sera seda bon senoila ire lama sidege tuge uchigi tarigi lerimdele shobe jotubga sewachin deju midembe seshunila Zora tarina luchumi kurinzo gisubigi lerimna jakhatona mikara tu gegop kha chenedigi ngachiki khatule namisamiji phini kane medibe sechure teba luyangi chobaji phidigi be nagi thulu yebigi dunge nagi thulu yebigi toba desu khara seshinale tarigi lerimdi gaga tosumgi gole gosuge ase tarigi lerimdi gaga tosumgi gole juduge ase tani benedigi chembale sugilushi chitamara pigela.
That's right. It is my deepest honor, first of all, to welcome Honorable National Secretary Teshuwamo, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment. It is also my privilege to welcome Mr. Ahmed Nadeem, Secretary General of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. And the same sentiment is spread across to all the distinguished delegates, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have a big round of applause for the 10th ABU Media Summit right here in Bhutan.
La sulata de chigalu nyen senjumi zijumi tarina luchumi kurin kara tu genigitele tambra chembale sugiluchi de pigala.
And as part of our rich cultural heritage and the tradition of hospitality, we would now like to treat our guests to a traditional Bhutanese welcoming dance. Please enjoy.
jimbale so gonye tovenale dina jimbale so
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you really enjoyed that. That was the welcome dance that we normally offer here from Bhutan as a tradition. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are overjoyed. Oh, thank you. We are really overjoyed that this year, Bhutan has the privilege of hosting the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention and the ABU AI Forum. From the iconic Dungkarzong, I hope you guys really enjoyed Dungkarzong. It is truly majestic and iconic. One thing we as Bhutanese are extremely proud of is that Bhutan has consistently championed environmental conservation as a part of our unique GNH philosophy, the gross national happiness philosophy. So now, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our formal program, may I please respectfully invite Mr. Doji Tashi, Chief Executive Officer of Bhutan Broadcasting Service, for your welcome address.
Dari, excuse me. Dari ngachi daji lede sulu te kaniwa tsa chiwigi utigi shenzom dinalu te kudin sobeju nami zoda chongdel da layu lenkagi da shutong chen cholu te kachi de kadi che se shuni de chika te kaniwa kha chiwigi utigi shenzom naloju nami dilu te jomba lekso se shuni shenzom dina te rashu sharagi zidu zumbe te mashuchi pshigya khawki bisu yublitin de be te nalema ngagi jongkhan inkena shuni gi nawachi kari chana shuni kari shela. Good morning and kuzuzangpola. Honorable Chief Guest, Secretary Dasho Tashwam, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment, Director General Dasho Karma Gile, Department of Local Governance and Disaster Management, Secretary General of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, Secretary General of Red Cross Bhutan, representatives from the ABU member countries, participants from Green Climate Fund and United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you. Let me start by thanking our honorable chief guest for so kindly gracing the event despite our very busy schedule. We see this as a clear indication of support and open-handed encouragement and open-handed support from the Royal Government of Bhutan and particularly from your ministry. Thank you so much, Dasho. As a broadcaster, I'm quite new to this industry, just 6 months old, but my colleagues often tell me that as a broadcaster and media professionals, we are accustomed to being behind the microphone, behind the cameras, and behind the scenes most of the time. However, we find ourselves at the center of the story today. And what a story it is. hundreds of media leaders gathered in the majestic Dongkarzong in Paro, discussing climate resilience, artificial intelligence, and the future of broadcasting. I can assure you that, unlike a breaking news story, this is one event we have been delighted to see coming. Honorable Chief Guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pride and heartfelt pleasure that I welcome you to the 10th ABU Media Summit. While this summit celebrates its 10th edition, it is being hosted in Bhutan for the very first time. For the Bhutan Broadcasting Service, this is a historic milestone and a privilege we deeply cherish. We are honored to host this important gathering and to welcome such an accomplished group of professionals and thought leaders from across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. On behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union, and on a special behalf of Bhutan Broadcasting Service, I extend our warmest welcome to every delegate, expert, policymaker, broadcaster, development partner, and distinguished guest joining us today. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Honorable General Secretary, Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, for his continuous leadership in fostering regional cooperation and advancing the role of media in addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. The theme of this year's summit, From Awareness to Action, Intelligent Media for Climate Resilience and Safer Future, couldn't be more relevant. We gather at a time when climate is reshaping the lives and communities across our region, from floods and landslides to droughts and extreme weather events. The impacts are becoming more frequent and more severe. Yet, this summit is not only about the challenges we face. It is about the solutions we can create together. It is about harnessing the power of trusted media, innovation, and emerging technologies to inform, empower, and protect our communities. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how media can strengthen climate communication, support disaster preparedness, improve early warning systems, and leverage artificial intelligence responsibly to build resilient societies. These discussions are not merely academic. They have the potential to save lives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bhutan is honored to host this important regional dialogue. As a nation that values environmental stewardship, sustainable development, and well-being of future generations, Bhutan believes that innovation must always be guided by responsibility and human values. The choice of Bhutan as the host of this summit is therefore especially meaningful. Let me take a quick moment to give you some exciting updates of Bhutan. Today, Bhutan stands at the threshold of an exciting new chapter in the development journey. Guided by the visionary leadership of His Majesty the King, the Gellifu Mindful City is emerging as a bold and transformative initiative that seeks to harmonize economic opportunity, technological innovation, environmental sustainability, and human well-being. More than a city, it is a vision of future where ancient wisdom meets modern progress and where development is measured not only by the prosperity, but by purpose and mindfulness. One of the most inspiring symbols of this vision is Project 108, an extraordinary undertaking that will see 108 numbers of 15-meter-tall Jangchup Churten stupas rise majestically and simultaneously in one single day on 1st November this year. Each stupa will stand as a timeless monument to peace, compassion, and collective aspiration. Beyond its spiritual significance, the project reflects something deeply Bhutanese, the belief that when people come together with shared purpose, even the seemingly impossible becomes possible. It is a powerful reminder that we embrace innovation and the technologies of tomorrow. We remain firmly grounded in the values that have shaped our nation for generations. The challenges before us know no boundaries, and neither should our response. Through collaboration, knowledge sharing, and strong partnership, we can build media systems that are trusted, inclusive, resilient, and capable of making a real difference in people's lives. As we begin this summit, let us move beyond awareness towards actions. Let us transform ideas into solutions, cooperations into impact, and innovation into force for public good. I wish you all a productive summit and a memorable stay in Bhutan. I know many of you have traveled thousands of kilometers to reach our tiny Himalayan kingdom. We hope the journey was worth it. If not, we are confident that next 2 days of insightful discussions and warm Bhutanese hospitality and perhaps a cup of Bhutanese butter tea, which we famously call suja, will convince you that it was. Thank you and welcome once again to the much awaited 10th ABU Media Summit, Tashitale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dojitashi. That was a very in-depth welcoming address. Next up, I would like to I have the privilege to invite Mr. Ahmed Nadeem, Secretary General of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, for your address.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Secretary, Chief Executive Officer of BPS, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and welcome to the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action, Disaster Prevention, and the ABU AI Forum. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this beautiful country of Bhutan, a country renowned for its commitment to harmony between development, nature, and human well-being. It is therefore a fitting place for us to gather and reflect on the two most important questions facing humanity today. One, of course, is how do we protect our planet? And the other, how do we shape the future of intelligence? At a first glance, climate change and artificial intelligence may appear to be separate conversations. In reality, they are deeply connected. Both will profoundly influence the future of our societies, economies, media systems, and ultimately the future of humanity. For decades, humanity has celebrated remarkable achievements in science, technology, and economic growth. Yet while we have advanced, the natural systems that sustain life have been steadily deteriorating. Over the last 4 decades, the Earth has lost more than half of its wildlife. Populations, freshwater systems have suffered some of the most devastating impacts, with animal population declining dramatically due to the excessive water extraction, habitat destruction, and fragmentation of rivers and wetlands. Climate change is no longer a warning about the future, it is a reality at the present. As human beings, we should never forget a simple truth. This planet does not belong to us. It belongs equally to the millions of other species with whom we share it. During the next 2 days, we will discuss climate action, disaster risk reduction, emergency communication, and early warning systems, and the role of media in saving lives. These are critical discussions because protecting people and protecting nature are not separate missions. There can be no resilient communities on a degraded planet. There can be no sustainable development without healthy ecosystems. And there can be no prosperous future if we continue to consume and destroy faster than we restore and protect. Yet even as we confront one of the greatest transformations another is unfolding in front of our eyes. Humanity has entered the age of artificial intelligence. The pace of AI development is extraordinary. Every week seems to bring new breakthroughs, new possibilities, new promises. AI is already transforming the industry, governments, education systems, healthcare systems, and of course, media. For broadcasters and journalists, AI offers powerful opportunities. It has improved forecasting and early warning systems, support multilingual communication, and enhance accessibility, strengthen emergency response, and help us process information at unprecedented speed and scale. The potential benefits are enormous. So are the questions that we need to ask. What kind of future are we creating? The role of media has never been more important as we look at it now. In a world of climate uncertainty, misinformation, technological disruption, and declining trust, media organizations are not merely observers of the events. We are interpreters, educators, connectors, and increasingly first responders. We help communities understand risk. We transform data into knowledge. We turn warnings into action. And we give people the information they need to make decisions that can save lives. The theme of this summit, From Awareness to Action, Intelligent Media for Climate Resilience and a Safer Future, reflects precisely that responsibility. Awareness alone is no longer enough. We have the science, we have the data, we have the technology, and we have the media to communicate these actions. What we need now is action. Over the next 2 days, I encourage all of you to challenge assumptions, share experiences, build partnerships, and explore how climate action, disaster resilience, and artificial intelligence can work together to create a safer, more sustainable future. Let us use this summit and the discussions in the forum, not only to exchange ideas, but also to strengthen our collective commitment to protecting the people, preserving the planet, and ensuring that technology remains a force for human progress. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our generous host, the Royal Government of Bhutan, and BBS for hosting us in this beautiful place. And I wish all productive discussions and successful networking for the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadeem. That was a very powerful call for action that we have to all work together in order to fight against climate change as well as natural disasters. So that's what we're here for. Next up, can we please put our hands together to warmly invite our chief guest, the Honorable Tasha Secretary Tashiwamo, for her keynote address.
If you all were wondering what I was actually, the colleague here was whispering to me was, I need to get closer to the mic. Distinguished guests, Secretary General of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzangbola, and a very good morning. It is my great honor to join you all at the opening of the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention and the ABU AI Forum 2026. On behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I warmly welcome all of you who have traveled all the way from Asia Pacific region and beyond to Bhutan, and also to this unique and magnificent venue, Dungkar Dzong. I would also like to join our BBS CEO in extending my sincere appreciation to the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union for its continued leadership in fostering regional dialogue and cooperation on issues that are critical to our shared future. This year's theme, From Awareness to Action, Intelligent Media for Climate Resilience and a Safer Future, could not be more relevant. We live in an era defined by two transformative forces, which was highlighted by Secretary General: climate change and rapid technological advancement. Climate change is intensifying natural disasters and threatening lives, livelihood, and economies across our region. At the same time, innovations such as artificial intelligence are fundamentally reshaping how information is created, shared, and consumed. In this environment, access to timely, accurate, and trusted information is more important than ever. Public service media plays a vital role in connecting governments and citizens, translating scientific knowledge into public understanding and ensuring that early warnings reach communities before disasters strike. Its responsibility extends beyond reporting events. It must help societies prepare, respond, recover, and build resilience. This summit reflects that evolving role. Over the next 2 days, participants will explore how media can strengthen climate communication, enhance disaster preparedness, support early warning systems, and counter misinformation during times of crisis. The decision to convene this summit alongside the ABU AI Forum is particularly significant. It recognizes the future of climate resilience and disaster preparedness will increasingly depend on how effectively and responsibly we harness technology. As we all know, artificial intelligence offers tremendous opportunity for broadcasters. It can strengthen data-driven journalism, improve multilingual communication, enhance content verification, expand accessibility, and support the timely delivery of critical information to vulnerable communities. In disaster management, AI can improve forecasting, real-time analysis, early warnings, dissemination, and emergency coordination. Yet, technological progress must be guided by responsibility. AI should be transparent, accountable, inclusive, and ethical. It must strengthen public trust, support human judgment, and serve the public interest. Distinguished delegates, Bhutan is honored to host this very important gathering. As a country committed to environmental stewardship, sustainable development, and the well-being of future generations, Bhutan believes that innovation must be balanced with responsibility. Our development philosophy has long emphasized harmony between people, nature, and progress, those principles that remain highly relevant in the age of artificial intelligence. The challenges before us transcend borders. Climate change respects no boundaries, as we all know, and neither do the opportunities and risks presented by emerging technologies. No country can address these issues alone. That is why regional cooperation, knowledge sharing, and strong partnerships are essential. This summit provides an important platform for broadcasters, policymakers, technology experts, researchers, and international organizations to exchange ideas, share experiences, and develop practical solutions. I'm particularly encouraged by the proposed Paro Declaration on intelligent media for climate resilience and safer communities. This important outcome can help guide future collaboration and reaffirm our collective commitment to responsible, innovative, effective emergency communication and resilient public service media. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of broadcasting will be measured not only by technological capability, but by its ability to serve society in times of need. Our goal must be to build media systems that are trusted, inclusive, resilient, and responsive. The systems that strengthen communities, support informed decision-making, and ultimately help save lives. I encourage all participants to engage actively, share openly, and work together toward meaningful and actionable outcomes. With these remarks, I wish the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention and ABU AI Forum 2026 every success. May your discussions be productive, your partnerships strengthened, and your contributions lasting and impactful. Thank you, and Tashdele.
Thank you very much, Dashola. It is always a pleasure to see you, La. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the first session of the summit, we are pleased to present to you a performance, a cultural performance, titled Trung Trung, which basically translates to the Black Neck Crane Dance. So please welcome the performers. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Trung Trung, the Black Neck Crane Dance. And we are very proud to say that we have several roosting areas here in Bhutan, and we celebrate it annually to promote the black-neck crane. And you guys know that the black-neck crane is an endangered species, so we really try to protect it here in Bhutan, and we're very proud of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another cultural performance called Ajang Gawi, and this originates from the eastern part of our Zonghag, from Mongar district, and it basically translates to the happy uncle song. So please enjoy this.
Ashangave Shanjoyela Ashangave Shanjoyela Shanjoyanila Bizunge Shanjoyanila Bizunge Ashangave Kuseyela Ashangave Kuseyela Gila Goseye, Ugola Gila Goseye, Ashangave Miseyela, Ashangave Miseyela, Nibola Gila Miseye, Nibola Gila Miseye, Ashangave Ashangave Puseyela, Ashangave Puseyela, Umbola Gila Puseye, Umbola Gila Puseye, Ashangave Gibayela, Ashangave Gibayela, Gila Gila
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys really enjoyed that cultural performance. Ajangawe, the happy uncle dance. A little bit of representation of gross national happiness, I guess. So next up, may I please invite our chief guest, Honorable Dasho Secretary, as well as the delegates and the speakers up on stage for a photo session. La. Good luck. Thank you. So thank you very much. That was the photo session. You may please take your seats, La. She will introduce you. Tea break. Thank you very much, delegates. You may please take your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you guys are eagerly waiting for the sessions to start. But in order for you to gain some energies, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to have a tea break at this moment. I would really encourage you guys to get to know each other, talk to each other, and discuss certain topics. And we will be right back after this tea break. So I invite all of us. I'm getting there. All of you to enjoy the tea break, and we will return back at 10 a.m. sharp, because then the first session will start. Thank you very much. And we would also like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsors, CSI, Menjung Sorik, and Tashi Beverages, who are the sponsors for the event. So thank you very much to the generous sponsors. Thank you very much.
Sustains a wealth of diverse plants and wildlife. It is no wonder then that Bhutan is considered as one of the world's most biologically diverse environments. Every day, a new species awaits its discovery. As these fragile mountain terrestrial environments has supported their own unique set of mammals, amphibians, plants and reptiles, showing over the landscape is one of nature's most intriguing life forms. Bhutan is a country blessed with the highest concentration of endemic birds. In each distinct set, there forms a unique community of a bird species. Ranging from moderate regions to the lowland tropical forest, from marshy areas to the towering mountains, birdwatching sites offer suitable conditions for birding life. Bhutan is identified as one of the 10th biodiversity hotspots in the world, and the country firmly recognized as the center of 221 endemic birding areas. As many as 770 species of birds are recorded, and many more are yet to be discovered. This natural wonders has the power to render you breathless. Behold one of nature's remarkable creatures and be a witness of your own story in the land of happiness. Dramatic scenery, winding mountain passes, snow-capped peaks, fluttering prayer flags, and vibrant rhododendrons are the backdrop for a colorful culture steeped in religion and mythology. When you are in the land of happiness, the call of adventures never settles down. Make the most out of your visit to this remote mountainous nation through a professional tour operator. Trekking holidays and cultural tours offer a unique insight into the kingdom of the Thunder Dragon, the most mysterious of all the Himalayan kingdoms. Here in the land of the Thunder Dragon, you can hike through stunning valleys and across high mountain passes, visit isolated villages, and explore the countless...
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our session at 10 a.m. sharp. We have about 7 minutes.
If you are experienced, acclimatized trekkers looking for an ultimate challenge, the legendary Snowman Trek would be the one you have been looking for. Snowman Trek is ranked as one of the toughest treks in the Himalaya as the path weaves through high mountain terrains of northern Bhutan. Whichever adventure you choose, you will be captivated by the stunning landscape, ancient culture, and humble people of Bhutan. Trekking in Bhutan is rare life-affirming experience.
turn off your channel. Turn off my mic. Yes.
On the eastern fringe of Himalayas, where the mountain touches the sky and the winds carrying the warm sense of Indian subcontinent, there is a country of friendly and hospitable people. A country of contrast whose diverse by fresh waters flowing down from the Himalayas and embraced by the radiant rays of the sun. A country of artists whose works have made it world-renowned. Its history can be seen in its magnificent fortresses where kings lived and history unfolded as the march of time itself. In the rich history of temples surrounded by enchanted forces, abandoning the mundane life with compassion to all sentient beings. It is called the land of happiness, as history weds the secular aspects of life intertwined with the bounty of natural surrounding amidst modern life. These stunning snow-capped mountains that can take the breath away for even the most experienced travelers. It is a place where the beauty of the landscape is rivaled only by the majesty of flora and fauna. And even when you think you have seen everything, Bhutan has something more to offer. The possibility to explore, relax and enjoy an endless dream journey in a country which is otherwise just a dot on the globe. Bhutan is always and much more a marvelous and captivating country from the moment you arrive. Embark on an exciting journey to the land with culture as diverse as those who come to experience it, and those who come to visit often return because no two visits to Bhutan are quite the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite all the distinguished guests to be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your refreshment. May I please advise you to be please seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your refreshment. I hope the tea was good. I hope the snacks was good. May I please advise you to be seated so that we can then start our sessions. Thank you very much. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, can I please request all our guests to be seated so that we can thus start our sessions. And the staff from BBS, can we please usher our guests to the seats, la? Once again, a final reminder to our distinguished guests, speakers, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we please take our seat. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break and an opportunity to connect with fellow delegates and colleagues. We will now commence with the session 1 of the 10th ABU Media Summit 2026. And to introduce the session, may I please welcome Ms. Nargiza Numanova, Head of the Office of Secretary General of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. The stage is yours, La.
Thank you so much. If you allow me, I will be speaking from here, not the stage. So we start our sessions, the official part of the Climate Summit for today, day 1, and AI Forum tomorrow. And before we start the session, we have a short video just to remind in such a beautiful planet we all live in. Do we have video, please? The video. This is Julio, who is joining us from Bangkok. But our beautiful planet has a message for us.
Our planet is sending us signals. Too wet, too dry, too hot to ignore. But listen. Listen again. Do you hear something else? building, growing. Now at scale. Now with momentum. Solutions too hot to ignore. This is the sound of change. The signals are clear. Now for climate.
So, our first session is public media at the front line, why climate communication must change. And we are going to talk about why we have to change our communication about the climate change and how we can do that. And I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Ms. Tinli Yangchon Dorji, Director of News and Current Affairs Department, BBS Bhutan.
Kuzu Zangpula, a very good morning to everyone. You are all here in a carbon negative country, so please feel free to breathe the air. And this is a historic Zong. It is the 21st century Zong where tradition meets innovation. So this is a very awesome venue for us to have this talk. Well, the high-level plenary today, we are joined by a group of experts that I'm so eager to welcome on floor. Can we have Mr. Andrew McElroy, Senior Media Specialist, Green Climate Fund, on the stage? Thank you. Andrew, you'll be seated here.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Director General of the Department of Local Governance and Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Director General Karma Gele, on the stage, please. Thank you. Next to Andrew. Next, our beautiful country director from Nepal and regional director, South Asia, BBC Media Action, Shobhana Gurung Pradhan. We have one speaker who will be joining us remotely. He's joining us from Bangkok, is Julio Fabres, who is the communication specialist, UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub. Can you hear us, Julio?
Yes, thank you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful, wonderful. We'll apologies for that. And we will include that in our panel discussion. All right, the mic is back. We're live. So we have 60 minutes to get this discussion going. So without further ado now, I would like to remind our speakers that this is the order that we will be speaking in. Mr. Julio will be the one in the, Shobana, you'll be in the middle. First, Mr. Andrew, then Mr. Karma, Shobana, then Mr. Julio, and lastly, Mr. Rajendra will go. So with that said, we're here today in this high-level plenary discussion, session number 1. It's indeed a distinct honor for me to be the moderator of this session. We'll be discussing about public media at the front line and why communication, the climate communication must change. And I'm curious to know what is there to change. So we have the panel of experts to do just that. And we will go ahead because of time constraint. Panelists, you have 6 minutes each to present. If you have a slide, I will give you this remote so you can shuffle through your slides. And after your 6 minutes is up, you have to be seated here, after which we will start the panel discussion when all the speakers are through. So how are you feeling? Ready to go? Okay, Les. So the theme we are covering also under the public media at the front line, why climate communication must change. The themes are the evolving role of public media in climate resilience, from awareness campaign to life-saving communication, media trust, credibility, and public accountability. All very relevant themes and points that we must go through to get a clear understanding of what we are discussing today. So Mr. Andrew McElroy, may I call you on stage? And before that, for our audience and our viewers, Mr. Andrew McElroy is a senior media specialist at Green Climate Fund. He is a communications and media specialist with over 35 years of international experience in journalism, disaster risk reduction, and climate action. He currently serves as a media senior specialist at the Green Climate Fund and has previously held senior roles with the UNDRR and IFRC, supporting resilience and climate initiatives across multiple regions. And may I say, I particularly enjoyed a video of him in Burundi where he was down with the farmers, So you're very hands-on. So, Mr. Andrew?
Okay, thank you, Tinlo. Can we sit here? Or
yeah,
maybe probably easier. So thank you for that warm welcome and good morning to everybody here. First of all, on behalf of the Green Climate Fund, warm thanks, sincere thanks to the government of Bhutan for hosting us, and of course for BBS for the warm welcome and excellent preparations. And of course, Mr. Nadim Nargiza and the team from ABU, terrific stuff to get us all here for these discussions. So thank you for that. I just want to talk a little bit about the Green Climate Fund, because I think it's probably an organization that's not very well understood or known. It's still quite young compared with other international organizations. But we like to say that we are the Climate Fund for Developing Countries. And what that means is we are really at the forefront of trying to scale up delivery of capital and partnerships to get climate finance to communities, economies on the ground, to strengthen resilience and reduce the impact of greenhouse gases. We have a portfolio of $20 billion, which sounds a lot, and it is a lot, but in the face of climate change, maybe not so much. We invest $5.7 billion in the Asia-Pacific region, and here in Bhutan, we have 3 projects working with people on the ground that is worth about $60 million. So to talk to what needs to change, I want to first reference that some things haven't changed so much. And in terms of journalism and the media cycle, the climate change story is now, let's say, 38 years old, if we can say. It became a news story from 1988 when there was that famous submission to the US Senate where a NASA scientist made the link between human behavior, the human economy, and climate change. So in those 38 years, how has the climate change story changed? how has the media landscape changed? Well, let me just talk about what maybe hasn't changed so much. I think news values, the news agenda is still pretty much the same in the 21st century as it was the 20th century. Bad news about richer people is always higher on the news agenda than good news about poorer people. So when we're talking about climate action, really helping people on the front lines of the climate crisis, we're up against a news agenda that is not particularly friendly to our cause. And I think that's still the case today as it was when I began in journalism in the 1980s. I think another thing that has not changed is the news cycle has always moved. Yes, it's moving much quicker today, but journalism and media outlets almost are like that beam from the lighthouse. They light up on a story and then move to the next one. So it's very hard for journalists to stay with the story, to go back with the story. And that's what's required with an issue like climate change that is not going away. And I think maybe the biggest thing that has changed is the fact that public broadcasters like BBS and others in the room, when climate change became a news story, your role as a public broadcaster, I would say, was far more comfortable than it is now. People look to you for the news. There were very few alternative sources. Now you're in a much more competitive environment. We more and more have to go to the audiences rather than be complacent and wait for the audiences to come to us. And I think this is where, moving forward, what needs to change in terms of journalism, media and climate change is we have to leverage our comparative advantages. We have to lean into what we have. And the speakers in the opening really talked about trust, brand, that reputation for accuracy, that reputation for being there with and for the communities who are your audience. This is something that relative newcomers perhaps don't quite have that level of tradition and experience of connecting with audiences that public sector broadcasters have. So I think that's something really to lean into. Secondly, do not trade on standards. It's really difficult in such a fragmented, competitive environment to be first and to be fast. And that's almost counterproductive when you focus on accuracy and veracity. But I think it's really important to not surrender those core values and core traditions that public sector broadcasters have. And the other point I'd want to make is that we're all very highly connected. We're having a session on AI tomorrow. It's still worth remembering in Asia Pacific, there are still 300 million people, the size of a big country, whose primary source of news and information is radio. And there are up to 1 billion people in Asia Pacific, this highly connected, highly tech-savvy region in the world, up to 1 billion people who do not have smartphones. So as public broadcasters, I think that's an area, if we're talking about reaching down to people who need that kind of information, not to get too dazzled by the technology and the way things are moving forward. There's still a magic and there's still a role about radio in particular. And the final thing to say is to emphasize, in the 20th century, broadcasters really could be like Mount Olympus, alone on the hill waiting for people to come to you. It's not like that anymore. The environment, the context has completely changed. Leverage the partnerships that you have, and I think this is where ABU have played such an excellent role in connecting broadcasters with partners like the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and other partners. There's really a role for partnership in this fragmented media world. But stay with it. Climate change is not easy. At the climate meeting in Bonn last week, the head of the UN Climate, the UNFCCC, Simon Steele, said this is really hard. It's not easy, and it's the same goes for reporting and journalism on climate. But there is a way to maintain a focus, there is a way to maintain a sense that we can do something to change this crisis. We can work alongside communities, economies to improve things. Thank you.
Spectacular points you raised. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Yeah. Yes, La. Yes, this, you just play it here. Yes, La. Director General Karma Gele is the Director General of Department of Local Governance and Disaster Management in Bhutan. He previously served as the Director General of the Department of School Education, Dzongda, or basically Governor of the Sarbang Dzongkhak, Director of the Department of Roads, Chief Program Officer at the Department of Local Governance, researcher at the Center for Bhutan Studies. He began his career in the Planning Commission. He holds a master's degree in international policy studies from Stanford University and a bachelor's degree with economic honors from Shrapsi College, Bhutan. So, Director General, the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much, Tile. The mic is on, right? Is it working, the mic? Okay. Thank you very much, Tile, for the introduction. And I would like to thank PBS for having us here, and also the ABU. And also, as one of the local speakers, I would like to welcome all the delegates from outside here. I'm not a journalist, I'm not a communication specialist, so I'm a bureaucrat, as you might have known from my CV, which was read out. I thought I may not have much to say on the communication per se, so I thought I'd quickly run you through some little bit of disaster landscape in Bhutan. So allow me to do that. Is it working? How do I do that? Only way.
This is back now.
This is forward.
Sorry.
Last.
First slide and men more.
Men. Okay. Now. Okay.
You just press this.
Okay. So I thought I'd quickly run you through the disaster landscape of Bhutan. As Tinley, in her opening sentence, rather, said that we are a carbon negative country. We pride so much in that. We are a country committed to maintaining 60% of our area under forest cover for all times to come. And yet, we are also experiencing so many disasters. I mean, despite that, we have like increasing frequency of flash floods, frequent windstorms, intense hailstorms, landslides, forest fires. You talk about it. I mean, we're getting it all. And with the climate change, I think these are only getting amplified, in my opinion. So I just thought quickly, with this, I would like to I just would like to show you some recent data, disaster data. I think by international standards, the impacts, number of lives lost are quite small, but the economic damages and other things that you see on the last column are quite huge for us, for a small country. Even in terms of lives lost, if you work out a proportion, a percentage, one life lost in Bhutan is equivalent to some 2,000 lives lost in China or India. So it's very significant for us. So you see that every year we've been losing lives to disasters. Disasters, I think as you see, the type of disaster that you see are largely caused by climate change, flooding, flash floods. So it's a serious issue. And we're quite happy for someone who's working in the disaster agency. We're happy that media agencies are starting to talk about this. You have been in this, but I think even having a conference like this, bringing people together and discussing, I think this is a wonderful, very encouraging kind of a move on your part. So we have been losing people, losing lives. Look at the October 5th flood, 5th October flood last year. We thought the monsoon was gone, and then it rained extensively for 2 nights, and then it was so devastating. I think the economic damage from that is close to 1 billion ngultam, the local currency here. So it was huge. It cut off our villages. We lost close to like 32 bridges. And many of these villages that were cut off that are still disconnected and without bridges and roads. So I think disasters are bringing social tolls, economic tolls, and it's important that we do something. So what are we doing? I mean, we're saying disaster, I guess. And another disaster that I would like to mention, this is the only photo I have. I thought I'd show this. This is the only photo I have. I'm not so much into AI, so I thought you will make out from my slide that this is really like kind of like handmade. So one of the rather very, very precarious thing that is looming large in our country is the glacial lakes. And among the glacial lakes, so many we have, 17 are really potentially dangerous. And of the 17, one, Thorthormi Lake, is really dangerous. is like a weapon of mass destruction waiting to come down. As you see from the picture, in 5 or 6 years, it's changed so much. What you see now in 2025, the photo was taken at the same time, actually, September of 2019 and September 2025. I think my colleague from NCHM will agree with this. So literally, there is no glaciers. It's all melted water. Huge body of water there. Some 50 million cubic meters of water is waiting to flow down. The moraine walls are thinning every year, getting thinner and thinner. So this is where we live. And if this comes down, I think the economic tolls are going to be huge. The social tolls are going to be huge. So just wanted to show that. So what are we really doing? I mean, we know the risks. What are we doing with the risks? So I'd like to take you through, some initiatives that we are doing. Bhutan has constructed this climate vulnerability index. And we've been trying to use this climate vulnerability index in allocation of budget. It's one of the constituent components of the budget allocation formula for the local governments, for the Dzongkhas and for the Gyeogs. So this is what we are doing. The Gyeogs, which are ranked higher on the climate index, they get a little bit more budget so that the local governments can address the climate issues. Then the other one is we also have, thanks to GCF, we were able to do this project, climate adaptation, resilience, and engagement in local governments. And under this, we took the 120 topmost, the local governments with 120 local governments with highest kind of climate vulnerability index. We are building the capacity, the local government officials there, and capacity on how to mainstream climate adaptation, how to mainstream gender. And we are also providing some 6 million per local government through this project to do climate adaptation interventions. So these are a few initiatives that are happening. Then other one is that a performance-based climate resilient grant. We provide some supplementary grant to the local governments to undertake some climate adaptation funds. And this is given to all 205 Gyeogs, and this has been done through the EU support. I think having digital tools, do I have time till 1 minute? Okay, so I'll rush. Really, I haven't come to the media yet. So we're also focusing so much on capacity building of the local leaders, of the communities. We've been recently engaged in doing some CBDRM. The local people are the first responders usually when disasters happen, so we thought their capacity was important, so we've been doing that. We have been also doing so many other things, but I guess I would need to come to my observations on climate reporting. From my observation, as someone at the other end using media, I feel that climate reporting or whatever reporting, so much focus on post-events. Not much is being done currently, and my observations are based on what broadcasters and other media agencies in Bhutan are doing right now. I feel that there are possibilities for our media agencies to actually engage in upstream media reporting. Then also another observation that I have is the fees that you all ask of us when we want to use your space is really kind of like very, should I say discouraging? It's very steep. That keeps us away from you all, coming to you all. We just don't have that much money to organize, kind of things on the media. So I think disaster management, in my opinion, is a public good, and everyone, including media agencies, you have a role to play also. Someone this morning, I think it was our keynote speakers, they said that, can you get back to the last thing that I wanted to show? It's gone. Did I take it?
Yeah, and just in time. Thank you so much, Ms. Thinley, for the really lovely introduction. So thank you so much. I'm Shabana. I work with BBC Media Action. And good morning. Okay, yeah. Good morning. I've been practicing this. Kuju Zangbola. Thank you. And thank you so much for the warm welcome. I think as Mr. Dorjitashi, sir, you mentioned, the journey was definitely worth it. Thanks so much for the warm welcome. So I'm delighted to see so many leaders from public media, from the government, civil society, and the development community here today, because the conversation we are about to have over the next 2 days is not only timely, but really, really essential. And that has already been highlighted by the speakers before me. And it's a privilege to be invited to speak here at this workshop. Thank you so much to the Bhutan Broadcasting Service and the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union for the opportunity to be here. As I mentioned, I work with BBC Media Action, and I think really pleased to see that my colleagues from the other parts of the BBC World Service, already have an ongoing partnership with the BBS already, and we hope we can build on that as well. So just speaking a bit about BBC Media Action, what we do in essential is the organization I work for does not. I had a few pictures, so hopefully, never mind if it doesn't work. Yep, leave it, it's okay. I just had pictures, yep. So what we actually do is we don't report about people, we report for people. BBC Media Action is the international development wing of the BBC, which harnesses the BBC's world-leading skills, experience, and values to support trustworthy media for those who need it most around the world. We work through local broadcasters, state media, and media partners in more than 30 countries and 50 languages to ensure that audiences have access to information they can trust on the issues that matter to them the most. Our work in Asia and the Pacific currently covers Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Fiji, India, Indonesia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, and Vanuatu. So quite a big area as well. And a lot of our work recently across the region has a strong and growing program of work strengthening weather and climate information services. We're working together with weather and climate scientists, disaster risk management authorities, media practitioners, researchers, community leaders, and end users in contexts deeply affected by climate change. We ensure weather climate information services are trusted, accessible, and inspire both immediate actions to protect lives and livelihoods, as well as longer-term climate adaptation. Just to give you an example from Nepal, where I'm from, in parallel to our own work in production, much of our work includes system strengthening, where we're working with the state broadcaster, Public Service Broadcasting Nepal, and we've also embedded mentors working within the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Authority, the National Agricultural Research Council, and the Association of Community Radio Broadcasters Nepal. And what have these system strengthening work done? So for example, really proud to say that in its 75 years of its establishment, the Public Service Broadcasting Nepal, for the first time last year, started doing weather bulletins in 5 local languages, and we have plans to include 5 more local languages. The Department of Hydrology and Meteorology have an active social media presence now. They're communicating more with their audiences, and some of I think people are really, really interested in weather information. The Nepal Agricultural Research Council have started updating the AgroMet bulletins, and the information is actually being shared real time with local communities. We're doing radio dramas. For some reason in Nepal, best way, our research shows us the best way to get the information out there to local communities that need them the most is through dramas, songs, and dances, and we're doing that every week as well. And in Bangladesh, we're working with the BMD, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, together with regional partners like RIMES, and we've just started doing a chatbot communicating weather and climate information. There's quite a lot. We're working in the MENA region on heat waves as well, again, in partnership with the national broadcasters. We're also co-leading Pillar 3 of Early Warning for All together with the Ministry of Information and Communication and the ITU in Nepal. As you may know, we are finalizing the Early Warning for All national roadmap for Nepal, and it should come as no surprise that communication features really, really strongly, not just on Pillar 3, but across all of the pillars. For example, on Pillar 1, on understanding hazards, Pillar 2, on detecting and forecasting hazards. For example, just on Pillar 2, media and communication can widely share and discuss locally observed information, increasing trust in monitoring systems and boosting community involvement. On Pillar 4, this is a no-brainer, the preparedness to respond. Risk communication helps improve preparedness by addressing barriers to action, such as perceptions to risk, livelihood concerns, and governance challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, across Asia and the world, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a lived reality. Communities are facing more frequent floods, as we can see from the example from Bhutan, where we are, heat waves, storms, landslides, and unpredictable seasons. And in these moments, as you know, people turn instinctively to information they can trust. But the information landscape that we know of has changed beyond recognition. We're living in an area of fast information, fragmented information, and false information. Climate rumors tend to spread very, very quickly. Technical warnings tend to be easily misunderstood. And trust, the foundation of effective communication, is under a lot of strain. I just have 1 minute. Okay, yeah. So communication is the connective tissue of climate action, the galvanizing force that builds awareness, knowledge, skills, and networks at the critical mass needed to drive change at the speed and scale the climate crisis demands. As information ecosystems are increasingly strained and contested, climate mis and disinformation can undermine political and public will to act. Effective communication, as you know, is therefore essential to translating climate science and policy commitments into meaningful action at community level. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of public service media is evolving. It is no longer passive, and we all can no longer remain passive. It must actively serve as a translator of complex climate science into simple, actionable guidance. It should be a bridge between institutions and communities. And it should be a trusted voice during uncertainty in this day of information disorder. And lastly, it should be a frontline actor in early warning and climate science. Over the next 2 days, I hope we can work together to discuss ways in which we can embed stronger and more inclusive communication at the heart of climate resilience. Tashidale, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. More inclusive communication. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Julio Fabres. He's joining us remotely from Bangkok. So can we have him up on the screen? Julio Fabres is the UNDP Climate Finance Network Communications and Knowledge Management Specialist. He supports the development of strategic content, digital platforms, and outreach initiatives that promote knowledge exchange and help amplify Climate Finance Network results. He has experience in communications for development in humanitarian contexts, working across topics including climate action and food security. He previously worked with the World Food Program, with UNDP in the Pacific, on climate security, and with NGOs and the Italian cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, including Ecuador and Cuba. Julio strongly believes in the power of communications to drive meaningful and tangible change. He holds a master's degree in international relations and a bachelor's degree in human rights. Mr. Julio, the floor is yours now. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you so much. Just sharing my screen very quickly. I have a short presentation I would like to share with you. And thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, and a pity I cannot join online. I can only join online and not in person. Just checking if you can share my screen and hear me okay?
Your screen?
Yeah, okay.
Financing
So
climate
to-
action, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much again for the invitation. I'll just want to focus today. I will share some of UNDP work. I work for, as you said, for the UNDP Climate Finance Network. I don't want to focus too much on what we are doing, but maybe a little bit more on how we can work together and what more can be done from the media side as well in terms of communicating about climate, and especially on climate finance. Because as you can see from my first slide, I think we can say that we are not short on plans. We do have the plans. As you probably know, my colleagues in the room as well, we do have a lot of plans. We know what to do. So I would say we should shift from the era of planning to the era of financing. So we have an NDC and NAPS, National Determined Contribution, National Adaptation Plan in place, including Bhutan already submitted that. I'll thank you again for the government of Bhutan for hosting this. With support from UNDP, UNFCCC, UN agency governments, we do have those plans in place. But the sad part is about the financing. So as you can see from the slide, as per the last UNEP report, there is a huge financing gap. I don't want to maybe confuse you. The numbers are there. There is a huge financing gap. So I just want to say about the first challenge for you guys, the media, but also for us as well. How do we report on this adaptation finance gap? How do we talk about who's paying, who isn't, where the shortfalls are? Because at the end of the day, those are just not numbers. Like, we should talk about this as communities that are not protected, crops that are failing, and also lives that cannot be saved because of this financial gap. So it's not just about money or just about numbers. Let me just share very quickly something that we're doing as the Climate Finance Network. Again, I don't want to focus too much. I think I can say we are working on a wide range of actions. We are working public finance. We're increasingly working with the private sector. But what I want to focus today is talk about how do we make this information accountable and transparent, what we're doing basically. So the first one is a top-down approach. As you can see on the left, we try to hold the system accountable. So we work with Supreme Audit Institution in the region. We just had a dialogue in Bangkok last week, and where we launched also this publication that you can see on the screen. I can also share the link. Just to say that this is not just another publication, a theoretical document, but actually an actual guide that help auditors to assess if the climate investment are actually delivering those results. So the good part is that, we have so many publications and reports that many times are not even read. There was a funny report about UN reports not being read. But the good part is that we are trying to do better, especially, and I can give you the example of this specific one. Thailand, the government of Thailand is already using it to pilot basically mainstreaming climate into their performance audits. So that's something we do on the top-down approach, working directly with governments, also with other publications that I can share with you if you're interested. A second part is that we try to empower the public to better understand, not just the public, but even media and journalists to better understand what is climate finance and how this finance about climate is spent. So the Connect dashboard in Indonesia is a very good example. The Ministry of Finance is basically developed together with us public dashboard in which anyone can see how basically those climate funds, where they're going and how they're spent. We develop citizen climate budgets, which are also publications that help understanding how those public funds are spent. We have in Nepal and many other countries in the region. We also have publicly available course on climate finance to help government official, but also any other stakeholder to understand more about how climate finance can be used effectively. And lastly, I think the most important point, because all of this is kind of meaningless if the money actually doesn't reach the communities that are the one on the front line and feeling the impact of climate change the most. So we do fund local organization. We had a few projects in Nepal, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Indonesia, and more. Basically here, we provide trainings as well and literacy on climate finance, especially focusing on gender too, to make sure. So basically, I think this is the most important part, to make sure that the last mile that we always talk about, that money reach the communities. So the story shouldn't be about, like how the funding, but more about how the community, example, survived the storm or improve their disaster preparedness thanks to those funding. So I would like to focus on this slide, if you allow me, because I think this is very important we always talk about this whole of government, whole of society. So I know it might be a redundant word, but I think it's a very important approach. And especially here, I would like to highlight the role of the media. So maybe start from the government. I would say, okay, the whole concept of this slide is like basically working together, but how? Example, the government, I think it's the base. They provide the essential framework. I discussed before about the National Adaptation Plan and especially the public budgets that drive climate action. We have UN, international finance institution and organization that provide the technical expertise, catalytic fund, and transparency to turn these plans into reality. We have the private sector, I think, has a massive role to play now, especially, and even a responsibility to play. So we're increasingly engaging with the private sector. But again, what I just want to focus on is the media. So I think you are the crucial bridge and the one to have to translate those complex financial data into public trust and ensure accountability and ensure that those funds reach the last mile. So maybe my last slide, just a minute on this, I would like to spend on what media are doing, but what can we also do more and how can we maybe work together more? I think that there is always room for improvement, especially on complicated topics such as climate finance. Again, first of all, you are already doing so much, building public trust. My colleagues in the panel, as they highlighted before, I think you are the essential to build public trust and transform this information into for the communities, basically. You can hold the stakeholders accountable. You can move beyond the pledges and use the audit reports that I mentioned before, for example, to track how we are doing and what we are not doing enough, for example. You can highlight the finance gap, and again, reaching the last mile is the most important point. I don't know if I'm over time, but I would like what I would like to say is that how can we work together to with UN, that's UN agency, media, to transform this information and make sure it reaches the last mile. So if you want to reach out to me, please feel free, and look forward to this discussion. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Julio. Thank you so much for highlighting climate finance as well as reaching the last mile. Now our final speaker is Mr. Rajendra Kumar Acharya. He is the Regional Secretary of UNI APRO, representing workers and trade unions across Asia-Pacific region, a long-time trade union leader and labor rights advocate. He has been with UNI APRO since 2004 and was elected Regional Secretary in 2019 before being re-elected in 2024. With extensive experience in trade union development, organizing, and labor advocacy, he has represented workers' interests at international forums, including ILO, ASEAN, OECD, and other global institutions. Please go ahead, Leo. 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sister Thinley. Thanks, ABU, for this kind invitation. General Secretary Nadeem. Thanks also the BBS for your warm welcome. Let me first introduce what organization that I represent, but Sister Thinley has already said, just in brief. This is a unique global union, which is the Global Trade Union Federation, or the professionals organization that represent the services workers. We do not represent the manufacturing or the factory workers, but in the service industries, including media, broadcasting, and the tech world. When we talk about this climate change and the need to change in the communication, there has been a lot of other changes, because there is a saying, only permanent thing is the change. But having said that, there has not been so satisfying changes in terms of how we see the media professionals. How do we see the journalists? How do we see the media workers in terms of their skill needed, in terms of their enhancement and the trainings? That is what our organization talk about when we represent in any forums like this. Climate change is no longer a future threat. As previous speaker had already said, it is present reality affecting workers, their families, the communities across every region in the world, and the Asia Pacific is more vulnerable because we are very much diverse region in terms of the diversity, from devastating flood in South Asia, or the bushfires in Australia, extreme heat waves during this season in summer, and also working people are increasingly on the front line of climate impact. When we talk about the people on the front line of this climate impact, it is mainly the workers. It could be media workers, but sometimes other workers also, the migrants, the women, the young people. So this is the community which is really in a problem and its impact. The public media has a responsibility that goes far beyond informing the public. It has become a critical public service and essential pillar for the climate resilience that we have been discussing. The involvement or the evolving role of media or the public media, that is what we are discussing, is very important. Traditionally, public media has played an important role in informing or educating and promoting democratic participation. When we talk about this participation or the democracy, we have been practiced to the representative democracy. Now we are talking about participative democracy. Even in the climate issues also, we need to ensure the participatory system. So that gives us more, our communication is more efficient, more effective. From the labor movement perspective, the climate resilience is also about protecting livelihood. Workers need information about extreme weather risk. Occupational health and safety is a bigger issue now. Public health emergencies and the transition to sustainable industries. That is what we've been discussing with various organizations as a just transition. So public media therefore becomes not just a broadcaster of the information, but a partner in protecting lives and livelihood. That is what our responsibility goes on. From awareness campaign to life-saving communication. That is what we are now discussing. For many years, climate communication focused primarily on raising awareness about environmental issues. But it is not only environmental issue. We have to discuss, or you have to put focus more on the other issues. That is what we are now seeing in the change context. The public media can provide early warning information, emergency updates, and the guidance that directly shapes people's life. The global labor movement believes, including our organization in UNI, believes that the access to reliable information is a fundamental public good, and just as society invests in healthcare, society invests in education. We've been talking about healthcare, education, and emergency services, but we should not forget the investment. The society must invest in public media as well. So that brings the real change if we want to really address the climate, the changes in the climate and the climate change impact. So public media has a bigger role. The media trust, credibility, and public accountability is another important part. At a time when misinformation and disinformation is spread rapidly through digital platforms, everything is digitalized now. Tomorrow we are discussing even AI, which is even more deeper. So trusted journalism becomes more important than ever. So climate information or misinformation delays action, undermines public confidence, and puts communities in greater risk. for Global Union, which represents the media and broadcasting workers around the world, defending quality journalism or the media profession is inseparable from defending democracy and public accountability. Media workers or the media professionals themselves are increasingly reporting from disaster zones, crisis situations. They require protection. They really require protection. They require professional trainings. They require upgrading their skills, decent working conditions, and editorial independence when we talk about, and they perform these essential public services. And these days, we are also now discussing about this content moderation. Many public media have gone to TikToks or YouTube. You have your social media channels. You know, these content moderators have a huge, huge impact in their health and safety. The mental stress, the psychosocial risk is another issue. We have been discussing this with our network. We have created a global trade union alliance for content moderators. We've been discussing with them. We are now approaching all these tech giants, or TikTok, Meta for Facebook and Instagram, Alphabet for Google, and OpenAI, to look into this matter, because this is a serious matter. For ILO has estimated 1.4 billion, that is 71% of the global workforce are exposed to the excessive heat. Heat wave is another issue now. And also the heat creates or causes 22.85 million occupational and health injuries. Can you imagine this injury? It's created by the heat waves. This is what the ILO data says. There are many other data, even the UNDRR also having some information on this. I think we can go on and on for this thing, but we don't have much time. So just to conclude, the public media can no longer be seen merely as a channel for awareness campaign. It is now part of infrastructure resilience. It is the infrastructure of safety, and it has to be the infrastructure of democracy and the accountability. So this is what it brings, a real change. And if we talk about changes, why we need to change? That's the question, that because if we don't change, we don't survive. We don't justify why we are there as a public media. We need to change. So with this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for your quiet listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajendra. You spoke my heart out because I also, being journalists, we're also at the front line. We also need protection and skilling up and training. So thank you for pointing that out. To all our speakers, including Julio, thank you so much for your well-prepared slides as well as your thought-out points. We need this for the discussion. Nargiza, how are we doing on the time? And then we wrap up? Oh my God. Okay, 3 minutes. I thought we had more time, but now as time is of the essence, each of the speaker here, can you tell me, you have spoken about why the climate communication needs to be changed, needs to have trust, credibility, accountability, public trust especially thrown in. Can you tell us about, now this is just 1 minute each now, about what should the public media really do, and how, if there's one thing in the next 5 years' time, what should we focus on? What should it be?
Thank you, Tinley. I would say two things, and it's nothing new. It's about going back to core principles of journalism, understanding and connecting. First, that all news for the consumer is firstly local rather than regional or global. So the storytelling that public broadcasters engage with has to connect with that local angle. So I think it's a really important reminder. Climate is such a big, abstract, global issue that it's experienced at the individual community, local level. And the second anchor to go back to or to reinforce is that power of storytelling. Stories of the heart that connect with stories of human resilience and adaptation, but also increasingly in this age of misinformation, stories of the head that kind of convey data and facts to back up those points. So all news generally is local, and the power of stories remains the way to go.
Thank you. I think I probably answered that question in my presentation, but anyway, I think I would like to reiterate that once again. In the next 5 years, I mean, like if media, from my perspective, were to change, as I mentioned in my presentation, please focus something on upstream reporting. Upstream reporting. Don't leave it to just us. It is as much your responsibility as it is ours to report on disaster. And then also think about your fees. I mean, like, I really want to be blunt on this. Community safety and people's safety, nation's economic well-being should not be viewed through the price tag that all of you sometimes bring to us. And the third point that I would like to raise is see us as your partner. Please come to us. Don't see us as someone, a regular, standard kind of a corporate client. We want to work with you on promoting this agenda, promoting these issues. So when we have to sit across the table and when the price tag is in between, we go away. We go away because sometimes we cannot afford. For a short panel discussion, if we have to pay you a hefty price, which is on the good cause of the country, on informing public, educating public, we are not able to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll make it short. I'm a bit obsessed with research because I'm a firm believer that I think on evidence-based action, I think for us to get the information out to communities that need it the most, no matter how brilliant your technical information might be, you need to understand your audiences and your communities. For me, I think it really starts with, getting an understanding about who your audiences are, where they're sitting, what narratives are currently circulating. We talk about mis and disinformation, but believe me, there's a lot of mis and dis about mis and dis. So I think you have to really understand what are the mis and disinformation narratives circulating out there. When does it actually circulate? We do, media consumption surveys every year, and I think this shows us, just giving them an example of Nepal, 80% of our population is actually using the internet, whereas, which is brilliant, so we do a lot of social media. However, that leaves 20% that do not have access to any form of information. So that's where our communities are. So to really get the information out to communities in a medium they know, in a medium they trust, in a language they understand, only that will enable action. Thank you.
Yeah.
Julio, you're next. Your thoughts on what the public media...
Speak on the mic.
Thank you. Should I go? Yeah. Thank you, colleagues, for this reflection. Maybe just sharing. Again, I don't want to be boring, but what I would like to see is that maybe public media focusing on climate finance more in this moment. So where is the money? So don't treat it as like a business section, but maybe bring on the front page, try to explain more why we need those money and how those money should be spent to increase climate resilience. So maybe one example could be like, don't just report on a disaster, but maybe investigate on the funding gaps that left that community vulnerable in the first place. So that connects a little bit to, be prepared rather than that respond later to the events. So maybe, as you mentioned, like in the 5 years time, I would love to see increased partnership. I'm talking on the UNDP side, probably I can speak on the other UN agency or other international partners, but partner with media. So we have so much, we're trying to do so much about data, audit trails, etc., to try all the system accountable, have more understanding of what actually is going on. Those topics are very complex, but maybe together we could like build the public trust and ensure that every climate dollar actually reach the community which is meant to reach in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julio. Now,
yeah,
Mr.
thank you.
Rajendra, your thoughts.
Yeah, since we have already heard great points from our other panelists, let me remain in my constituency. So what I said earlier, I would like to repeat it again. Investing in public media is very, very important. And this builds our democracy stronger. When we talk about democracy, we also talk about workers' upliftment, the professionals' expertise, training, skilling, reskilling. After all, these are the people who go and collect your drama, your articles, your news, your views, everything. And if these people are not trained, not equipped with the advanced technological or substantive knowledge and the skills, we won't be able to do that. So that is what we need. Maybe in 5 years, we can do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panel of experts. Thank you so much for your presentation, for your thoughts. It's definitely, broadened our scope and the view of what we are talking about, which is climate action and disaster preparedness. Well, we can all agree here that trust saves lives, and we should have this conversation going, because public media definitely should remain a reliable source of information and a force for resilience in our communities. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And panelists, thank you very much. And we will continue this conversation.
And
please,
we would like photo session.
Okay.
Photo
Please
together.
stick on to the next, the panel that's coming up. We're going to be discussing about turning early warning for all, turning alerts into action. So that's going to be a very relevant discussion as well. So thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much. I wish we had more time, but we can always continue this conversation outside this platform. So we have to now have a photo session. Thank you to the audience for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
Julio, can you please switch on your camera for a while, because we are taking group photo of the session? Oh, yeah, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Julia, for joining.
Thank you. Enjoy.
So now we move on to the next session, which is early warnings for all, turning alerts into action. And before that, we have a video from the UN Secretary General. Audio, please.
The coming months with 90% certainty.
From the beginning,
the world
please,
must treat
from the
it
beginning.
as the I thank the World Meteorological Organization for this vital new update. The science is clear. El Niño is arriving on our doorstep in the coming months with 90% certainty. The world must treat it as the urgent climate warning it is. El Niño conditions will pour fuel on the fire of a warming world. Impacts will hit even harder, travel even further, and cross borders with devastating speed. The only effective response is climate action equal to the crisis, ending the addiction to fossil fuels, accelerating the shift to renewables, protecting the most vulnerable, and delivering early warning systems for all. Thank you.
And I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Ariel Rojas, from ABS-CBN Integrated News and Current Affairs. He's a resident meteorologist to ABS-CBN. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Nargiza. Kuzuzang Pola, everyone. And we'll be diving in right now to our second plenary session, Early Warnings for All, Turning Alerts into Action. And in this session, after we have discussed why climate communication in Asia-Pacific must improve, we will be tackling the role of media in multi-hazard early warning systems, reaching last-mile and vulnerable communities, and improving the language, accessibility, and inclusive messaging. So we are joined by a distinguished panelist, and I will be calling them one by one. We are joined both here in person and via Zoom. Our first panelist is currently the Chief of Communications and ICT at the UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, where she leads strategic communications and campaigns to promote inclusive and sustainable disaster resilience, the Sendai Framework, and the SDGs. She has over 20 years of communications experience, including 16 years shaping communications at the UN, combined with 6 years radio journalism at the BBC, and a brief stint in policy at the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office, now FCDO. Please welcome Jeanette Ellsworth. Our second speaker is joining us virtually. He is the technical coordinator for weather, climate, hydrological, and marine services and applications at the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific of the World Meteorological Organization in Singapore. He also serves as a regional focal point for the UN's Early Warnings for All initiative. Very apt. With extensive experience in disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and international development, he has worked with the European Commission, WMO, and leading research institutions in Germany. His work has spanned over Europe, Asia Pacific, East Africa, and Central America, focusing on building resilience on climate and disaster risks. Joining us is Joaquin Luther. Hi, Joaquin. Good morning. Also joining us virtually, after a career as a journalist, producer, and editorial leader, she has been with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation for more than 22 years and specializing in emergency broadcasting since 2017. She helps lead the national team that coordinates the ABC's emergency broadcast response before, during, and after a disaster. Away from work, she enjoys being part of the Song Sisters Choir based in Newcastle, New South Wales in Australia. Please welcome, joining us also remotely, Teresa Rockley Hogan. Joining us in person here is the head of the Multilingual Media Division of NHK World Department. She has begun her career as a television journalist at NHK's Nagano Bureau in 1995. Over the course of her career, she has covered a broad range of domestic and international issues. She later served as the Bureau Chief of Los Angeles office from 2009 to 2012, and from 2015, she led NHK's team responsible for news exchange initiatives with member broadcasters of the ABU as well as the EBU, strengthening international media collaboration. She has also worked closely with engineering teams to advance digital transformation and promote the adoption of AI-driven innovations within NHK. She currently oversees the development and delivery of multilingual radio news service and various online contents, including disaster information, in her role as the Deputy Head of Multilingual Media Division at NHK World Japan. Please welcome Noriko Kudo. And finally, from Bhutan himself, he holds a master's degree of science in climate change science from the Australian National University and is a climate data statistician with specialized expertise in climate projections, statistical modeling, and applied climate change science. He provides strategic leadership in operational weather services, ensuring timely and reliable forecasts that strengthen national resilience and sectoral planning. He has played a pivotal role in modernizing forecasting infrastructure through the integration of emerging technologies, institutional capacity building, and advancing climate change studies tailored to Bhutan's unique environmental context. Recognized for bridging scientific rigor with operational delivery, he contributes to both research and policy-relevant climate services. He also serves as a resource person for national workshops and meetings, particularly in areas of climate change projections, climate data applications, agriculture, drought monitoring, disaster planning and disaster management, and climate early warning services. Please welcome Mr. Ugyen Chofel. Okay, so now we have our distinguished panelists with me on stage. Let's begin. I guess we would like first to follow up on the Early Warnings for All initiative by the UN. So I would like to ask Joaquin, where does the world stand now in achieving the Early Warnings for All initiative?
Thank you very much for the question, and also thank you for the invitation. Really pleased to join on behalf of WMO. Please give me a minute to share some very short slides to give you more context. Could you confirm that you can see them?
Yes, but it's, can you do the presentation? Can you play it? There, okay.
That should be fine, right? Okay, yes. So what is the Early Warnings for All initiative and why do we need it? I think this short recap is necessary before answering where do we stand. And I think we all know that especially the climate-related hazards have caused so many disasters over the last years and damages in the order of more than 4.3 trillion US dollars. And although the death toll has fallen, the financial losses are still soaring and socioeconomic vulnerabilities continue to increase. And the developing countries and the small island states are hit the hardest, disproportionately hard. And despite very strong disaster risk management frameworks, the capacities of early warning systems, they remain uneven across the world and across the different hazards. And we see a lot of investment, but often it is still uncoordinated and unsustainable. So what is a solution to this problem? Early warning systems, of course, are a proven tool of disaster risk management and climate change adaptation. And they really pay off. So every dollar invested can yield up to $15 in return. 24-hour warning advance notice can reduce the damage by 30%. Countries with strong early warning systems have up to 6 times lower mortality and many other arguments. And this is why the UN Secretary General announced this commitment in 2022 to cover everyone, everywhere with early warnings within 5 years. And this became the Early Warnings for All initiative, which was also launched the same year at the COP. And it is built on these 4 pillars of an early warning system that I think you all know, and led by these 4 global organizations, UNDR, WMO, ITU, and IFRC, but really depending on a variety of partners, and also actions at all levels, the global, the regional, the national, and the local level, across the science, the technological, the political, and the financial spheres. But to answer your question, where do we stand? It really depends on what are we measuring. Are we measuring the types of hazards for which we have warnings? Or are we measuring the quality of these warnings, like accuracy or whether they're actionable? Are we measuring the amount of channels or the kind of channels they are communicated through, or the population and the territory covered? Are we measuring investments? Are we measuring the capacities of the institutions? Or are we measuring the implementation of the rollout of this initiative? And for this, we actually have a lot of tools to measure these aspects. Early Warning for All dashboard, you can access it on the website. It gives you information on all these aspects. And you can see that at the moment, 46 countries are rolling out this initiative according to the approach that these 4 organizations suggested. And 27 of them have already finalized costed roadmaps or action plans to strengthen their multi-hazard early warning systems. And it also depends on, to answer this question, it also depends on how do we measure it. We rely on self-reporting from countries as UN agencies. But we could also look at the direct feedback from users. And this is, I think, where the media and the social media comes in. And we can, of course, look at evidence from reduced impacts or costs. So we could partner with the insurance industry or other data sources that give us this information. But where do we stand? We can see a 113% increase of the countries reporting that they have an early warning system compared to 2015, which was the beginning of the Sendai framework, right? We have 45% increased reported comprehensiveness of the systems. 45 countries are using cell broadcasting. And for Pillar 4, 195 active anticipatory action frameworks are available across more than 50 countries. And just to say one more thing on this slide is, what does implementation mean for us? And for us, it typically means that a country has this action plan, this roadmap, which is not only costed, but it also indicates who is doing what and who is supporting which projects, which partners. And this usually relies on focal points, on consultation workshops, gap assessments, and a strong coordination mechanism in the country. And just to give you an overview of where the WMO comes in, we are leading Pillar 2, which is all about the forecasting. And basically all the activities of WMO at the global, at the regional, at the national level contribute to this. And this follows the hydrometeorological value chain, from the observations to the data processing, to the forecasting and to the warning generation, and then to the users. And we also have a tool for measuring these capacities. And you can see on the right, taken from a report, where we stand in these countries that are already rolling out this initiative. And you can see that on the observation side and on the forecasting side, there are actually some very good results already. But when we come to impact-based forecasting, or sometimes legal frameworks and general operations, user engagement, there's still a lot of gaps. But just to say that for many countries, we don't have that information yet. So maybe I stop here, and I could come back later on for one more slide when we talk about the outlook at the end. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Joaquin, for giving us a picture of where we stand right now. Again, the Early Warnings for All initiative has a deadline of 2027, but we have seen very optimistic numbers that Joaquin shared with us. Now, I go to Jeanette. What do you think would be the biggest gaps? We've seen very good numbers there in a span of a decade. So what are the gaps in ensuring that the countries or the communities are able to actually achieve the target?
Yeah, thank you very much. And also, just to perhaps give a little bit of context that emphasizes what Jochen was saying there, much of this data is from the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which UNDRR is tasked with monitoring. And as you can see, a lot of that progress is very positive, is based on official reported data. So it has some advantages and also some disadvantages. And perhaps the whole picture is a good steer, but we need to be very careful about the nuance that those data also tell us. So I also wanted to flag that, as you can see from the progress, there is some progress, some very positive progress being made. And just to give you an idea of the scale of why this is so important, it's estimated that between 2015 and 2023, 2.7 billion people were preemptively evacuated from one disaster or another as a result of early warning systems working in their respective countries. So it's a really important life-saving tool that we all need to, to really work on. But to come back to some of the gaps that you were asking about, I think there's several main sort of buckets, if you like. The first one being financial. Although Early Warning for All has an increase in has resulted in an increase in financing flows to this topic. The amount of money that is needed is very large, and in many countries, it's unfortunately not very sustainable. So at the moment, it's still relying on external funding and also short-term projects, so international development aid. And we need to get to the point where countries are able to sustain and maintain and upgrade those systems, with in their own power and their own design. So that's one important bucket. The second one I would like to highlight is on evidence and evidence base and the data. This again is improving, and AI is helping in that regard. But we still have a lot of gaps in disaggregated data, so understanding how disasters are impacting different people of different genders, different people in the communities, and how we can tailor our response to help the people who are most impacted. There's a very important gap that we need to recognize in very fragile states and countries. So SIDS, small island developing states, of which Asia Pacific has many. We also have landlocked developing countries and less developed countries which really struggle in this regard. And also fragile contexts themselves, so a country that's facing conflict or instability, political instability. We find those areas are really struggling to establish and maintain early warning systems. And the last one, which has been touched on, is that last mile communication. I think it's the most relevant for this audience. Of course, the media has a very important role to play throughout the early warning system delivery, as our speakers have shown. But this last mile communication, it's not only a technological problem, it's also a very cultural problem. So some of the reasons that people may not receive or act on an early warning when they actually receive it, there can be a cultural mismatch between official messaging and local realities. And I saw this myself firsthand in the Philippines, in Tacloban, when I was there 10 years after Typhoon Yolanda. And several people in the community told us, if only they had told us the storm was a tsunami, we would have known we had to evacuate. But of course, the scientific and official message was it was not a tsunami. So you have this disconnect with what the science is telling us with how people interpret what they need to do. And this is a very important place where the media can play a key and life-saving role. Secondly, what we see is word of mouth and trusted social networks still remains one of the most important ways that communities are getting their information. So again, we've heard about radio, we've heard about drama, we've heard about the ways that people actually receive trusted sources of information. And it's very important that we don't make assumptions about the delivery of that message and how people react. And I just wanted to make a very short comment on the complexity of communicating risk. Now, I can show you the data for travel, let's say. I can show you that statistically it's infinitely more safe to fly in a plane than to drive in a car. But if you're frightened of flying, there's no way I will be able to convince you with that statistic. So I like to say that sometimes there are almost 8 billion interpretations of risk on the planet. It's almost an individual level. So again, what we need is the media to step in and to use the data. We have good data, use the data, but don't rely. Data alone is not enough. How do you tell that story in a compelling way that will make people make good decisions and save lives? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Those are really, really good pointers, and we will come to that because Early Warnings for All has 4 pillars, and we come in in pillar number 3, which is the warning, dissemination, and communication. And so we are joined by experienced broadcasters who have decades of experience in emergency broadcasting. We'll start with Noriko. With NHK's extensive warning broadcasting, let's talk about the successes. What communication practices most consistently drive action during emergencies?
Okay, thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be on this stage. Just to start answering your question, let me just say in Japan, as most of you know, Japan is a disaster-prone country, and for many Japanese people, the experience of disasters remain as very vivid memories. Yes. So this is true with the government agencies, and Japan has established early warning system, and television, radio, and internet services all send the alert simultaneously. And for those who have experienced the disasters before, this alert really works. It resonates with them really well. But now, with more foreign workers and tourists in Japan, the number is growing. We have NHK, let me just show you, yes. Doesn't work. Yes. Yep. We have developed automatic push notification service for disaster warning, earthquake, tsunami, and heavy rainfalls and that kind of things, available in 11 languages for foreign people in Japan. I think it's really important for us because we have 4 million people in Japan already working in Japan. And I start working, answering your question. I believe the key factor in prompting people to take action, such as early evacuations to save life, is the knowledge about disasters that the recipient possess even before the disaster happens. Let me show you another one. Can you just change? Yes. This is a survey, and it shows our challenge. It's mainly for the foreign tourists, but you can see what they are interested in. They are interested in tourist spots like Mount Fuji. They want to know about the useful language while traveling in Japan. They want to know about good ramen noodle shops, but the number of people really interested in the disaster information remains 10% in Japan. So you can see just how low it is. And what I believe to be most effective is to actively engage with the people in communication practice on regular basis, on everyday basis. Can you just change the slide for me? We have a special site for people with different mother languages. It's in 19 languages. And next slide, please. We give text-style information, how to save your life, what to do in water outage, what to do in the really hot weather and that kind of things. Every day, one text article, and they can see it anytime you want. The other part, the more good ones now we are working on, is just show the next slide, please. We have videos for those people. You don't need any, it's a short video that we can put on social media. And you can see it's like very easy things. I'll show one of that. It's only 40 seconds. Can you just put go to the next slide? Does it have the audio on? Okay, and you can. It's a funny one. An easy 40-second short video clip, but by posting this content on social media, they think it's even useful, not only in disasters, but in their everyday life. So they follow us, and they remember us as useful information source in the case of disasters. So these kind of efforts on everyday basis, I think really works.
These are really practical stuff that they can use, not just warnings, so they know what to do when a disaster hits. Now, from Japan, we now move to Teresa, joining us online. I guess my question is, Australia being a vast geographical area with different hazards all across its different zones, what have been the successful communication strategies have you implemented at ABC?
I'd say that we've been consistent across the country. lots of different things happen, lots of bushfires, lots of tornadoes, lots of storms. Fortunately, not so many tsunamis, Noriko. You can have those all on your own. But what we've discovered is that something that's already been talked about a lot today already is trust is really important for getting those public messages out. I've just got a couple of really brief slides to help emphasize my message, and I'll share that with you now. So what this talks to is being trusted. So almost there. There we go.
Okay.
Hope you can see that now. At the ABC, the emergency broadcasting is a year-round thing for us, and I think it's probably similar for many countries. It's no longer something that we just switch on. If we look at the system, when I thought about this question and the questions that you were going to ask, Ariel, I thought how it's often described as we want to get from alert to action. That's kind of the key thing that we're talking about today. How do we help people interpret the information in many languages, in many locations, so that they know what to do? So that's where we as the media in Australia, and I'm sure around the world, play really important role. Because without that trust, people ignore the warning or they're oblivious to it because they're not on the right channels. So our role at the ABC has really been one of sort of editorial discipline, I suppose. So we try to be accurate first about the emergency, fast second, but always with context. And we have the luxury of having a full-time team who are there to help interpret the warnings 24/7, 365 days a year. So we are at it all the time. And we work across all those platforms, radio, television, all the digitals, all the socials. And the other thing that we have found is the key to our success, particularly in the last sort of 5 years, is really working with the agencies to help make warnings clearer, help communication patterns, help us get them to the communities, really, really fast. And I would say that no single platform is the answer for us. That's something that we've discovered, but that it must be clear. It must be local. This is stuff that you guys know. I've heard you talk about it already today. And for us, it's about repeating it and repeating it and repeating it until it's no longer needed or the message changes or whatever. One thing that we've kind of resolved and really kind of hold clear to our heart is that we're a trusted emergency broadcaster. And so we've seen that trust play out. They might not listen to us every day. They might not watch us every day. But we know when there's an emergency happening somewhere in their region, people are turning to the ABC as what we call your emergency broadcaster. I hope that goes some way to answering the question.
Thank you, Teresa. That's really good. The trust is there. It has to be really built first. And I guess that also goes same for Noriko, for NHK. Now, we would like to go local. Again, for the case of Bhutan, would you be able to share, I know you have a big concern here about the glacial lake outburst flooding. But can you share a warning that successfully triggered community response and what factors made that happen?
First of all, thank you for having us here. I think I represent the National Med Agency, and I believe National Med Agencies sit at the top of the whole early warning services chain. Before I answer your question directly, I have a slide here, but that's my last slide. It's also the first and the last slide. But before I get to the presentation and get to your question, I'd like to make a few specific points. I think thanks to BBS also, over the years in Bhutan especially, people thought that forecasting was done by BBS. And most of the time when we go wrong, BBS equally took the blame. So thank you for sharing the responsibility of taking the blame. So I think investing in trying to get the information correct, the earlier presenters have already highlighted about that one. I think it's very important that we need to invest and try to understand the hazard first when we talk about early warning services. I was telling the other day my stakeholders where we had a meeting such as this one, see the the disaster is going to be there. So long as the world exists, there's going to be hazard. There's no question about that. And so long as the life exists, there will be disaster. The intervention and the difference that we can make is if you can understand the hazard. That's the critical point that I want to make. We will have to understand the hazard. We should be able to know where it's going to happen, how is it going to happen, and why is it happening. If you do not understand the hazard, no matter what kind of preparedness you have, it's not going to work. So I think this is one point that I want to make. The other point that I want to make is because it has been advocated so much globally, regionally, and also nationally, it seems that everybody wants to do early warning services. For some reason, everybody wants to do early warning services, and I don't know why. I mean, in the scientific field, it's very good. That's how we raise our standards. Double doing is actually good. You can compare things, increase our efficiency, you can have more reach to the people. The problem with the early warning services is when you have too much information, when you have too much sources, then you lose the source of truth. We lose track of the single source of truth, and then when you have so much inconsistent messaging, then you have disaster even before the disaster. So that's the problem, and I see this coming. Even if you look at globally, regionally, everybody just wants to pick up the early warning services and do early warning services. And so I think it's very important that we avoid the confusion with all the, of course, good to have so many initiatives. So that's one point. Another point that I want to make, especially for Bhutan, I think forecasting is extremely difficult. I was also telling the other day that if forecasting is accurate for Bhutan, or let's say it's 90% accurate, then the science is wrong. Because that's not how the early warning or the forecasting system works. We are not just providing you the warning, we're basically trying to communicate the risk. And that is the gap we have right now. Not just the early warning, even the basic forecasting that we provide to the public, we are not able to communicate the risk. Very often you will see that the demand from the public is that they want accurate forecast. They want 100 out of 100, We have to be location specific, but that's not how the forecasting system works. Let's say tomorrow there's going to be a very heavy rainfall, and we see that the chance is only 40%. But if you know that the impact of that particular event is very high, we still provide warnings. So basically, we are not worried about the false positives, We still want to warn you if you know that the impact of that particular warning is going to be huge. So this is something that media could perhaps bridge the gap. When we try to communicate the warning, we should be communicating also the risk. The Dashu DG director was suggesting that our reporting has been focusing so much on after events, We have to now shift for preparedness, interpreting the risk and interpreting the hazard. So, and for Bhutan, again, you will see that we say that we provide the forecast through media. We give it to television. Most people do not have television in the remote areas. We say we have a mobile app. Most people cannot afford to have a good smartphone. They cannot afford to have a good data, for example. So the hype that we see today with the AI, of course AI is good, that's transforming, but there's a real risk in terms of inclusion, especially in our context when we have large portion of the population, also in the region I would say, we have large portion of the population who are still struggling to cope up with the digital advancement that we see today. So these are some of the points that I would like to make. And then going to the slide, this is our early warning system basically. Our experience providing forecast and providing warning is that people are not ready to consume the information if it is not relatable for them. If it's not culturally relatable, they are not ready to consume. The information circulates within the small group of people like us. And for most, the information that we provide is just nice to know information. If it rains, let it rain, We are in the offices, we go out, have fun. But for the people in the remote area, the story is completely different. So what we do, for example, every year just before the monsoon, we call the astrologer, and then we make him present before the public and give our astrological perspective. So for example, a simple example, this year, if you look at the thing here, picture here, you have an ox with a red color, the whole body is red. This signifies that there will be some fire and heat related incidents. And then if you look at the stomach, that's black. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's green. This signifies that this year the rainfall for Bhutan will be normal. So these are the type of information, type of blending that we are trying to do in order to meet the demands for, the people, trying to contextualize for the local people. Now, specifically on the early warning system, our early warning systems are around GLOF, because that's the most important thing that we have, the serious risks that we have with the GLOF. And then we had the recent events in 2019, and we also had one in 2023. Unfortunately, not huge. It was relatively small. And one thing that we were able to do successfully was timely detection. We were able to detect both the incidences, but by the time the flood waters have come to the areas where we have human settlement, we did not have a huge impact. So I think one thing that we realized is we have to have a very close monitoring. That is one thing that we need to have a close monitoring. Of course, use of technology, all the communication systems, satellite systems, and by the way, we also have the people in the field in case what happens if the technology fails. And then that's also another area where media can chip in, just like what happened with our mic. What happens if the communication fails? What happens with if the messaging fails? And then the question is, how do we make use of social groups, community groups, on the local government structures that we have in the place. So thank you so much. These are some of the points that I would like to highlight. But I would be happy to answer questions later on if you have any specific questions for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Those are really, really specific points contextualizing how you're doing it here in Bhutan. Now, I would like to make a follow-up. Anyone could answer. I'm sure if it's Noriko or Teresa. But there are times that, these alerts reach our audience, but still the public failed to act on them. What do you think could be the reason for this? Would you be able to, very shortly, provide some answer, Noriko?
Yes. Is the mic on? Oh, yeah. Okay. I think official alerts, by nature, sent to the general public as a whole. But in contrast, what media organizations can do is that emphasize that these alerts are intended for you, living in this actual region, actual place, and that kind of thing. That's what we can really do. And to achieve this, the language service like what my team provides play a really vital role. But the other thing is it's extremely important, I think, for the media organizations themselves to be directly connected to local governments and hubs and leaders of local communities, like foreign communities. Can I just show my video? Is that fine? Please show my video with the audio on, please. I hope it shows. Okay, and go ahead with the, next one. Next. Oh, not the next one, sorry. So, for example, this is a practice we are actually doing. We provide the management team of companies that employ foreign workers with multilingual audio data. And can you just go to the next slide? Yes. That can be used during disasters. These audio files can be downloaded from our site. And we have different cases for tsunamis and earthquakes and that kind of things. This will show the audio. Yep, I think it will show the. Yep. So you can download from here. And now
A
this is in
tsunami
Japanese.
alert has been issued. Head to the highest possible ground right away. That
This
could
is
be a
created
tall
by
building.
AI-generated
If there is
audio.
no higher ground, get as far from the coast as you can.
มีประกาศเตือนภัยสึนามิ อพยพทันที
in another
ไป
language,
ที่สูง
and
ที่
they
สุด
can
เท่า
download
ที่จะ
it.
ไปได้
Even they don't speak this actual language, they
ไป
can
ชั้น
use
บน
it
สุดของอา
to
คาร
let
หรือ
the
ออก
employees
ห่าง
know.
จากชาย
This
ฝั่ง
kind of thing,
ให้
I think
มากที่
really
สุด
works.
Thank you. How about Teresa? Can you very shortly answer? What do you think? Sometimes when we issue the correct alert, they reach the right people, but the public, the users still fail to act on the warnings.
Yeah, you know, as been mentioned, sometimes people get very skeptical when the worst warning doesn't play out, and so that makes them harder to warn for next time, right? So what we've kind of learned in response to that is just to be consistent and not to overwarn. So we set our own kind of thresholds, working with the agencies to ensure that when we're warning, it's about threat to life and property. So we're trying to reduce some of that noise, you know, the hype. Other people and other social media and other services can be responsible for that, but we found that trust that I was mentioning before is built when we're consistent and when we use the intel from the agencies, our weather and our fire and flood agencies to ensure that we're trying to target the warnings. So we make our warnings as local as possible. I mean, some areas in Australia are big, right? Western Queensland covers thousands and thousands and thousands of kilometres, and the warning could be just for one part of that. But people in that area are kind of used to tuning in to hear their area or their town or their region mentioned, and you know, we try to make sure that we're consistent in giving those details that give people access to that information.
Thank you very much. And yes, Janet, would you like to add?
Thank you. I'd just like to say a couple. I'd just like to say a few words because trust has been talked about a lot and it's really important. And I think we need to also acknowledge that the context that we're operating in is extremely challenging. Governments, media, multilateral organizations, there's a lot of mistrust in the institutions at the moment. And so if you are managing to maintain and grow that trust, you're doing a spectacular job. And if not, it's not actually because you're not doing any of the things that we've heard the speakers talk about, like be consistent, be local, you know, do the right thing. What we see at the moment is that lies on social media travel 10 times faster than truths. And I don't know what that says about the human condition, but I find it very fascinating in terms of psychology. But what it means in practice, in reality for all of us, is that you need to work on that trust in between disasters consistently all the time. If you're trying to build trust at the moment that you need to get an early warning out, it's too late. So that consistency in between disasters, in peace, if you want, if you think about the disaster as our battlefield, but you want in peacetime, that's the moment to build those relationships and maintain them. But I just wanted to flag that it's never been more difficult because there's even mistrust in science right now and data. And sometimes what we're seeing as the UN, that what we used to rely on, the UN says X, Y, Z, that's no longer it no longer carries the same weight. And in some contexts, it may even be a disadvantage. So one of the things that concretely that we're doing is looking for champions and spokespeople who have more community trust than larger institutions. And that's one of the things I think that, that could be interesting for this group. I had one more point that I just wanted to flag on this. What were we talking about? It just went out of my head. I will come back to me.
Okay. And Joachim is raising his hand, so maybe he could also chime in.
Thank you. No, I really wanted to reiterate what Janet said about the trust. I mean, we used to have, you know, when the IPCC or when the WMO or when the UN said something, people would trust this information. And this is really changing. And of course, we're trying our best with science-based reports. Tomorrow, we will see the launch of the State of the Climate Report in Asia. But it's still getting more difficult. So the trust in the agencies that produce the forecasts and that issue the warnings is really, really crucial. And hearing that the media is working with them consistently is really nice to hear that. I wanted to share one insight I had the other day from talking with someone from the UK Met Office, because they were also encountering this issue. The warnings were good, everyone was informed, but people did not take action. So they worked with behavioral scientists or psychologists, and they actually tested something where they didn't say to the person, you need to do this or that, but you need to do this or that to help another person. And that really changed the behavior. So they wouldn't take action for themselves, but they would take action to help, the grandmother, their friend, their sick elderly. And I think we need to look at this level of social science as well to maybe change behaviors.
That's
Thanks.
a really good point. Yes, Jeanette.
I'm going to blame my jet lags for losing my last point, but it's a really important one for this group. One of the concrete recommendations I'd love to make is that what we do at UNDRR is we encourage the regular practice of evacuation drills or practice for extreme events. And what we encourage is the active engagement of the media in those drills. Now, what we find is, to date, many governments are engaging the media houses to report on this great exercise that we are running. But what we are pushing for is for media to be a stakeholder in that exercise, so that if the exercise is being run, if it's a tabletop or it's a community evacuation drill, the media has an active role, and this helps to build, I think, the trust between the community and the government with the media, so that when you actually need to deliver those early warnings for real, everybody is aware of the role and they're very comfortable with that role.
Thank you very much. Now, from the dissemination and warning, we also now go to last mile, which we have discussed even earlier during the first session. Now, I would like to go back to Ugyen. I know Bhutan has really, really remote villages, right, in the mountainous areas and can be isolated. You mentioned earlier the importance of the community leaders and the local networks in your success. But how do you maintain that connection and the trust so that you continue to be able to reach, these last mile communities?
Like I said earlier, I think especially for Bhutan, we'll see as we go into the remote areas, there's a huge digital divide. Diversity is huge. Language diversity is also there. These are the barriers that we have. And our experience communicating with the local leaders and trying to engage with the public was that they actually trust more of the social institutions that they have than the information that they get which is freely available, or central agencies. For instance, if NCHM go and tell them that, okay, there's going to be some kind of event tomorrow, that would make very little sense than a local leader or a community leader trying to tell them that, okay, this is what you have to do, this is what's going to happen tomorrow. So this establishment really works for us. And as I said earlier, the bigger risk that we have today, especially in Bhutan, because not everybody is digitally literate, we really need to be careful in terms of inclusion. Because during the times of disaster, everybody is disabled, okay? And as I said, with all the hype that we see, the technological hype, the AI hype we see that divide even getting wider. So these are the risks that we have. You see that AI that we discussed today. What's AI actually? It's basically, the algorithms, most of the algorithms that we see behind the AI, some of them have been here for hundreds of years. The only challenge for those AI algorithms were that there were no computational facilities, there were no computers, there's no computing systems, there were no infrastructure, smaller chips, bigger computings that we have today. That's the only difference, but otherwise, everything that we do with the AI, we have been doing for the entire time. So that's the only difference. And then, as I said, just like the early warning, everybody wants to do AI. They don't know what they're going to do it. And the risk that, again, we have is what we are going to do behind the scenes. What will the AI do behind the scenes? Who are your target audiences? What are your purposes? So, these are the things that we really need to consider. Of course, using AI has to be there. We have to adopt AI. We have to adopt technologies. But we really need to consider the limitations, and because we have to do justice to the people who are still here, who are still living their lives, and then they do not have access to the information that we have, like you and I have, for example. So for Bhutan, it has been really successful, especially we have our governance structures such that our local government at the lowest block, they have a system in which that they can communicate with every households during social gatherings, formal gatherings, and we use this structure quite often. Instead of directly posting on social media, we also provide our services to dedicated groups, community groups. We have WeChat groups, WhatsApp groups, and then we share the information there, and then they get access to this. So I think this is quite critical. As I said, technology is important, but then we really need to consider who do not have access to technology like you and I have. So thank you so much.
Thank you again. Now I'd like to connect that to you, Jeanette, because you mentioned the strength of the community and the social units in isolated areas is very important. Now, most of us, I mean, because of the digital advent, digital first alerts, how do we make sure that the offline groups, the marginalized groups, are not left behind? How do we ensure that the social connections and the social units are protected and also are able to get these alerts?
So I think that everyone, all the media houses who are attending here, you're all the real experts in that, because it's really about knowing your audience. And as you all know, there's no point in creating a channel and transmitting an amazing program if nobody's going to watch it. So in the end, it's the same journalistic priorities and standards and practice that we all know and are adhering to. In community and very remote and perhaps differentiated or quite distanced from government. In some communities, there are other angles to be considered, and many of them have already been touched on. And one of them is local dialect or vernacular. So it really is important which kind of language you're doing the messaging in. We've done some very interesting studies and explored around the world the role that indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge plays, and these are really important factors in some communities. It's very fascinating to see. I would encourage people not to see these in contradiction to science, but as a science in their own right, and very much engaged and in line, working together hand in hand with science. That's really where you see the best results, is where they are not seen as being somehow in conflict to modern day, or scientific. And I think that's even more important when we get with AI, because that somehow feels another step removed from people who are operating in a different kind of in a different way. And we have really fascinating and very important examples coming out of this region where indigenous traditional knowledges have saved lives, and that's from tsunami warning systems that are learned in Indonesia through song in schools. There's a wonderful example I remember from Japan many years ago with a farmer who burnt his rice field to send a warning to the to people to evacuate. There's really wonderful examples of this working in a context where there either was not modern connectivity or it's in hand with connectivity. So I think that one is really important. But it basically comes back down to knowing your audience, and that's a fundamental journalistic principle. And then, as I mentioned, the drills, I think those are also very important, because you can't bring a drill to a community. You need to work on that drill and that plan with the community, so the community has active buy-in, and this will go a long way to taking that digital alert and turning it really into practical action.
Now I go to Teresa and Noriko. I think my question would be, there would be cases wherein the alerts or whatever we have put out as broadcasters is not enough. Can you share some examples where you went above and beyond, that you really wanted to make sure that the warnings are out there for the audiences to understand and to act on? Let's start with...
One thing...
Yes, sorry. Go ahead, Teresa.
One thing that we've been having a bit of success with in the ABC is the live blogging,
which kicks in for, often larger emergencies, but that's not necessarily always the case. But we know that people want that constant stream of information, and talking about contrast here, this is, for example, a massive cyclone that was affecting the population of Brisbane, never seen before, unprecedented level of people who could possibly be impacted. And the numbers who are watching this blog so hungry for information about what this cyclone was doing, because it was dancing around and, possibly the threat was coming and going. And but we know that people were just so hungry for that, trusted information that we've been talking about. And the other thing is a hyper-local thing, relying on the great journalists and producers and presenters that we have all around the country, some in very isolated areas, who are often hearing from their community about the impacts before the agencies or officials are even aware of it, sharing those stories, allowing people to perhaps tell on the radio or the airwaves or the digital story about their impact for the first time. So that there's some ways that we're helping that information exchange between traditional and and other media platforms.
Thank you, Therese. How about for your case, Noriko?
Yes, in some cases of disasters, of course, radio still works the best if the internet is completely off. And what people really want was trustworthy information, of course, but also useful information. How to live under the disaster conditions, what you need to know where you can get clean water, where you can get the food, where you can get the shelters, and when you are going to get rescued, and that kind of information are really important, and it's really useful and vital. So they follow us instantly once you give the useful information. Useful and trustworthy, they have to go together, I think. That's what I think. Yeah.
That's covering the before, during, and after of a disaster.
Yes, if you can do it on daily basis, then you can really build the trust between the recipients and the media, and it makes things much easier in time of disaster, I think.
Thank you very much. Those are really good points. Now, I would like to go now to the future of warning communication. So I'll start with Joachim. With the advancement of AI and predictive modeling, are we expecting in the near future more personalized, tailored to an individual's needs, where we will be able to get these alerts telling us exactly what we should do?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure I'm the best to answer this, especially when it comes to the personalized messaging. But I can say that AI has really, or is revolutionizing weather forecasting and warning. And it has huge advantages, but also some risks. So, for example, it has improved accuracy, it has allowed better prediction and better tracking of storms and so on. It also makes forecasting much faster. Traditional models, they rely on differential equations and huge computing facilities, and it used to take hours or days to produce a forecast. Now, with AI models that are based on the data itself and the patterns in the data that goes back 40, 50 years, this could be done within seconds. We also have, because the models can combine all the different data sources, traditional weather observations, satellite observations, but also all the data from social media, from loss and damage databases or scenario studies. It can all be combined into a forecast that can be more localized, or even for an individual group. AI, of course, has not only improved the forecasting, so the pillar 2, but also the other pillars, especially communication, of course, but also response and preparedness. So, and maybe connecting to the last speaker, trustworthy and useful. So we see a risk, of course, that AI can undermine the authoritative voice of the Met Service or of the disaster management agency. Because sometimes we also don't know who's producing this, what is actually going in, what's happening in this black box. We sometimes don't know the result. Yes, it was accurate, but it was not, we don't really know why it was forecasted like that. But I think we can include impact information. So this famous impact-based forecasting is what people want. They want to know not the millimeters or the speed of the wind. They want to know what could happen and what do they need to do. And for this, I think it is very important that we better communicate uncertainties and the risk together with these possible impacts. And yeah, also as other speakers said, localize them, provide reference points from historic events or from locations people know. And now with GPS and everything, we can really localize the area and where the people receive the warnings if we forecast it for that area. So I think with impact-based forecasting, there's still a long way to go. But yeah, providing information in the warning that is actionable is crucial. But for that, the Met Service needs to work with those that have that data. So especially the disaster management offices, because we can only provide that risk information based on good loss and damage data or on scenario data. Maybe I stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Joaquin. Now, very quickly, I would like to ask the broadcasters, how do you see the future of warning communication for NHK and later for Teresa for ABC? You go ahead, Noriko.
With AI or technology? Yeah.
Could be any technology, not necessarily AI.
Oh yes, the evolution of AI is really revolutionary. It's really revolutionary, and we use AI on daily basis now in a newsroom. In my division, especially, we use AI only for not only for translation. But we translate and we check, human check, of course, with human check, but and also with speech synthesis, just you saw. And together with translation and speech synthesis, you can give the alert, audio alert, in multi-languages very speedily once the disaster happens. And that's a very good way to do that. But of course, I agree that AI has to be under human control. Of course, that's a basic rule. But otherwise, it really works well.
Thank you, Noriko. How about for you, Teresa, at ABC?
Yeah, the ABC is being pretty cautious about AI, but we're also trying to keep an eye on it because we know that it's going to be a very useful tool. And particularly to that point about translating, it seems like everybody in the Australian emergency environment has been trying to come up with ways to translate warnings into multiple languages, even Indigenous languages, which can, be very hard to translate. So I think that's probably a part of the future for us. But I always hold my hands really wide when I talk about the future for emergency broadcasting, because we have to be at the start in radio and those, traditional technologies, but we also have to be keeping one eye on that future and how AI and other technological advances that personalize warnings can help us. So for the moment, we still have to keep a pretty broad spectrum, right, and be kind of there, wherever people are accessing the information.
Thank you. And I think Janet has to chime in as well.
Yeah, I'd like to just add something on this. And it's really key to always remember that AI is only as good as the data that you put into it. And the successes that we're seeing now are really results of the investment that we've made as humans in science, in knowledge, in journalism, in reporting, in trusted voices, in creativity, in art, in music. I mean, if you say you can create, you can use your bot to create a song in the style of whatever it is, it's because of the human invention up to this point. So I would say that the role of journalists moving forward is really arguably more important than ever. We often hear about AI taking over different different, different roles or in different sectors. But what I would really stress is the human part of this. And there's something very human about journalism. There's something very human about people hearing a story from another human, or that person reporting the story in a very human and relatable way. And I think we shouldn't, while we need to monitor and we need to use those tools to speed things up, to make things better, to make things reach people that we cannot reach, let's also, as journalists, hang on to that thing that makes journalism so wonderful, which in my mind is the humanity, and I think it's the most important part.
I think at the end of it all, it's the human connection and our humanity. Now, I will now be opening the floor for a Q&A. So I would invite the participants, if you have any questions, you can address it to our panel members joining us here in Paro and those who are online. So if you have any question, please do raise your hand. Okay. If you don't have questions yet, I will be the first to ask. I wanted to raise this because it's really important for the audiences that we are sending these alerts and warnings to. Disaster fatigue, warning fatigue, and disaster desensitization for the countries who are usually hit by different hazards, like the Philippines and like Japan. Anyone can answer, but how do we address that? How do we incorporate these factors into issuing, our stories and our alerts to the way we broadcast? Would you be able to answer first, Noriko?
How to cope with the disaster information fatigue kind of thing?
Yeah, and the desensitization because of the repeated disasters happening.
Oh, yes. Well, it's difficult. The challenges are there, even in Japan as well. But one systematic thing that we are doing is giving the levels to the stage of the alert, how serious the alert may be. So it's really serious level. Japan's meteorological agency just changed the standards recently, so we are adjusting all our broadcasting system to that. It's a hard work, but it's like a very early warning, light warning, and then quite middle serious, and then really serious. You have to start preparation for evacuation, and then now is the time for your evacuation, and they've created the highest level, that this is the level you have already evacuated to save your life. So that kind of level of, the standards kind of give you the sense of seriousness. And it's just one way of coping the fatigue, information fatigue, maybe. Just came up to my mind.
But that's a really good example. Would you like to add to it, Teresa or Joaquin?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we've had three big disasters in Australia this season that ran for more than 28 days. So one was a fire and two were big floods. So there was a lot of fatigue, as you can imagine, but still were people. So there were people at various stages. There were some people who were starting to go into recovery. There were some people who were still being threatened. So we were having to kind of filter that, across those long events. And the events were re-emerging. They were re-intensifying at times after they'd calmed down. So it was a real delicate balance, and editorial knowledge, that human journalism factor really came into the room. People who were in the communities knew when they were getting sick of hearing the warnings, and we would pull back a little bit, but know that we were still, keeping an eye on it. So that editorial factor really comes into play, I think, for the long-running incidents or when there's a chance of fatigue. You really have to listen to what the community are saying, and having people who live in those communities and who are telling us, that behind the scenes was real key for those couple of incidents that I was talking about.
Thank you. Yes, Joaquin, very shortly.
Yes, if I may add, I think it's also important to think about the end of a disaster. So when to lift the alert or the warning, when to say everything is okay again. And the second point is to address failures or false alarms openly, to really discuss what went wrong, why was it wrong, why was that alert maybe not accurate. And Janet said earlier, the drills are important, but there's also all these after event reviews and all these processes and to engage the media, to engage the communities in this process, I think will also make them more, alert or responsive and differentiate between repeated alarms or false alarms, just to make them more responsive, I think.
Thank you. Now we have a question from the audience. Yes, Mali?
Yes. My question is regarding, we're talking about language and inclusivity, right? But the problem is that sometimes it's not about the language in terms of what language it is. It is the language, the technical language, and some of you referred to that when you were answering your questions, is that sometimes we speak the same language as in English, Hindu, but then the terms for the public, they would not understand the messages that are being transferred. So basically, maybe this is my question to the media organizations, to the outlets there, is that do you have some sort of a glossary, or do you have where you interpret certain technical terms to actually the public language in the sense? Last year in the previous ABU summit, I remember still that there was one of the speakers who mentioned in Philippines that there was a disaster, and then although information was disseminated in the spoken languages or different languages of the country, but then the information, it was not understood properly by the public, and therefore it was a catastrophe. So basically, do media organizations are the journalists that work with you, or you as a journalist, do you have this already a capacity, understanding yourself, of understanding what the technical term is and how you translate it to the public so that the message will actually get across?
Let's hear from Noriko first.
Okay. I believe, yes, we do. That's the important role for media, to translate official difficult terms into understandable languages so that they can really act on the alert. Yeah, and so especially our news anchors, they train a lot to just tell how serious they are. Just, leave that place now so that tsunami is coming. You have to leave. Leave, that's only the one thing, one message that needs to be told, that kind of thing. Yeah, they train on the everyday basis for that kind of thing. It has to be really simple message on what you do in time of disaster. So that works for Japan in different languages, yes, as well.
Let's hear from Teresa.
Yeah, I would say that one thing that we're very focused on is plain language, in English mostly, of course, to start with. And as emergency broadcasters, we spend a lot of time talking about how we can make the warnings more accessible, because we know that an accessible warning can be translated easily and it can be broken down more easily if it's simpler to start with. So sometimes at the start of an event, you might let some of those kind of over-technical words slip in, but often I've had a broadcaster say to me, or I've done it myself, you say the word out loud, often live, and you're like, what does that mean? Okay, I'm going to check that. So the next warning that we do in 15 minutes has the information broken down a little bit more. We're starting to understand it. Here's the sort of plainer version. Here's what you need to do. Here's what's happening. Here's what you need to do. We can try and break it down into those accessible. And one time I heard a presenter read a 3-page warning from the beginning to the very end. And it's been my mission as an emergency broadcaster since then to ensure that never happens again. And we try and break them down to, if we can, 2 or 3 sentences.
Thank you. And Jeanette, would you like to?
Yeah, I'd love to add on this because I think the United Nations is extremely guilty of this. So now we have the challenge of technical and scientific accuracy being translated into something that people can understand and act on, and that's a completely legitimate process that needs to take place. And we add into the mix the UN jargon, essentially. And I can speak very frankly with you, it's like one of the banes of my existence, and really encouraging our technical people to let go of some of that language so that we can get the message across. And if we zoom out just a little bit, because I know we're talking about emergency response and disasters, but if we look more broadly at the climate message, I am a strong believer that we've been struggling partly with getting the message across, with the fatigue, with the not really understanding the impact, partly as a result of not speaking language that people really, really understand. And if we look at the language that the climate change deniers speak, they speak very plain language. They speak very clearly. They don't care if they're not 100% completely accurate with the science. They are going for what sells, what people latch onto, and what is niggling in all of our minds when we just think, well, yeah, I mean, I hear that, but I don't fully understand it, and I don't know really what I'm going to do with that. On the other hand, over here, I have a message that's crystal clear. So I'm trying as a UN communicator. There's a big push now. There's actually a big global initiative on clear, transparent communication. One of the things we would try to do is break down that kind of jargon. And I think the other angle to come at this, as was mentioned by many of the speakers, is the impact communication. So we might say that there's going to be a sea level rise of 0.5 centimeters, and that doesn't sound like anything. If I look on my ruler, it's just almost negligible. But what that means is catastrophic. So can we describe this in plainer language, get rid of the jargon, help people to understand, and help people, as you said, it's not only we're speaking the same language, but somehow we're using different dictionaries. So let's just all get on the same dictionary.
Yes.
I cannot agree more to Janet. The misinformation, false informations tend to be simple and sensational. So people get attracted. That's by nature, that's so. But, you have to be simple and trustworthy. So that's the challenge. Yeah, and accurate. That's the thing.
And sometimes, can I borrow? And sometimes as, sorry, if I may chime in as well, it's also just being conversational. Sometimes you can use the technical terms, but for as long as you're conversational, it actually helps them understand. And when you use it repeatedly, of course, they get to have a sense of what it does. The next time they hear it, they know already what it means. But now I have to close the session. We're running out of time. Just a final question, just to wrap things up now. This is for everyone, and I hope everyone can answer very, very shortly. You've mentioned very great points earlier about how we can get our audiences to act on the issuances that we release. So, some of you already may have answered this, but what most important ingredient in ensuring that alerts turn into action? Let's start with our panelists online. Let's start with Joaquin, and then followed by Teresa.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Could you repeat the question, please?
Sorry. What is the most important ingredient in ensuring that all alerts can turn into action?
Well, speaking for the WMO, of course, as a global organization, we have to recognize that there's a whole global machinery behind every warning that is produced. But if I think of more downstream, I think it's redundancy in the channels and have impact-based information that doesn't ignore the uncertainty and the risk that is associated with every message.
Thank you very much. Yes, Teresa?
I would say that, as well as trust and those other really important things that we've talked about, that the media needs to be part of the early warning system. We need to be part of the education process. We need to be part of the, preparing our communities and be there for them in the quiet times, not added on later. So not expecting the media to do what you want in the middle of a crisis. Let us be there with you through it. And clarity is more important than complexity during a crisis.
Thank you. And how about you? What is the most important ingredient in ensuring that alerts turn into action?
I think we have covered most of the points, but we missed one point, that's the ability to respond. You have the best early warning systems, and we assume that everybody can respond equally. So that's the missing link. I think that's not the story always. Different people respond differently, and in most cases, people do not have the economic ability to respond to the warnings or the disaster. Unfortunately, Bhutan, we were not able to participate in the early warning for all initiative led by WMO initially, but thanks to GCF and also WMO, we are now working on to joining the initiative and trying to contribute and also trying to get their support in terms of covering other hazards not just the Glacier Lake outburst flood. So once again, we thank everyone, including the GCIF. We have just gone through the concept note phase, and which has been approved, and hopefully we are hoping that we'll have a system that covers all the disaster that the DG was mentioning in the morning. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I cannot agree more to all my colleagues. Trust, usefulness, clarity, they are all important, but you have to try them on practical level. You have to do a daily practice and learn from the experience if things don't go well. I think that's the most important part for the media organizations. Thank you.
So the curse of going last is that I had to hear all of the things I wanted to say get said one by one. So I'm going with working together. And the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, we say that disaster risk reduction is predominantly the role of the governments to protect citizens, but everybody has a role. And so without everybody playing their role, we will not get that done. And just a shameless plug for the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction theme this year is Resilience Starts at Home. So I would really hope that we've tried to choose a theme that people can identify with, relate to, get on board with, and understand how it affects everybody, right from government level all the way down to the individual household community level. So we're really looking forward to working together with the media to help to spread the message this year in October. Thanks.
Thank you all very much. Again, a big warm of applause for Joaquin Luther from WMO, Teresa Rockley Hogan from ABC. We're also joined by Jeanette Ellsworth from UNDRR, Noriko Kudo from NHK, and Ugen Chufel from Bhutan's NCHM. Thank you very much. And that ends our session.
We have a photo session. Please stay online, our panels joining us online. Thank you so much for this beautiful, wonderful, inspiring session. Thank you, Jochen. Thank you, Teresa. And now I think we have a housekeeping announcement, right?
Thank you very much, Ms. Nargiza. And thank you to our moderators. Thank you to our panelists, both present here as well as virtually. I'm sure you guys have all built up quite an appetite. So this is the housekeeping announcement. We will now break for lunch. And I invite all the delegates as well as guests, honored guests, to enjoy the lunch. And we will reconvene right after lunch at 2 p.m. So thank you very much, and we'll come back.
Ji ja dale zin kha dole
Dramatic scenery, winding mountain passes, snow-capped peaks, fluttering prayer flags and vibrant rhododendrons are the backdrop for a colorful culture steeped in religion and mythology. When you are in the land of happiness, the call of adventures never settle down. Make the most out of your visit to this remote mountainous nation through a professional tour operator. Trekking holidays and cultural tours offer a unique insight into the kingdom of the Thunder Dragon, the most mysterious of all the Himalayan kingdoms. Here in the land of the Thunder Dragon, you can hike through stunning valleys and across high mountain passes, visit isolated villages, and explore the countless ancient fortresses and tiny Buddhist monasteries. If you are experienced, acclimatized trekkers looking for an ultimate challenge, legendary Snowman Trek would be the one you have been looking for. Snowman Trek is ranked as one of the toughest treks in the Himalaya as the path weaves through high mountain terrains of northern Bhutan. Whichever adventure you choose, you will be captivated by the stunning landscape, ancient culture, and humble people of Bhutan. Trekking in Bhutan is a rare, life-affirming experience. Unlike any other country in the Himalayas, cradled to a multitude of life, this is the land of the Thunder Dragon. A destination in Southeast Asia that supports one of the world's most vibrant ecological corridors. Beyond the winding rainforests of the southern lowland, the breathtaking terrain of the north sustains a wealth of diverse plants and wildlife. It is no wonder then that Bhutan is considered as one of the world's most biologically diverse environments. Every day, a new species awaits its discovery. As these fragile mountain terrestrial environments have supported their own unique set of mammals, amphibians, plants and reptiles, showing over the landscape is one of nature's most intriguing life forms. Bhutan is a country blessed with the highest concentration of endemic birds. In each distinct set, there forms a unique community of a bird species. Ranging from moderate regions to the lowland tropical forest, from marshy areas to the towering mountains, bird-watching sites offer suitable conditions for birding life. Bhutan is identified as one of the 10th biodiversity hotspots in the world and the country firmly recognized as the center of 221 endemic birding areas. As many as 770 species of birds are recorded, and many more are yet to be discovered. this natural wonders has the power to render you breathless. Behold one of nature's remarkable creatures and be a witness of your own story in the land of happiness.
What if success was not counted in wealth, but felt in the happiness of its people? High in the Himalayas, there is a kingdom that chose differently. A place where forests are not resources, but guardians. Where culture is not remembered, but lived. And where progress is measured by the well-being of the human spirit. Here, the air feels untouched. Bhutan, the world's only carbon-negative country. Forests breathe life, rivers carve their ancient paths, mountains stand timeless. This is not conversation, this is a promise. And at its heart lies an idea, gross national happiness. A belief that progress must serve human happiness, balancing growth with culture and compassion. Here, tradition lives. In monasteries above the clouds, in prayer flags carried by the wind, in festivals alive with color and spirit. And in every smile, happiness is not chased, it is cared for together. Across mountains and valleys, a voice connects the nation. VBS, informing, educating, and inspiring, telling the story of a people becoming. Now, a new chapter begins. A generation rooted in wisdom reaching forward. At its heart, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, where economy meets ecology and the future is shaped with awareness. Here, the future is not rushed, it is nurtured. Because when nature thrives, when culture endures, and when compassion leads, a nation flourishes. And from the Himalayas, a quiet message. Progress can be mindful, development can be humane, and happiness can lead the way. Bhutan, where happiness breathes.
On the eastern fringe of Himalayas, where the mountain touches the sky and the winds carrying the warm sense of Indian subcontinent, there is a country of friendly and hospitable people. A country of contrast whose diversity is one of its greatest treasures. It is a land where nature remained untouched with the level of biodiversity unparalleled. A realm of beautiful valley sprinkled by fresh waters flowing down from the Himalayas and embraced by the radiant rays of the sun. A country of artists whose works have made it world-renowned. Its history can be seen in its magnificent fortresses where kings lived and history unfolded as the march of time itself. In the rich history of temples surrounded by enchanted forces, abandoning the mundane life with compassion to all sentient beings. It is called the land of happiness, as history weds the secular aspects of life intertwined with the bounty of natural surrounding amidst modern life. These stunning snow-capped mountains that can take the breath away for even the most experienced travelers. It is a place where the beauty of the landscape is rivaled only by the majesty of flora and fauna. And even when you think you have seen everything, Bhutan has something more to offer. The possibility to explore, relax and enjoy an endless dream journey in a country which is otherwise just a dot on the globe. Bhutan is always and much more a marvelous and captivating country from the moment you arrive. Embark on an exciting journey to the land with culture as diverse as those who come to experience it, and those who come to visit often return because no two visits to Bhutan are quite the same.
Awesome.
dramatic scenery, winding mountain passes, snow-capped peaks, fluttering prayer flags, and vibrant rhododendrons are the backdrop for a colorful culture steeped in religion and mythology. When you are in the land of happiness, the call of adventures never settles down. Make the most out of your visit to this remote mountainous nation through a professional tour operator. Trekking holidays and cultural tours offer a unique insight into the kingdom of the Thunder Dragon, the most mysterious of all the Himalayan kingdoms. Here in the land of the Thunder Dragon, you can hike through stunning valleys and across high mountain passes, visit isolated villages, and explore the countless ancient fortresses and tiny Buddhist monasteries. If you are experienced, acclimatized trekkers looking for an ultimate challenge, legendary Snowman Trek would be the one you have been looking for. Snowman Trek is ranked as one of the toughest treks in the Himalaya as the path weaves through high mountain terrains of northern Bhutan. Whichever adventure you choose, you will be captivated by the stunning landscape, ancient culture, and humble people of Bhutan. Trekking in Bhutan is a rare, life-affirming experience. Unlike any other country in the Himalayas, cradled to a multitude of life, this is the land of the Thunder Dragon. A destination in Southeast Asia that supports one of the world's most vibrant ecological corridors. Beyond the winding rainforests of the southern lowland, the breathtaking terrain of the north sustains a wealth of diverse plants and wildlife. It is no wonder then that Bhutan is considered as one of the world's most biologically diverse environments. Every day, a new species awaits its discovery. As these fragile mountain terrestrial environments have supported their own unique set of mammals, amphibians, plants and reptiles, showing over the landscape is one of nature's most intriguing life forms. Bhutan is a country blessed with the highest concentration of endemic birds. In each distinct set, there forms a unique community of a bird species. Ranging from moderate regions to the lowland tropical forest, from marshy areas to the towering mountains, bird-watching sites offer suitable conditions for birding life. Bhutan is identified as one of the 10th biodiversity hotspots in the world and the country firmly recognized as the center of 221 endemic birding areas. As many as 770 species of birds are recorded, and many more are yet to be discovered. This natural wonders has the power to render you breathless. Behold one of nature's remarkable creatures and be a witness of your own story in the land of happiness.
What if success was not counted in wealth, but felt in the happiness of its people? High in the Himalayas, there is a kingdom that chose differently. A place where forests are not resources, but guardians. Where culture is not remembered, but lived. And where progress is measured by the well-being of the human spirit. Here, the air feels untouched. Bhutan, the world's only carbon-negative country. Forests breathe life, rivers carve their ancient paths, mountains stand timeless. This is not conversation, this is a promise. And at its heart lies an idea, gross national happiness. A belief that progress must serve human happiness, balancing growth with culture and compassion. Here, tradition lives. In monasteries above the clouds, in prayer flags carried by the wind, in festivals alive with color and spirit. And in every smile, happiness is not chased, it is cared for together. Across mountains and valleys, a voice connects the nation. VBS, informing, educating, and inspiring, telling the story of a people becoming. Now, a new chapter begins. A generation rooted in wisdom reaching forward. At its heart, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, where economy meets ecology and the future is shaped with awareness. Here, the future is not rushed, it is nurtured. Because when nature thrives, when culture endures, and when compassion leads, a nation flourishes. And from the Himalayas, a quiet message. Progress can be mindful, development can be humane, and happiness can lead the way. Bhutan, where happiness breathes.
On the eastern fringe of Himalayas, where the mountain touches the sky and the winds carrying the warm sense of Indian subcontinent, there is a country of friendly and hospitable people. A country of contrast whose diversity is one of its greatest treasures. It is a land where nature remained untouched with the level of biodiversity unparalleled. A realm of beautiful valley sprinkled by fresh waters flowing down from the Himalayas and embraced by the radiant rays of the sun. A country of artists whose works have made it world-renowned. Its history can be seen in its magnificent fortresses where kings lived and history unfolded as the march of time itself. Sentient beings. It is called the land of happiness, as history weds the secular aspects of life intertwined with the bounty of natural surrounding amidst modern life. These stunning snow-capped mountains that can take the breath away for even the most experienced travelers. It is a place where the beauty of the landscape is rivaled only by the majesty of flora and fauna. And even when you think you have seen everything, Bhutan has something more to offer. The possibility to explore, relax and enjoy an endless dream journey in a country which is otherwise just a dot on the globe. Bhutan is always and much more a marvelous and captivating country from the moment you arrive. Embark on an exciting journey to the land with culture as diverse as those who come to experience it, and those who come to visit often return because no two visits to Bhutan are quite the same. dramatic scenery, winding mountain passes, snow-capped peaks, fluttering prayer flags, and vibrant rhododendrons are the backdrop for a colorful culture steeped in religion and mythology. When you are in the land of happiness, the call of adventures never settle downs. Make the most amphibians, plants, and reptiles showing over the landscape is one of nature's most intriguing life forms. Bhutan is a country blessed with the highest concentration of endemic birds. In each distinct set, there forms a unique community of a bird species. Ranging from moderate regions to the lowland tropical forest, from marshy areas to the towering mountains, birdwatching sites offer suitable conditions for birding life. Bhutan is identified as one of the 10th biodiversity hotspots in the world, and the country firmly recognized as the center of 221 endemic birding areas. As many as 770 species of birds are recorded, and many more are yet to be discovered. This natural wonders has the power to render you breathless. Behold one of nature's remarkable creatures and be a witness of your own story in the land of happiness.
What if success was not counted in wealth, but felt in the happiness of its people? High in the Himalayas, there is a kingdom that chose differently. A place where forests are not resources, but guardians. Where culture is not remembered, but lived. And where progress is measured by the well-being of the human spirit. Here, the air feels untouched. Bhutan, the world's only carbon-negative country. Forests breathe life, rivers carve their ancient paths, mountains stand timeless. This is not conversation, this is a promise. And at its heart lies an idea, gross national happiness. A belief that progress must serve human happiness, balancing growth with culture and compassion. Here, tradition lives. In monasteries above the clouds, in prayer flags carried by the wind, in festivals alive with color and spirit. And in every smile, happiness is not chased, it is cared for together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 minutes
Across mountains
till
and
the afternoon
valleys,
sessions.
a voice connects the nation.
beautiful valley sprinkled by fresh waters flowing down from the Himalayas and embraced by the radiant rays of the sun. A country of artists whose works have made it world-renowned. Its history can be seen in its magnificent fortresses where kings lived and history unfolded as the march of time itself. In the rich
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know my tone is a little bit louder because the energy is perhaps maybe lower. However, I hope you really enjoyed your lunch, and we want to keep up the energy because we still have 2 more very interesting sessions, panel discussions coming up. So on that note, welcome back to the afternoon session, and this gives me the privilege to once again welcome back Miss Nargiza, and the stage is now yours.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It was very delicious. A bit spicy, but I liked it. Thank you so much. So we continue, and our next session is connected to the ABU UNESCO project that we have been doing for years, I think for 3 years already. And it is about the disaster preparedness and response plan model that we have developed together with UNESCO and launched it last year during the climate summit, media summit on climate action and disaster prevention in Colombo, Sri Lanka. So this year we continue doing this work, and we're introducing this model plan for South and Southeast Asia countries. And I would like to invite the moderator and also one of the managers of this project, my good friend Mali Hazas. She is an advisor for communication and information for South Asia at the Delhi Regional Office, UNESCO. Please welcome Mali.
My voice is usually loud, yeah, but I need it still. Thank you very much, Nargiza. And thank you very much for everyone for this event, but I have to say special thanks to Nargiza because honestly for her, making sure every single thing, little thing goes right, we're all enjoying the event because of that. So thank you very much for your professionalism.
But I forgot to tell, do you want to play that video now or before?
Maybe.
Before we start with the video, right?
Yeah, especially after lunch. Let's warm you up.
Disasters are striking more often, hitting harder, and climate change is amplifying the impact. They often come with information disorder, a deadly mix of uncertainty and lies. In times of crisis, the media aren't just news, they are lifelines. They provide trusted information that guides action and saves lives. In quieter times, they explain disaster risks, uncover root causes, and help communities prepare and adapt. But preparedness isn't luck, it has to be built. Newsrooms need solid foundations and cannot improvise only when an emergency happens. That's why UNESCO, in cooperation with the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union, developed a model disaster preparedness and response plan for media institutions. Created with expertise and insights from media professionals and disaster experts from over 30 disaster-prone countries and aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, this is the first global blueprint to help media in this area. This practical tool is made for media organizations worldwide, regardless of type or size. It fortifies your institutional preparedness to guarantee business continuity. Then, it supports you in developing accurate information and engaging the public through every phase of a disaster, leaving no one behind. The model plan provides a comprehensive set of adaptable actions, from defining SOPs and protocols to formulating editorial policies. It guides you to stay operational, produce quality content, collaborate across sectors, and reach every audience. Visit our website now. You will find the full model plan, ready-to-use templates and checklists, and a series of real-world case studies. Use this model plan as a foundation. Align it with your context, assign a task team, create your own disaster preparedness and response plan, and inspire your fellow media organisations. Stay on air and keep the communities you serve informed every step of the way.
So for those who are interested, whether for this toolkit or some others that I'll mention now, let me know. I can share with you, maybe in the group. I don't want to send in the group because I'll spam everyone, but let me know. Send me a text and I can share with you all these resources or the links to the pages. Again, welcome to this session, Media Saving Lives, Lessons from Asia Pacific. Before I go into the session, before I introduce our esteemed panelists, I would like to share with you, as we were just talking about one of the resources that ABU and UNESCO have produced, and now we are implementing, piloting in some countries in the region. I'd like to share with you a few others. I was talking to maybe a couple of you today saying, for UNESCO, we work on different components, different areas, and all of them are very complementary. I'll mention to you some of them, and you'll see, but we work on everything from multilingualism to inclusivity. We work on AI, on disaster risk management, on freedom of expression, on access to information. And when you think about it, all of them are very much linked, whatever the scenario that it's in question. So one other initiative that I would like to mention that is very relevant, and I've heard a lot of you talk about it today when you talked about disinformation, misinformation. For UNESCO, there's a new global initiative that we have introduced recently in end of 2024, which is information integrity on climate change. We talk about disinformation a lot and misinformation, but it's all about the integrity of that information that we receive, right? Whether it's climate, whether it's health, whether it's, whatever it is, information, we have to make sure information integrity is maintained. So this particular initiative, it was actually led by, it's a UN-led initiative, co-chaired by UNESCO, the UN Secretariat, and the government of Brazil. The reason is the government of Brazil there is that they're putting in money, and that's what I also wanted to share with you. So basically, under this initiative, UNESCO is leading efforts to support research, evidence-based communication on climate integrity, with the first round of grantees already announced before COP30. And it was mostly focusing on countries in the global south. Now, this initiative, connected to it, there's this global fund, which is currently open for applications up until May 2027 for funding. In the previous first phase, it was launched in June 2025 by UNESCO and Brazil and the UN Secretariat. It provided financial support to organizations working on climate information integrity. And the first call, we received 447 applications, and nearly from 100 countries. And they were, at the time, 8 grantees. The reason they're 8 is because funding was up to 150,000 each. So I think for those of you who are interested in this area, let me know as well, and I can share with you more information. Just to quickly, because I want us to go to the panel, just to say 2 more initiatives that are important or areas that we support that is very much relevant. Media information literacy. I don't know how many of you know about media information literacy. It's a very important area we work on to make sure that people are critical thinkers. Critical thinkers, not to share, reshare disinformation, but also not to be impacted by it as such and to understand and play a role, whether as receivers, recipients, or producers of information. Last Media Information Literacy Week, which is 2025, October, the main topic, I'll tell you what it was exactly called, it was dedicated focus on climate change literacy, developing new curricula modules on climate risk communication that are being implemented across 12 Asia-Pacific countries so far through national UNESCO offices. So again, if anyone is interested for these curriculas, let me know, or if you want to discuss this topic. And of course, this is another initiative that we're working on with ABU, and we will talk about it later today with the panelists. But lastly, there's one area that a lot of people miss, which is very important. To those people who work to bring us this information, a lot of them, they put themselves in jeopardy. Now, in disaster, you can expect why, right? There's disaster, they don't have proper training, proper equipment. They also jump in there because they're maybe outlets or themselves, they want to get a scoop, they want to get information, so they're also at jeopardy. So safety of journalists is important, but there's even a more, like a bigger issue. Those journalists and investigative journalists who cover climate change issues, a lot of times those climate related topics are related to corruption, related to, either it doesn't have to be countries, it's even sometimes certain, groups that don't want this information to come out, right? So basically a lot of them are being attacked, are being harassed, are being maybe even killed, some of them. So the safety of journalists for them, to give us the right to support us to get this what we call the right to access information. So they bring us this information that is critical important to us. So their safety is also important. Just to keep this in mind while we discuss these 3 days, the issues of DRR and climate change, because those who also bring us the information, we're talking about their capacity, but also let's not forget about their safety. So without further ado, I'll go into the panel discussion. Now, today's discussion will explore 4 critical dimensions. First, lessons learned from recent disasters across the region. Second, we're going to explore how to institutionalize disaster preparedness and response plans with media organizations. And thirdly, how editorial teams and newsrooms can strengthen their readiness when every second counts. Now, before I start with my first segment, let me introduce our distinguished panelists for today. So we have with us Tinley Yanchen Dorji, Director of News and Current Affairs at BBC Bhutan, who brings valuable insights on public service broadcasting and reaching communities in geographically challenging environments. Welcome, Tinley. From Sri Lanka, we are joined by Janita Mendes, Director of Digital Media at News First, with strong expertise in real-time digital reporting and tackling misinformation during crisis. Welcome, Janita. We also have Atiq Kainan Ahmed, Technical Advisor and Disaster Risk Reduction Expert based in Thailand, who works at the intersection of science, early warning systems, and communication. And Atiq is now leading the joint project between ABU and UNESCO. Welcome, Atiq. Joining us from Fiji online, we welcome Fabien Randerath, Chair of the FBC Resilience Committee, who will share perspectives from small island developing states and institutional approaches to resilience. Welcome, Fabien. From the Philippines, we are pleased to have Ariel T. Rojas, resident meteorological at ABS-CBN, who plays a critical role in translating complex weather data into clear, actionable information for the public. Welcome, Ariel. This is exactly what we need, what we're talking about. And we are delighted to welcome Nguyen An Tu, senior journalist at VTV Vietnam, who brings important experience in frontline reporting and public communication during disaster situations in Southeast Asia. Welcome, Nguyen. So thank you for joining us today as panelists. As our dear audience, I would like to invite now each of our panelists to briefly reflect on a recent disaster that your organization has covered. If you're working in an outlet, an organization, please share what worked well, what were the challenges, and what would you do differently today? I can maybe perhaps start with Tinley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Well, as you know, we were all about to sleep on 7th June, 11 p.m., when my son just had fever and I'd given him paracetamol and he was about to sleep. Then my whole house started shaking. So we had a 5.5 magnitude earthquake on 7th June, 2026. And it really shook us up, shook us up. And there are 1 or 2 people who slept through it. So I won't name these people, but for most of us in Bhutan, we're all shaken up. Because earthquake, as you know, is an imminent danger in Bhutan, the Himalayan region that we are in, because there's a fault line, and we're due for a big one. The last big one happened 300 years ago. So this earthquake, the big one, is coming, but we don't know when. But yesterday, on 7th June rather, we had a small sample of it. So obviously, being the director of the News and Current Affairs Department of the BBS, I had to shoulder the responsibility of giving timely and pertinent information through our radio, through our television, through our social media and digital platforms. So I would like to say here, because 11 p.m. is when everyone tucks in and our broadcast ends by 11 p.m. So we just repeat the rebroadcast next morning. But here, everybody wanted to know what's happening. Is there an aftershock coming? So then my CEO, Mr. Dorji Tashi, was on the phone, on the WhatsApp chat group, and we were preparing to get the information out there. But at 11 past, or close to midnight, information is quite hard to source. So we had to go, I had to go through my female network where I'm in a network with female leaders, and one of them had a very relevant, up-to-date information from the Department of Geology and Mines, and there was a map with it, and it showed exactly where the epicenter was. The ground zero was Punakha, a district which is in the west of Bhutan, and which suffered the brunt of GLOF, which is glacial outburst flood in 1994. So obviously, the BBS thought earthquake in Bhutan means, and the epicenter being in Punakha, means the lakes, the glacial lakes nearby to the district to the north, which is Gasa, those lakes would also be shaking, right? And the water would be like getting displaced. And if you can see, that is one of the lakes, the glacial lakes up there. We are trying to bring down the water level, but still, it's okay. I'll just have one slide in the interest of time. So what we did right was we didn't hype up the information. We didn't do over information. We'd give over information because that would create a panic. So what we did is contact the relevant departments, like the Department of Geology and Mines, all the relevant National Center for Hydrology and Meteorology, the experts there. So we basically contacted the scientists who know this thing, earthquake. So that was the disaster kind of mitigation we did for the news, at least. We were able to give advisories, safety advisories. We were able to tell what happened, how it happened, and to prepare for aftershocks. And my news team is fairly young. The reporters are fairly young. We haven't trained them yet. They are fresh out of graduate school. So yeah, it is an uphill task to prepare a newsroom that is still, in the learning, training, on-the-job process. But however, we cannot go wrong with the facts, and we cannot sensationalize things. So we stuck to the basic information, timely information that we got, and we provided up to date. And we were also able to do myth busting, So there were a lot of social media posts where people put out information and, basically predicting more earthquake coming, and we were able to quell all that misinformation. I wouldn't call it a disinformation, it was misinformation. People were panicking, and BBS played a role in helping people get the right facts in a timely manner, in the time that it mattered most. So I would say we're still a work in progress. We have a lot of SOPs to put in place. We have a lot of training and skilling to do, but we take it very real. I mean, I was just joking that 1 or 2 people slept through the earthquake 7 June, but this could have had a far, far, far consequential impact on Bhutan and the neighboring countries. So we are very mindful that disaster can strike at any time, any place, and we have to prepare for the hour, and we have to be ready. And that's why we are also putting out a team which will consist of my editor-in-chief, my CEO, myself, and the directors of the BBS. We want to put an emergency team together. So the SOP is in place, the institutional SOPs are being made, and we require the help of the experts also to review that, and we'll hopefully connect with ABU to do that. So that's about it. And Bhutan being a carbon negative country, we are bearing the brunt of climate change, and we want the media and our voices to be heard, because those big nations also are accountable for it, Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, she deserves a clap. So that's great. You summed it up between challenges, what worked, what maybe didn't work, in the sense you were not prepared at the time. You were very resourceful. You were able to really put together, but this is why, again, these SOPs and what we talked about in this project that is being piloted is really important. To have a plan so that we don't wait until the disaster. Not all of us maybe will have the same reaction as you, immediately knowing what to do. So that's exactly that's why we need SOPs. So maybe we can go next and hear the next experience.
Thank you. For Sri Lanka, actually, it's the significant disaster we faced recently was Cyclone Dipwa in November. So when it happens, the traditional TV broadcasting was shut down. It is in the midnight. So what we did was we immediately started our digital operations quickly. And we started a digital breaking news throughout our social media platforms, which is pretty big, and we have bigger reach in Sri Lankan market. So we started giving all the authorities red alerts, news alerts, breaking news and everything throughout the midnight. So I call upon my team and came with, so many alerts and so many landslide warnings and everything. So from that, one of the incident is one of the region called Kothmali. There is a reservoir, and it was about to fill off. And so at that time, we had a very big problem because all the power generation connectivities are also gone. And so one of the most important thing was SMS alert service, because that time data services are also not working, and SMS alert did a pretty good job with a small message. People got the information and they leave from those areas. So when it comes to the disaster time, SMS alert is very important at the moment also, but we are thinking that we are in a digital era now, it's gone, but in this time of period it is pretty much important. And after that, what we did was all the correspondent network also, we lost the communication because island-wide communication is lost, and we started our TV broadcasting and TV live continuously. And what we did was we started a WhatsApp number hotline displaying on the screen that people to send the videos to us. So what they did was, so some of the areas, one area is called Aranayaka, one of the person contacted me directly and gave some, good drone footages that 6 mountains landslides. So that time, no authority was also know about this incident. So then only we put a special breaking news regarding that Aranayaka area, and then only the authorities also reached there for the recovery work. So that kind of experience we had throughout our systems. And regarding the information sent in by the people, we use some tools to verify, because there are so many misinformation, disinformation happens in that time, because people are looking after the news, so my area is affected, what are the things. So when some influencers and all, people are trying to get the reach on social media, and they put some AI videos, AI posts, AI images. So that time, that's where we gain, as a news first, that's where we gain trust and build. Throughout that month, we generated 1 billion views on our social media platforms. So that is not entertainment. That is information seeking by the people who want it at most. So I think that's the experience I have to share.
Thank you. And exactly, it is the information. And information is not just reporting about the disaster. It is, as we had mentioned earlier, providing information that would be life-saving. If you allow me, Atik, before we come to you, maybe we can jump on the screen and maybe hear from Fabien. Fabien, would you like to share also with us? No? Not on this topic? Okay. Well.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yes, I can just quickly share my experience from Fiji here. Like, we are also quite cyclone prone compared to Sri Lanka, I guess. And recently we had a cyclone, I think it was beginning of April, it was Cyclone Vayanu, which also affected Fiji and also New Zealand, I think. And every time we have a cyclone, it sort of like exposes some of our weaknesses and some of our gaps that we still have. So I was tasked with doing a debrief and getting feedback from every department, which was quite useful to see where the challenges were. And one of the main challenges was some of our generators was malfunctioning, and they still need to be serviced and tested regularly. So we had some breakdown in our regional offices where they had no power. And funny enough, even our own staff was in flood-prone areas, so they couldn't make it to the office, or they had to sort of like put themselves in harm's way to actually make it to work. So every time we have a cyclone or an event, I mean, that wasn't particularly a big disaster. It just tests our systems, and I feel like especially the communication is so important. like having a communication system for our, even if it's just on Viber or WhatsApp, among our staff, and also the communication, the direct communication between the weather office that is there and FBC. Currently is just like an email that is being sent, and if that doesn't reach, they're probably going to call us, but there's no clear protocol set up between us and the weather office, even though we are like the most trusted, supposed to be the national broadcaster, the most trusted news organization in Fiji. Yes, and for us, one thing we always can improve is to identify false information or disinformation on social media, because Facebook is very strong in our islands, and I feel like we have to be very sharp in terms of identifying those misinformation, because we don't have any one particular setup for that. So that was a big lesson learned, that we actually have to identify and then basically to identify the misinformation and inform the audience about the disinformation that is out there. And for us, radio is the most reliable. We have an AM frequency that reaches, so that is always there as a backup fallback for our audience. So that's it from Fiji for now.
Thank you, Fabien. Indeed, crowdsourcing, whether it is when we're places we cannot reach, whether it's photos, news, videos, is very important. But at the same time, fact-checking should go hand in hand. Now, maybe we can go to the third or fourth news outlet before we come to you to complement maybe what they're saying, Ariel and Atik. And Nguyen, what would you say an example from a recent, let's say, disaster? What worked well, challenges, and maybe what would you do differently?
Yes, it's good. 2024 and 2025 are the years when Vietnam will experience the most nature disaster in the past 20 years in Vietnam. VTV has consistently conducted reporting campaigns closely following community events from landslide in the mountainous area to urban flooding. Thanks to our warning, some localities have been saved, but not at all. Yes, I remember on the October last year when I finished my work, I can't come back my home because after the heavy rain, all of the city in Hanoi is flooding. And I remember that before my headquarters office, the flooding is over of my body like that. As a journalist, we don't have enough information, don't have enough early warning information to inform about this heavy rainy. Another challenges we have to face is nowadays VTV still have to fill specialized personnel to cover on the increasing frequently disaster, and we also face to the fake news is made from and it's over on the social media like Facebook, TikTok, nowadays Thread, yes. And we know that we have to continue my work with my college to train other reporters and gather data to build an early warning system in Vietnam to give the trust about disaster and my audience don't have to get fake news in another social media. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You said that it's not just the public, which is important. It's not just the public who need early warning. It is the journalists, the media themselves also need to have that information to be able to get the information across. And here it comes to both of you with different angles, maybe Ariel and Atik. If national disaster management authorities, if meteorological, institutions, they don't provide information timely as well, for early warning, for journalists and media to convey to the public, that's a major issue. Because then no matter how much the media is prepared, no matter whether the capacities are, at the end of the day, the message would not get across. So maybe we can start with you, Ariel, and tell us what you believe, how it should be done, perhaps, if it's not being done everywhere the same, and if, as per your experience, based on experience, with your collaboration with media, perhaps.
But I actually work for the media now. So I used to work with the State Weather Bureau, and then I moved to broadcast meteorology. So my role as a resident meteorologist for ABS-CBN News is I act like the conductor in a, how do I say this? Yeah, on an orchestra, yes. So I kind of dictate and start the wheels going when there is a disaster. But thankfully, we have forecasts ahead of the impact. Say, for example, we usually say a typhoon would be coming in the Philippine area of responsibility and could actually make landfall. So days ahead, we already know what the possible conditions are. But of course, with still lots of uncertainty, as a meteorologist, I make sure that I emphasize uncertainties, because sometimes the precise impacts could only be clearer within 24 hours before the actual impact. So that's really important. But from the first hours or the first few bulletins that we have from the State Weather Agency in the Philippines, which is PAGASA, we kind of make broad we have a look at the broad threats that could potentially impact several areas. And then as the impact is nearer, we make sure that we become more specific with the hazards and all that. I can think of a recent disaster. Since Tindy already shared about earthquakes, I would share about a super typhoon in November of 2025. We warned more about the strong winds and the storm surge over the eastern part of the country. We may have overlooked the potential heavy rainfall. It was part of the bulletin, but we focused on the storm surge and the strong winds. And so my home province, where the super typhoon actually kind of lingered just north of it, was actually, it brought so much rain that many municipalities were in knee-deep, chest-deep flood. And so that's one of the lessons learned, that we also have to make sure that we cover all the hazards that we see can potentially happen. And apart from that, I think because for the deployment, my role is also to make sure that we have plans ahead. In ABS-CBN News, we have already color-coded protocol for disaster coverage. That would mean from preparedness to during and after disaster. And so we were able to already plan out which areas our reporters will be deployed and what they would be covering to ensure that they can localize the warnings for the specific areas which could be affected by different hazards. So that's for me.
Thank you. And Atik?
Thank you. Let me bring a little bit different perspective to it, particularly with respect to ABU working with the partners and in the region, but at the same time, the regional hazards and risks, how these are shaping up, and you are monitoring in your own country, covering respective situation. One of the things really looming behind our back is this El Nino. The ENSO situation, on 11th June, the latest forecast came, the outlook came, and it is unanimous that this would be October, November, December would be very heavy. 83% of the strength is already forecasted. The overall scales of El Nino, it shows 100% in those months already, but the strength is 83%. So this is a long signal, and it has been there for a few months, but now it's really shaping up. And once these signals frame up, it's really looking forward to dryness, El Nino situation, drought in many countries of Southeast Asia, but also teleconnection, things like in Colombo, Sri Lanka has a teleconnection, and they're just recovering from a flood. and the teleconnections are often also flood. So these type of ENSO forecasting is really one thing we should really start looking into and covering into it much more stronger manner. 1997-98, when I started quite a bit, it was a massive El Nino. Then 2015, in Vietnam, in Myanmar, in Thailand, we have covered quite a lot. And that time, a lot of coverages are also there. Vietnam did actually a very good job during that time. So we are heading towards another one. So this is one I feel that we should remember and bring into it. It's an interannual hazard. Climate and immediacy of that both comes into it, and basically look forward to that. But over the years working in these sort of things, I felt that within the disaster risk management community, we're not learning many things. We're learning new things, but at the same time, we're forgetting many things. So the tsunami experience, the earthquake experience, the flooding experience, Typhoon Haiyan, Typhoon Yolanda, and all these, we had experiences, but we are even master in forgetting things. So this learning, de-learning, and new learning, we really need to shape up. And I'd like to put perspective the project that we are doing. We'll discuss later about it, but some of these things are also looking ahead. Your role in that, the media role, how we can, bring those remembrance, not only just reminding in our mind, but also in our systems and the BCPs and so forth, various aspects of it. So this end-to-end learning I would like to focus on, that we need to experience quite a bit and then bring the learning back again and then experiencing towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Atiq. Indeed, we always say that we have to learn from our mistakes, right? But also learn from our lessons, like lessons learned from good practices. The problem is that when you talk about media institutions, disaster, it is not just individuals. That same person that was there during tsunami is not the same person perhaps or the team that is now. That's why you have to have a system in place. And this will bring us now to our next question. But just to say from clearly of what you have been saying is that while the contexts are different, we're talking about different disasters, different countries, but strikingly, the challenges are very similar, right? So some of for example, the things that you mentioned, we were talking about balancing speed and accuracy, right? You want speed, people need information right away, but at the same time, you have to be accurate, you have to fact check, you have to make sure no misinformation, no disinformation. Maintaining public trust. Again, people will come to media for information. If they see that information is not available, not timely, or not correct, then this trust is lost. And ensuring coordination with authorities and technical experts. And here I may say, this is, I think for me, is equally important, if not more than anyone else, because, any other reason, because if information and communication is not there, if NDMAs, if meteorological centers do not convey information to media, if media doesn't convey enough information, not just to the individuals, but to the other institutions. I have a quick example as well. I was telling some of you today, we were talking about this, and in Jordan, it's not a major disaster-prone country, right? But there was very heavy waterfall and rainfall, and they use these things about how many centimeters and how not a lot of people understand that. So basically, schools send kids to school trips. A school trip was actually in one of the valleys during that very heavy rainfall, and adding to that, someone from a certain authority opened the dam to release some water because of the rain. So all the school children that lost their lives. So basically, it is not only to make the right decisions, but also to avoid making mistakes. So communication across is really important, and it starts with the National Disaster Management Authorities, it starts with the meteorological centers, it starts with those, then the media has a major role, and then it goes to other institutions and the public. So basically, if we go to the second, as we were saying, it should be institutionalized, right? So my next question would be, what does a functional disaster preparedness and response plan actually look like inside a media organization? Maybe we can start with you, Fabien. Let me know, particularly from a perspective of the FBC Resilience Committee, how do you operationalize preparedness beyond policy?
Hi again, yes. Thanks again for having me. If I may just share just a few slides, I think it's about 3 slides. For us, we here at FBC, personally, I started my journey with the Media Saving Lives initiative. That was about 2018, where I got introduced to, thanks to the ABU and Natalia Eliva, who sort of like introduced me to the importance of the media in times of disaster. And since then, we've made some bigger steps at FBC. We've created like a resilience action plan and we have a resilience committee as well at FBC, which which I'm leading. So I'm just going to go through my slides here, just to tell a little bit about the Pacific. You can see the beautiful island there. We are at the forefront in the Pacific of climate and disaster risk. Even with the El Nino, in some countries it will result in droughts. In our region, it might result in bigger level cyclones, which was 2016. There was a bigger cyclone here, Cyclone Winston, which was quite devastating. It wiped out about 1/3 of our GDP. And so we have the danger of increasing intensity and multi-hazard threats as well. And especially for the outer islands, we have some communication gaps. The last mile, we always talk about the last mile as it's quite essential to reach those people in the last mile. And we know that we as a media have a shared responsibility under the Sendai framework and also in the early warning for all game. So coming to that, we've created our resilience action plan out of the realization that we have to take action and put some SOPs in place. And some of I just talk a little bit about the process that we went through. So we just had to get some clarity on the status quo of our organization and what our level of preparedness is. And we basically did a resilience survey and to try and find out where we're at and where each department is at. And we used also AI to some degree to actually figure out, the way forward from these results, sort of like to go through the results and sort of like distill some relevant actions according to that. And one thing it was really important that our CEO had to sign into it, like he signed up to it, and there's a buy-in at the leadership level, and also willingness to invest, which is time and resources into this resilience activities. And one thing that is really important for us to have a good team to drive the implementation, because we can always have a great plan and the team is not there. So our resilience committee is really crucial in terms of rolling out those activities. And one thing that we're currently working on or considering is to have a internal company dashboard, so everyone sees the progress, what each department is working on, and where each department is, where some of the areas of improvements are, and where we're still lagging behind. So that could be like an app, like a mobile app, or a physical dashboard, like a notice board, like an actual physical board. And one thing that was really important when creating that plan was that it has to be balanced. And here just some core pillars of our plan was the operational continuity, which is always so important that we are staying operational as a broadcaster. And the second pillar is our content and the early warnings, like awareness content that has to be pre-produced most of the time. Sometimes we are a bit late with that, so we have to produce it ad hoc. And also the early warnings that they come on a timely manner from the news team. And the last pillar is actually the partnerships with government organizations and also NGOs, which can improve funding, but also altogether the collaboration is really important. So just a few challenges, just the limited resources, which is financial and human resources. We are just a small broadcaster in the islands, but we are sort of like punching above our weight, I believe. So I'm basically the person who's driving DRR at FBC, so which shows that it's a bit limited, but we have a team as a resilience committee. So, and then the mentality is definitely one of the bigger challenges that, when there's no, especially in downtime, there's no urgency to actually implement some of these SOPs, because there's no crisis at hand. So there's always a bit of delay in the implementation, and everything is dragging. So I believe that at management level, we need some KPIs, so that we haven't implemented that yet, that basically the management is also puts in a bit more motivation to implement all of it, of our resilience action plan. Then we have a lot of staff fluctuation as usual, also in the newsroom and in the resilience committee. So we have to always train new people. That's why the training is so important, the training and development of the team. And one part of this action plan is a crisis management team. So we have to marshal that one, and which also hasn't really been fully put in place. Yeah, conducting regular drills. I think that was mentioned earlier. And now we have a new crisis at hand, which is the fuel crisis, which is not really a disaster, but we always have to stay one step ahead. So that's one of the things. We have to stay one step ahead and always put ourselves into the shoes of our teams, what they're going through. So these are just some quick summary of for us here at FBC.
Thank you, Fabien. Thank you very much. There were a lot of messages here that resonate with a lot of what you have been saying as well. And it's interesting to see how we have, those very similar challenges across regions. Maybe Janita, we go to you next. You are also engaged in this UNESCO ABU piloting, let's say, a project, piloting in countries in Asia, Asia Pacific, the model plan. How do you see this translate? I mean, you work in a fast-paced digital newsroom. How do you see this be able to translate into this environment of yours?
Yeah, the thing is, the preparedness is must, because whenever there is a disaster, we can't plan on that moment. So I'll tell you some simple things. So we have a separate news corner, like we call it extreme weather corner. So all the graphics going to change into extreme weather. So people of Sri Lanka knows whenever there is an extreme weather alert, so something coming out. So there are certain news anchors also who prepared for this thing. So they know how to present these things and everything. Even our digital media frames, even if it is a thumbnail, we have extreme weather alert tag on that thing. Even if it is a Facebook post, we have extreme weather alert tag in that thing. So we have that samples, we have that graphic samples also. So we have ready for every time. So in our newsroom, so the first phase is the inform. So then we are going to inform means so we get the official news, and so then we report it, and the respond, and then we respond. So respond in our life cycle, there are 4 phases: inform, respond, then recover and rebuild. So the first 2 align with the news aspects, and the second one with not only reporting the news. So we have a movement called Gammadda, national movement. So the journalists who go themselves to the on ground and engage with the relief work. So we do that kind of thing also. So at the moment, that there is a 4th phase is for Ditwa is also ongoing, that rebuild phase. So there are certain things that we do on that matter.
Let's see now what Atik has to say about this. Atik, you have recently done an assessment under the project. From a DRR and climate change perspective, what do you observe as the common, let's say, challenges or gaps?
I have a few slides. If you want, I can share that. And some of the things really in line with that as well. Yeah, thank you. So if you all see the same slide, yeah. So this is just fresh from the oven, came up. And the taste and texture, you will like some parts, some parts not.
Exclusive for you. It's a premiere for you.
Right. Thank you. And this part is actually directly component of the project. Nargiza, myself, Nazira, and others very thickly involved with that, guided by Male, Marco, very much so. So it's a very teamwork in that. And we teamed up with you all, 12 institutions in the region that are part of this particular project, 13 actually, 12 we have responded. So this is from that. So let me quickly show you some of the results in that along with the method. Okay. I think it's better if I go there. Thank you. So the common gaps in media preparedness and in DR and climate action as well, because this project also handles some of the immediacy to long-term issues as well, which is the climate action. And the reflections, a recent regional assessment. In that, first let me iterate a bit. Male has already, mentioned quite a lot of it, the media organizations and disaster preparedness and climate action. So some of the things that we see, that the operational challenges, the continuity is very important. In the regular time, you're doing fantastic job. But in the disaster time, or even looming disaster at that time, how you can operate with the same pace or even with high intensity, that is required preparedness. And that is, doesn't just come right away. You need to prepare for it. And from the morning, we have these two twin things hard, which is misinformation and disinformation. And this mis and dis, we are handling now. But this is very new to us, all of us, and then we don't know how to handle this adequately or no standards on that. So that is an issue we need to prepare for as well. Safety, Mali has already nicely mentioned about it. The editorial independence, this is another challenge we're looking at. We're good at doing editorial things, but what about under pressure with added regimentation, those kind of aspects of it. And then economic stability, these also impact your work and the overall public awareness and so forth are very important that we can focus on. So these are some of the things, these are just touch of the iceberg, basically you need to prepare for. And media need to prepare for many of these things in your own context. So the needs assessment, if we look at the next slide. Oh, sorry, that's with me. Was conducted among 12 organizations. The method was very consultative with you all, one-to-one meetings. Then we have created a scale, a questionnaire, which we shared online through Kobo Toolbox. And then basically you have responded through a self-assessment of your own understanding of the situation. And then we have also conducted one-to-one consultations, gradually moving towards validation, where we are now. And some of these things would also fit in. So we build on the model, guidebook and the toolkit that Mali has shown. That was our foundation from the past, project. And we have taken most of the element from that. But also, on top of that, we are also trying to understand another part, which is your current status in where you work in the disaster risk management cycle, whether you're working on pre, during, post, or we also found that the cycle doesn't end there, but also it takes to climate action, a fourth one, which is an addition towards the whole thing. So we want to understand how that is shaping up. And we looked at that quite extensively. This is all your data, and I don't want to bombard you with all this data, but the good thing is there is a summary now, and the first part of summary within this short time, I will discuss where you are now actually in the media, these 12 organizations, in this process of pre, during a disaster. We found you're working in all phases. Most of you have worked in all phases, but in a relative scale. Mostly you have seen that pre-stage, you have some, but the during stage engagement, which, was your main mandate whenever you had the last disaster. But now you have also moved ahead some of the things with pre-disaster, which is a good thing. This is very good for getting the flow towards overall preparedness, preemptive actions, and resilience building. And also we found that the post-disaster narratives, you're also working. The difference are not very big between the pre and post, but during disaster, as you can see, higher. But there is also a good thing, maybe encouraging thing from the assessment as well. You have started working on the climate action, which is a new angle to it, not only just a disaster risk management, but disaster risk management and climate action. A resilience approach you have started working. Maybe you were in the very first stage of it, but you have started touched upon. This is a good thing came up. And in the climate action, you have quite a bit of, touching on the awareness, those kind of things. But in the gap, you will see, there are a lot of gaps in technical skills on understanding of those, implementing things and so forth. So very quickly, if we look at some of the things on the overall perspective, if we look at this diagram, this builds on the model that we talked about. And there are these elements of BCP, and infrastructure for your own organization. We found this is a gap in many of your work. The BCPs are often talked about, but there isn't any documented process in that. So that is a lacking that we need to fill in quite a bit. Then you have this emergency, overall programming. You are doing quite a bit, but you're almost, in some cases, you're doing by event-based, rather than having a prepared plan for the season or those kind of things. Then you have editorial policies. This is good for you because you are engaged now. You have editorial policies some way or other, but not necessarily on disaster risk management or climate action integrated into it. So many of you responded with editorial policies, with your regular editorial policies in that. So this is one area now enhancing towards one level of capacity, but the next level is, starts from the staired different level. We found the coordination and engagement increasing for sure, but still you were halfway down there. The coordinations with governments are there. Some of the cases, your coordinations are with vulnerable communities, which you are covering, but not widely. Those are very event-based. So with the vulnerable groups and that kind of coverage, engaging different stakeholders, this is another, I would say a cycle started now, but this is still quite a long way to go. So that is in 1.9 among overall 3. And then leave no one behind, as I mentioned, the vulnerable groups that strategically you need to incorporate. And that is not yet fully there for most of your organizations. But some good models are there, which is very encouraging to look at. And then you may have a cross-fertilization between one organization to another. And looking into those models, how you can cover those. A very stark area we found is staff training. So it's been talked about, but it's very much validated that your technical groups need staff training in terms of these technical aspects of disaster, as well as, it heavily came from you, and you identified that capacity at the moment is low, and in many cases, those are also rotating. Some people are coming, but going, leaving, so the knowledge is not sticking with that. So that kind of thing. So maybe a pool, those kind of things we can move ahead and grow towards in the country as well. And I'm quite sure the current project would target quite a bit of that, and then we'd like to grow some of these things with you together. Emerging technology, the digital technology integration, everyone has a touch on it. Some of you told that now we only have that. Anything, sometimes if we have limited capacity to go somewhere, we Google. But we also do ChatGPT. But how you want to integrate that in a systematic manner into disaster risk management, overall climate action, preparedness, all these things are not sorted out. No one knows what is the standard towards that. And information integration, Mali has talked about, these are the steps moving ahead, but also standards, how we grow towards that. WMO Last week I discussed with Ben. He was saying that we would like to grow that, but that is also another area we need to learn as well. So gradually that is shaping up, and the technology integration would lead towards that. Finally, the commitments, institutional commitments, we found that most of you are motivated, but financial and diplomatic constraints are there, and quite heavy. So these are some of the things came up from that, and many of the things are resonated already from the morning, like some of the gaps are in broad brush. Reactive coverage culture, we found most of the cases, event-based. Then off-season programming is missing in many cases. So only rainfall, when it's there, you cover, that kind of thing, or we cover. And then technical skills we mentioned, disaster integration we mentioned, financial accountability commitments are heavily in many cases. In needs, everyone talked about training capacity. Everyone talked about institutional preparedness is needed, BCP is needed. But we talk about that, we don't write that. So that's how we need to shape up systematic, BCPs. And the early warning system, most of you have access to the information that is generated from the Met Services and the dissemination group. But the interpretation of that, how you bring that for your context, that needs a whole-scale interpretation, training, those kind of things. So that required. And guidance towards mis- and disinformation, and media safety, very much, and journalist safety came up, along with financial things. I'll end up here, but some of these are resonated from your perspective, but heavily validated here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Atiq. So I'm going to take one point from there, since it's the point we have talked about the least, perhaps, which is AI and technology. And I go to you, Nguyen. Tell me, drawing from your experience, how are newsrooms in Vietnam strengthening, in your opinion, preparedness in increasingly complex disaster scenarios? And to what extent are you using or considering to use AI to enhance efficiency, particularly in situations where communication channels are disturbed, for example?
Okay, I think I need some slide to answer your question.
Do you have them?
Okay.
Can we maybe play the slides that Nguyen has shared? Okay. Nargiza, can you tell us how much time we have left? Good, okay. You were generous with us for this session.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like to open my discussions with some information about Typhoon Yagi, which occurs in 2024 in Vietnam, and it triggered a massive multi-disaster event across northern and north central Vietnam. You can find more details about this typhoon on the slide currently being projected. How can I run the video in this slide?
Can you play the video?
Can you help me to play the video in this slide?
Dấu ấn 2024. Một năm chống chọi với siêu bão lịch sử, trong đau thương càng sáng lên tình dân tộc, nghĩa đồng bào. Hơn 3 tháng kể từ khi bão Yagi quét qua, dù có nhiều nỗ lực nhưng mà những tổn thương và đổ vỡ thì vẫn còn ở đó. Dùng mình, ám ảnh hay đau thương, tôi thực sự cảm thấy là bối rối khi phải lựa chọn từ ngữ để mô tả về những gì mà Yagi đã gây ra cho các tỉnh thành miền Bắc trong tháng 9 vừa qua. 345 người đã thiệt mạng và mất tích.
Bão số 3 cũng giữ kỷ lục là cơn bão tăng cấp độ nhanh nhất trong lịch sử khí tượng Việt Nam. Chỉ mất khoảng 2 ngày sau khi bão vào Biển Đông thì đã từ cấp 8 lên siêu bão cấp 16 giật trên cấp 17.
Khi đi vào đất liền miền Bắc, bão đã gây ra chuỗi thiên tai liên hoàn khắc nghiệt chưa từng có trong lịch sử. Hơn nửa ngày, gió bão đã tàn phá trên 26 địa phương ở khu vực miền Bắc và Thanh Hóa. Quảng Ninh, Hải Phòng là nơi hứng chịu gió bão mạnh nhất cấp 13, cấp 14, giật tới cấp 17, tương đương sức gió 220 km/h. Hoàn lưu mây bão rộng lớn đã gây ra một đợt mưa lớn diện rộng đặc biệt ở miền Bắc. 83 trên 84 trạm là mực nước mưa cao từ 4 đến 6 lần so với trung bình. Thậm chí là có những trạm mà lượng mưa lên đến 700 mm chỉ trong vòng có 2 ngày. Mưa lớn như vậy đã gây ra lũ lớn lịch sử trên diện rộng ở miền Bắc. Một loạt các sông là sông Thao, sông Cầu, sông Gầu, sông Kinh Môn, sông Ninh Cơ hay là sông Trà Lý, lũ đều vượt mức lịch sử.
20 năm, lũ mới lại xuất hiện ở trên sông Hồng. Cũng tại vị trí này vào ngày 10 tháng 9 của năm nay, người dân đã nín thở từng giờ để đo từng cm nước sông dâng. Cứ khoảng 1 giờ đồng hồ thì nước sông Hồng dâng khoảng từ 3 đến 5 cm. Và sau khoảng 1 ngày thì nước đã tràn vào, gây ngập tại nhà dân tại phường Phú Thượng, quận Tây Hồ, thành phố Hà Nội. Mưa lớn cực đoan cũng đã gây ra lũ quét, sạt lở đất nghiêm trọng tại các tỉnh miền núi và trung du của miền Bắc, trở thành nỗi ám ảnh khó có thể quên của nhiều thế hệ người Việt.
Chưa kịp phản xạ quay lại thì đã ở dưới mặt nước rồi.
Em cảm ơn anh nhiều ạ.
Chưa bao giờ thấy sạt lở như thế này.
Là đi hết, gọi là không còn cái gì nữa.
Lãnh đạo Đảng và Nhà nước đã có mặt tại các địa phương chịu thiệt hại để chỉ đạo khắc phục. Các chính sách hỗ trợ được ban hành kịp thời. Toàn thể xã hội thông qua Ủy ban Mặt trận Tổ quốc Việt Nam cùng cộng đồng quốc tế cũng hỗ trợ khẩn cấp với hơn 350 tỷ đồng và hàng trăm tấn hàng cứu trợ. Mục tiêu hàng đầu là ổn định cuộc sống cho người dân, khôi phục sản xuất và đảm bảo an toàn cho tính mạng và tài sản.
Với chừng ấy mưa lũ đã từng diễn ra thì thật khó tin khi biết được rằng gần hết năm 2024 rồi, nhưng mà La Nina, hiện tượng gây ra mưa lũ, chưa xảy ra. Pha chuyển tiếp giữa El Nino sang La Nina lần này thật sự là vô cùng khắc nghiệt.
Yes. This video you have seen is a segment from a USN special program in 2024. And when I watch the video again, I always want to cry because it's a massive disaster in Vietnam. Okay, can I switch another? Now I want to watch the second videos about my life report on the ground as the typhoon Yagi make landfall on Koto Island in the Gulf of Tonkin. Okay, can you help me to play the video? It's me from Koto Island when Yagi landfall.
Có thể nhìn thấy hướng gió phía này không ạ? Gió đã đổi sang hướng đông rồi, không còn là hướng đông bắc nữa.
Tôi đang có mặt tại trung tâm
Another college, he report from Thái Bình province, one province in the north of Vietnam. And another college report in Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam. She comes from Quảng Ninh province, in the sea of Vietnam. Another province in Hải Phòng city, another sea city in Vietnam. Also report from Quảng Ninh province, Sea province in Vietnam.
Mặc dù không phải vùng tâm bão, nhưng sức gió hiện tại tại tỉnh Nam Định đã lên tới cấp 7, cấp 8, giật cấp 11.
Vâng thưa quý vị, tôi đang ở thành phố Hạ Long, tỉnh Quảng Ninh và
Đến thời điểm này thì có lẽ là tâm bão đã đi qua khu vực thành phố Hạ Long rồi. Tuy nhiên là
He
cái
talked
hậu quả nó
about
để lại vô
the
cùng
wind
nặng nề.
after the typhoon landfall. Okay. Through my video, you can see about Typhoon Yagi, the massive disaster. For massive disaster like this, VTV always go into breaking news to provide the latest update. How VTV respond to disaster, you can see in the slide. For emergencies, we have 12 daily news show, but when a big storm hits like Typhoon Yagi, we switch to breaking news. We broadcast about 50 to 30 minutes update every hour and a quick 3-minute alert every hour. We connect to the weather center and our reporter help you can see on the ground. About the breaking news, for the Typhoon Yagi, we spent 7 days report campaign, and VTV reporter present at 26 province and city in Vietnam. Sorry, how can I? How VTV respond to disaster? Our strategy for emergency response, we have breaking news, and for the long term, we make weekly talk shows and a special program right after disaster to learn from it. And we also have challenges. Big challenges is Vietnam have to face terrible multi-disaster all over the countries. And nowadays, to reach people fast, we just only don't use regular TV. We use our TV app like VTV Go, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok to access our audience quickly. Okay. Sorry. Okay. We use real-time weather apps like iWeather, VRIN, Windy, and Landslide app to be more accuracy for reporting. And we also share news with local station and international network like someone sitting here. And we also keep our reporter safe is the key. For another question about the...
Nguyen, can you keep it another 1 minute so we can go to the other
yes,
questions?
okay. Because you asked me some question about using AI. Nowadays, the use AI is still early stage in Vietnam, and we only use AI for for a few steply instruction videos or disaster simulation. Using AI in a situation where communication channels are disruption is a new idea. We will be researching this concept, and I welcome any suggestions from those in the audience. Yeah.
Thank you, Nguyen, for these insights. Ariel left us. So actually, Ariel, this question is for you. If you're still coming back, no, go. We'll go someone else and come back to you. Okay, so maybe I'll go next to Tinley. So as part of similar efforts to strengthen institutional preparedness, how do you ensure that critical information reaches remote and linguistically diverse communities, especially if we're talking about the first 10 minutes, which are the most critical? So you are the first 10 minutes of receiving information that there's a disaster looming, and you have to also keep in mind that you want to make sure that critical information reaches everyone.
Definitely. First of all, my compliments to you, Nguyen. You did such a fantastic job covering the the disaster, the crisis in Vietnam. It was very interactive, and all the panelists here, in fact, you guys are teaching me so much on this panel. So coming to your question now, the first 10 minutes is vital to everyone. As you know, information is power, information calls for action. So in the BBS, I'm happy to report that as far as the trust goes, a recent survey has found that the people trust BBS. BBS is the #1 trusted source of information in Bhutan. And we carry that responsibility to the utmost of our, be it professional, be it any day-to-day dealing. We are very mindful of the fact that people trust us. And so therefore, any information we get has to be verified. We do 3 confirmations as well in the newsroom. So information can, in BBS, we also have the rare opportunity to relay news in our dialect. In the East, people speak the dialect Thangla, so we have that in the radio, as well as in the Facebook digital platform. Then we have a dialect that's spoken in the south of Bhutan by the majority of Hindu communities called Lhotsampa. So as far as the news goes, you cannot amplify more than BBS, in languages, in reach. And we are a nationwide coverage. We are trusted. So the information, we have to reach to the people at a time that matters most during crisis. So we do that with utmost professionalism. And yeah, we are on digital. We break most of our news digitally because, our newsroom, we don't go 24/7. Unlike other channels here. So we have, whenever there's news breaking, we go digitally as well. And that is where most of the people are. In Bhutan, almost the whole of the country has a smartphone, People are connected to the internet, people have phones. So that is where our audience is. And that is where BBS, as far as Facebook goes, we're the media, our media, BBS, has the maximum followers on Facebook. We are also on YouTube, TikTok for the younger generation, Instagram. So this is all the platforms that we can go on and break news there. So the first 10 minutes is crucial to saving lives, we know that. And we are we have the extra added mandate to make it accurate, credible, to save lives. So accountability, we always have the accountability on us to give the accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you, Tinley, indeed. Yes, we go to you, Janita, now. How do you manage misinformation in those critical, crucial hours and minutes sometimes even, particularly while building more structured preparedness systems? And are AI tools playing a role in detection, verification, or content prioritization for you?
Yes, actually the one I told you also a few months ago, we, in the disaster situation, we actually run some breaking newses around 12 hours. So that means we need footages. So we need 12 hours breaking news. So then we need footages. So even it is a TV broadcast, it is also going in a digital also, but the verification system done by my team, digital team, because we have to do that. So we are using some verification systems, our on-ground staff, authorities, and when it's come to the tools, yes, we are using some Google Lens, and there are some fact-checking tools also, Meltwater, Brandwatch. So that kind of some tools also we are using to check the metadata, check the dates, and there are some paid versions also in our newsroom we are using, ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini. So from those things, we are verifying those information continuously. And after verifying that, our news director himself has verifying that also, and has a discussion with editorial. So it's all the teamwork we are having doing throughout the disaster sometimes. So last disaster time, my first shift ended after 52 hours. So I worked 52 hours, then went home, again have a small nap and came back again to the work. So it's a continuously, actually we reported this kind of breaking news throughout that month. So throughout the day, one special thing is without commercials and without everything, we gave the information. So that's why people engage with us, and so they have the trust. Whenever it is trust, the people are engaging with us digitally and television also. So we maintain that trust, and we also has that motto we call that we have a hashtag called with the people. So people are with us, so we are doing our best to save them.
Thank you, Janita. We go back to Ariel, and it's the same question. We said the first 10 minutes after an alert are critical. The first hours are critical, but the first 10 minutes when you receive the news, you as media. What happens in those first 10 minutes? For you, I wanted to ask, you are working with UNESCO, you're engaged with this UNESCO and ABU initiative. How does this connect to the way meteorological data is translated into clear, actionable information, especially in those first critical minutes, potentially leveraging AI or automated systems, or how do you do that?
I lean on my experience as a former state forecaster and the bad practices that we did there. So I kind of turned my back on that and make sure that the information is simplified in a way that is conversational, that can be understood by the audience. I've always been reminded, especially on the primetime newscast, it's the largest Filipino newscast, TV Patrol, that your audience is the most the masses. So that you have to understand all the technical terms and what's going to happen, what it means for them. But outside of that, we are a digital-first newsroom. ABS-CBN pivoted to take advantage of our massive media social media following after we have been denied our free-to-air franchise in 2020. So we take advantage of our 30 million followers on Facebook. I do the Facebook Live on ABS-CBN News, and that's after me posting the initial alerts, updates from the weather agency. But I complement that with a Facebook Live because I am able to provide more context, provide new ones, and talk to the audience. We do a Q&A at the end of the Facebook Live. And so it becomes conversation, not just a one-way exchange of, not really as exchange, but a one-way communication. There's an exchange of communication, and we are able to do that. We have been doing that more regularly since 2022. So I guess that's what happens. And then with also the first 10 minutes, we are able to make sure that we have a deployment plan. As mentioned earlier, we have a color-coded alert system for disasters. And so that right away, I trigger that and it comes into play. We all know which reporters, the quick response reporters will be deployed to which areas. And of course, the plan becomes tighter as the impact is nearer. But that's how we operate in ABS-CBN News.
Thank you. You said to...
Yes, sorry. By the way, before I pass the mic, I have to answer about the AIs. We are not yet big on using AI in ensuring, in producing our alerts and communicating the warnings. So we're doing it the old way still.
Thank you. You said two key words there. You said audience engagement. I think this is something we missed here. We have 5 minutes. So perhaps we can take a couple of questions, straightforward questions and straightforward answers from the panelists. Would anyone like to engage with the panelists? Or have we answered all your questions? So then if there are no questions from the audience, if I ask each one of you to give me in 2-3 words maximum, what would be an action, let's say an actionable recommendation for newsrooms, for broadcasters, in Asia Pacific to save lives, to do their job? Like there are some gaps and you feel there's specific action that you think that should be done in the next year? Let's start from there and we come later to Fabien as well. Whether you want to talk about, I don't know, whether it's about the newsroom itself, whether it's about the system, the policy, one actionable, 2-3 words, or at least a sentence, and tell us.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep it short. Being on the panel today and looking at the examples here that were shown, definitely we could take some of this in BBS and implement straight away, like the breaking extreme weather graphics, like using such good reporting from Vietnam. And we can use all that. And I'm happy to state also that BBS is also a digital-first newsroom. That is where we want to maximize audience engagement. We want to reach the younger demographics as well. So definitely, I feel, after speaking to all of you, BBS is on the right track. And as far as recommendation goes, I think all of us talking about climate change, I think there's some impact happening. Although we would like to see the conservatives also towing our line, and you know, the climate naysayers also waking up to the fact that climate change is real. So as far as BBS goes and the Asia Pacific region goes, I think we're on the right path. And we could always use technology to our advantage. And that's why we are going digital first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actionable recommendation is using more technology?
To keep the dialogue going, to share findings, to especially scientific findings, and to have interactions and training process going forward. Because these are changing, you know, the goalpost changes all the time, so we need to upgrade ourselves with skills, learning, technology, and also using our own experiences to teach us to get to a better place.
Good points. What about you, Janita?
Okay, in my view, as a lessons learned from Ditva also, so these days continuously we are pushing some news sections about El Nino daily. So preparedness. So I think the most important part is preparedness. So, and also we are mainly in digital also, we are mainly focusing on Facebook and YouTube. So we are not focusing much on TikTok, Reddit, Instagram, so where the young generation is in. So we should more give this informative information, place information to have the audience engagement in TikTok and Instagram platforms targeting younger generations also. And so my opinion, the technology is must and AI is must, so we have to adapt to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Atik?
Very quickly, 3 things. So a triangle. First is farm your institution, BCP. Frame that thing for your organization. Second, plan your digital integration, how you want to integrate, you know, your AI or other instruments that you have into the system that you would like to work in next year. Third is grow skills on how not to shock. If media gets shocked, then what will happen to the public? You should not be shocked with disaster information, risk information. The first 10 minutes, first 1 minute, first 2 minutes, whatever the time frame is, you should have a cushion to systematize how you tackle the shock. And then only you can respond better. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can go to Fabien, let us know what you think. What would be the one actionable recommendation?
Yes, for us, I guess. I mean, I've learned so many things today, and it's very very resourceful for us here in Fiji. But for me personally, I would say collaboration is key, which means like both internal collaboration as an organization, but also to establish like regular working group, which includes the media and the disaster management agencies. So that's, for me, will bridge a lot of gaps there, especially in time when there's no disaster, and just to continue to put ourselves into the shoes of our audience. So those are my two things to add.
Thank you. And we come back to the stage. Ariel, what would be your recommendation?
Yes, I would have three recommendations. First, the language you speak is very, very formal in the news. When we're delivering all these emergency warnings and alerts, it's really formal, it's very rigid. And so it doesn't allow for understanding and acceptance from our audience. Second is if we focus more on better preparedness stories and coverage, as mentioned earlier by, I think, Jeanette, and earlier today in this panel by Atik, about how we should be focusing more on the preparedness side and not on the during and the after. And thirdly, perhaps highlighting more positive and successful local green and DRR stories that they are able to implement in local settings. Because if they can see that it's achievable in some areas, maybe it could be inspiring to others to do the same.
Thank you. And Nguyen, we'll come to you.
I also think that we need to provide specific contents across more platforms to reach more and more our target audience. And the second, I also want to emphasize that the preparations of the editor desk is very necessary. Preparation shouldn't just be about words. It needs specific procedures and regulation for assigning preparation tasks.
Thank you. And if you allow me just to add one more thing, I say maybe changing mindsets. I feel that we start from governments not identifying the significant role of media. Media organizations not understanding how important it is to have a plan in place. Even the public, and we're all guilty as charged. We hear a fire alarm and then we realize it's a drill and we go like, oh, we're not prepared, right? And then when there's a actual fire or disaster, you don't have the system that should have been in place, right? You have a stampede, you have people stuck in, you have people not knowing where to go, right? So I think it has to start from governments all the way to the public. We have to change the mindset. We have to be prepared and we have to acknowledge that this is the only way we can save lives and we can recover after disaster. I thank my engaged audience, but also my amazing panelists for today. I myself learned a lot. Thank you very much. And thank you all for listening. I know it's been a long day. And thank you, Nargiza, for putting together this panel. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for this insightful panel and all the recommendations that I'm sure they will be taking up for future, for the newsrooms. Please, Fabian, stay a little bit longer with us for the photos session of this panel. Thank you so much again. And before we go for coffee break, there is one request. Thank you, Fabian. I know it's very late already in Fiji, but thank you for joining us. Before we go for coffee break, there is one request from our news department. And because most of the participants today are from the newsrooms, our news department, they are preparing the report about the future of news, and they are doing survey for that purpose. So we kindly ask you, please scan this QR code, go through this and fill up the survey. Now it's at 4 p.m. Yeah, thank you.
On the eastern fringe of Himalayas, where the mountain touches the sky and the winds carrying the warm sense of Indian subcontinent, there is a country of friendly and hospitable people. A country of contrast whose diversity is one of its greatest treasures. It is a land where nature remained untouched with the level of biodiversity unparalleled. A realm of beautiful valley sprinkled by fresh waters flowing down from the Himalayas and embraced by the radiant rays of the sun. A country of artists whose works have made it world-renowned. Its history can be seen in its magnificent fortresses where kings lived and history unfolded as the march of time itself. In the rich history of temples surrounded by enchanted forces, abandoning the mundane life with compassion to all sentient beings. It is called the land of happiness, as history weds the secular aspects of life intertwined with the bounty of natural surrounding amidst modern life. These stunning snow-capped mountains that can take the breath away for even the most experienced travelers. It is a place where the beauty of the landscape is rivaled only by the majesty of flora and fauna. And even when you think you have seen everything, Bhutan has something more to offer. The possibility to explore, relax and enjoy an endless dream journey in a country which is otherwise just a dot on the globe. Bhutan is always and much more a marvelous and captivating country from the moment you arrive. Embark on an exciting journey to the land with culture as diverse as those who come to experience it, and those who come to visit often return because no two visits to Bhutan are quite the same. dramatic scenery, winding mountain passes, snow-capped peaks, fluttering prayer flags, and vibrant rhododendrons are the backdrop for a colorful culture steeped in religion and mythology.
You can use that. So the moderator is waiting.
When you are in the land of So you are using the rope. Okay. Okay. Good to know. No, I'm saying
What
you will
if
be using the
success
rope,
was
right?
not counted in wealth, but
It's not
felt in
cancelled.
the
You cannot
happiness of its
cancel it.
people?
We didn't cancel it.
DBS said it's so it's okay. No fuss on it.
Oh, come
We made
on.
arrangement for it.
We already booked it and it's with you. You can use it because we already paid for that. We cannot cancel.
But I think there seems to be some cancellation. But it's okay. It's all taken.
We checked yesterday. They said you can cancel, but we don't reimburse you money. That's why we say don't cancel, keep it.
I think DBS communicated saying it's cancelled. Not an issue.
Anyway, so if you're good, you're good.
On the eastern fringe of Himalayas, where the mountain touches the sky,
Is it just, I'll tell you what, there's one thing that I have, I always tell even my girls, there's one thing, and thank God, I don't know why, since I was a kid, I never had this public, fear of public speaking.
Yeah.
So for me, I can stand and speak like DG, whomever. So maybe that helps me, I don't know. But I don't feel I did well. So thank you for that.
Oh my God, she's the IT moderator. Please.
I know. coffee break, and this is going to be our last session for today. And thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being so engaged. Of course, there is a beautiful places to go around, but nobody's doing it, so we appreciate it a lot. So our last session is climate and emergency reporting under pressure, and we have a short video before the session. It's really short.
Humanitarian crises, from wars to climate change, dominate today's global news discourse. Unfortunately, mainstream media often fails to address the broader human and structural impacts of global emergencies, at times reinforcing narratives that have negative, real-life implications for people living through crises and affecting responses to global emergencies. So what should journalists consider in order to provide more
narrative when it covering crisis? So we are going to speak, in our last session, we are going to speak about safety, ethics, and field reporting during the disasters, building trust in era of climate misinformation, and also community and indigenous knowledge in climate communication, so from local voices, languages, and traditional wisdom. So, and I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Said Tariqul Islam. He's Chief Executive Officer for Radio NAF from Bangladesh. Welcome.
Distinguished delegates, good evening. I'm very much delighted to giving us opportunity to deliver some things and moderate the session. Thank you, Abu, as General Secretary and host country, Bhutan. Today, this session is the last session. Hopefully, be patient because don't worry, after the complete session, we'll leave the venue. Today's session, the theme is climate and emergency reporting under pressures. You know, when and during the disaster situations, we face lots of problems, barrier, threats, and misinformations from different parts. So the discussion point is safe, ethical, and field reporting during disasters, building trust in an area of climate managed information, community and indigenous knowledge in climate communications, local voice, language, and traditional wisdom. These sessions I am inviting all respective speakers, Mr. Jeb, Head of International News, Bhaj of Vietnam, Sen San Pang Juji, founder Bhutan Centers for Media and Democracy, Jung Bo, Senior Engineers of Transmission Department, NRT China, Kwamo Win, Assistant Director, MRTV Myanmar. Welcome. On the dais, please come express some experience our respective speaker. Deb is head of the news at Voice of Vietnam with over 20 years of experience in journalism. She oversees international political and environmental news coverage and leads National Broadcasting Program. She was received multi-journalism awards and several in very key roles, including General Directors, the Apex, Subnix Exclusive Program 2017. She holds master degrees in political and international relationships, and its influence in Vietnam is France and English. Ms. Phek Dosti is the founder of Bhutanian Center for Media and Democracy. She's an independent media professions and founder advisor of the Bhutan Center of Media and Democracy and youth education with over 30 years of experience. She's worked in journalism, media development, policy, and communications across the government, UN bodies, and international agencies. She was part of the team that launched Bhutan's television services in 1999, and she's contributed to media training, policy development, and editorial work. She also serves on several national and international advisory boards and initiatives focused on media, education, and governance. Yongbo, senior engineers of the Transmissions Department, National Radio and Television Service Station in China. Mr. Bo is a senior engineer at the Transmission Department of the National Radio, over 30 years of experience in the country. Emergency broadcasting sectors, he has standard and policy documents for emergency broadcasting. He processed a communication understanding of China overall emergency broadcasting institution. Today he has shared the experience on emergency responses. Just to exercise, and Ursin, she is a reporter in Korean broadcasting system, KBSS. You know, KBSS is a very renowned broadcasting channels in the world, currently covering the judiciary after reporting on crimes and labor issues. Kawama Wind, assistant directors, when graduated in Dragon University in 2004, he joined MRTA as a junior reporter since 2007. He has been serving reporting, news, radio news, video editors since 30 years experience. Currently, he is charged for news channels for versus the public orientation news to the public. So now we are going to start our main sessions. First of all, we start the session maybe right. Okay, please you deliver your speech, please. If you are presented?
Yes. First of all, I would like to say thank you to ABEO, the Royal Government of. Okay. First of all, I would like to say thank you to ABEO. Thank you to the Royal Government of Bhutan and my dear colleagues. It's my great honor to be here today to talk about the climate change, climate emergency reporting under pressure and the VOV experience. You know, in Southeast Asia, Vietnam is the second most vulnerable country to storm after the Philippines. And every year, we have from 5 to 10. Oh, yes. Every year we have face. Okay. We have to face from 5 to 10 storm after the Philippines. And today, the high frequency and extreme nature of that storm demand a continuous warning and communication system, broadcasting the weather forecast, hydrological data, early warning, and response guideline is just not our daily job for the Voice of Vietnam. And it is vital civil defense system that protect our life, that's life of our people. With the initiative, the Voice of Vietnam had always considered proactive communication, and we focus on 3 important points. First of all, I would like to say regular forecasting, review disaster and weather warning communication, as just daily mission not taken when the disaster is already imminent. Secondly, we develop a communication message for the early warning. We broadcast daily weather and hydrological information so that the people stay well informed early on, ensuring they have the golden time needed to prepare and respond to the natural disaster. Third, we provide a guidance for the safe evacuation. We guide the pupil on how to evacuate to safe area and assist our pupil their regulation to secure environment. In Vietnam, VOV, we are national radio, and we cover. Just now we cover 99% of mainland territory and 90% of mainland of maritime time of the South China Sea. And thanks to the radio, I think the people were protected by the government, Vietnamese government. And during storm like Bua Lot, Matmore, and Kameti in 2025, VOV journalists, VOV travel directly to expand site to observe storm and provide a real-time update and relay emergency directive from the government. And this is a photo inside in which this is a VOV1 reporter. He deployed into the epicenter of the flooding outside Hanoi last year. And I would like to say another experience from the Voice of Vietnam. The Voice of Vietnam had already a standard of code of conduct for the emergency reporting. And furthermore, we have also a center steering committee within the Voice of Vietnam that operate based on the following principle. The first, rapid response and accurate information. We provide a continuous update on the typhoon from the 30 to 6 minutes on our radio broadcast. Second, we prioritizing official information from the competent authority on the center reporter. We do not broadcast unverified information. Relating to non-stop broadcasting in emergency case, we broadcast, we conduct special program, we conduct breaking news, in which we provide continuous update on the disaster situation. We fostering coordination and information sharing among all different department from the Voice of Vietnam, with growth from publishing, including radio and digital content. And the last, we ensure absolute safety for the journalists and personnel operating on the ground during national disaster, and combating fake news actively and effectively. And I can see in the field regarding emergency case, we activate emergency news activation. Relating field development, we dispatching 5 to 7 reports on the scene coverage when the storm hit. Relating radio breaking news, we product rapid response and accurate information. We prioritizing official information. We product update weather information and non-stop broadcasting. And in conclusion, I would like to say about for the Voice of Vietnam, I think the most important is that we have to conduct proactive communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your practical presentations. Actually, Vietnam always try to address the disaster risk preparation as well as during the disaster and post-disasters. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Next, please. Please.
Thank you. Kusuzangbo, everyone. Good afternoon. And I must say, from where we are, I see still a very active group of people. Everyone's on their laptops. Thank you for being here at this time of the afternoon. And do please feel free to stand up and stretch, because that's what I'm going to do. And I wasn't going to use presentation, but I thought it might help sagging energy levels. So Tinley, could you please put on? Yeah, all right. So good day, everybody. All right. I'm a journalist at heart. I'm no climate specialist. So what I'm going to share is more about journalism, because we are talking about climate reporting under pressure, and we are talking about trust, levels of trust. So where's the clicker? Okay, so I just want to say, because as we heard in earlier sessions, a lot of the news about disasters and in emergency situations becomes gloom and doom and, death. So I'm just thinking maybe it'll be useful to think out of a box and to look at climate disasters and emergencies not just as moments of gloom and doom, all right? And maybe that's one way we can build trust. And in today's world, we know that, the world and the world news is rife with bad news, with war, disaster, etc. Okay? And I hope that by the end of my session, we will try and turn this around so that world news, local news, is not just bad news. There's hope and there's possibility. So the world coverage, okay, of climate change, the latest shows that it's decreased by 14%, okay, even though there's so much more information about climate out there. And interestingly, I was Googling and checking, news avoidance at this period is also up, the highest so far, at 40% of global audiences. They're all like switching off the news because they all feel under pressure listening to news, okay? So news avoidance, all right, is there. So we talk about action, right? So people, right, are not becoming more engaged just because the crisis is worsening, you know, all right? That gap is also a journalism challenge. How can all of us here in this room make people act to reduce climate change? That is a challenge. And this, by the way, is a flood. Last year or somewhere, you can see our stupa in the middle, you know, in the south, okay? We know more about climate crisis, yet people are engaging less, are taking less action, and also trust in journalism is today considered. Many of the researchers from Oxford, from Reuters, etc., shows that there's less trust in journalism as well, okay, today. So this information gap is something that we need to tackle. How do I go back? Trust and misinformation. So we really need to understand the local context and understand our own audience. And this is so important, especially you heard from Tinley earlier, right, about our own audience. And our own climatologist has said we need to know our own people, how they relate and understand the context. So this is Mount Jumulari, okay? In our own context in Bhutan, this is the respite, the home of many deities, okay? And many people living in that area relate to it and respect nature because they know that it's the home to somebody who protects them, all right? So that's context. I'll skip the preparedness because many of you have talked about what UNESCO is doing. Ethics is part of our session, but there's many there. There are a lot of standards set by UNICEF. I just want to point out that apart from young people and how we report on children, we can also focus and target the so-called aging population. You know, in South Asia, or at least in Bhutan, by 2027, we're going to be labeled an aging population. The older people are very important. If we can reach them, make them understand what is happening, that is how we can also communicate, right, what can be done, all right? So here, we jump right to it, okay? For those of us in journalism, we've heard very often, if it bleeds, right, it's on the front page, it leads, right, Mola? That's what's happened. And George Gerbner, who is a sociologist, professor of communications, many years ago in the 80s, I think, he coined the phrase, the mean world syndrome. That's the tendency in communications. When something disastrous happens, boom, it's there, you know? So, but what it does is, it then creates this mean world, this depressive world, okay? So I think this is why sometimes the news avoidance comes. So when journalists works under pressure, can you imagine? The audience, the people we're targeting are tired. They also feel under pressure. So one of the 3 reasons why people avoid the news today is, number 1, all right, in a technologically linked world, okay, there's so much more choice out there. They don't need to come to, especially public media is also being confronted, right? So there's a lot more choice. There's also information overload, right? Secondly, this so-called mean world syndrome, the negativity bias that keeps coming up. People get tired. They're tired of looking at death. They're tired of this, so turn off the TV. I mean, in the past many months, because of the ongoing war, even I avoid the news, and then by the end of the day, I can't help it. I have to see, I just do a quick summary, and then I'm off, because I'm tired of non-stop, you know, hate speech, okay? And this is where sometimes I think young children, if you want to talk about protecting them, right, media should not permit global, leaders espouse hate speech on public media. You know, very young people also watch it, and then we think that's the kind of language we can use. So we really need to rethink. And the third reason for news avoidance is declining trust in media. All right? So of course, and here's one more challenge, all right? Media today, okay, in spite of all that's happening, focuses on entertainment quite a bit, social media especially, and therefore all our kids are there busy entertaining themselves, all right, and forgetting to follow what is most important. I think it would be very interesting to do an audience research on young people going to public media, not the commercial media. Commercial media is way up there, ranking, all right? And then it leads us into a state of lull. We become quite complacent, okay? So that's a potential. Okay, oops. So these, again, some of these, even in a beautiful, pristine nature like Bhutan, this is what happens. And of course, things like this that go on social media has got the most views, all right? But what about the people who try to clean up, who try to save people, who are, and not necessarily succeeding, but what the institutions are doing? Okay, that's also very important. So here, the guys in orange is not just this gentleman here, but these are Desups, I think, who are helping with a particular landslide, and we have these volunteers. So here's the good news. Bhutan is building a huge core of volunteers, all right? They're called Desups. About 20,000 have been trained, right, to help in disaster, to help do things, okay? So coverage, all right? So here Reuters talks about selective news avoidance. So as a result of this, what is global media doing? A lot of agencies are beginning to come up with solutions or a different pathway. You've heard of solutions journalism. Some of you have, right? Where the journalism focuses not just on the disaster or the emergency, but what the solutions are to tackle this. All right, this was done like 15, 20 years ago. Then in Europe, they are also looking at constructive journalism, where, is more about, not just about solutions, but also dialogue. What are people doing to come together, to dialogue, to create, to tackle these situations? Okay, so they're also doing a bit more. And then we have things like restorative narrative, right, where you try to figure out how a society is coming back together, bouncing back after an emergency to restore normalcy, okay? And here in Bhutan, we tested something we called the resilient storytelling in the nonprofit I was with, where we worked with and collaborated with both government and agencies to go find the person who helped out, who made a difference. It doesn't matter that we are still failing, but what matters is we try, okay? So resilience, that's also another possibility. So all of these, are being tested in many places. It's just that in a period of emergency, we always look at the disaster and it emerges in a very strong way, and we write the story that way, all right? But what is heartening is that some latest research has shown, all right, that solutions journalism does make a difference, that, right? Restorative narratives, this is a journal of public interest comms, it shows that restorative narratives may increase willingness, right, to help people in need. Solutions journalism creates less divisive societies, and that's what we need, okay? So even the BBC, our friend here is from the BBC, they have sections called inspiring news, okay? Positive news, all that is emerging. And the idea is we need to now move from reporting on victims who are helpless, all right, to people who can help themselves and the community. I think that's very, very important, and to move away from this, the same old negativity. So I've been given a word. I think that's it. Let me be very quick. All right, so I guess that's it. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your comprehensive presentations, which is very helpful to audience. Hopefully, we'll learn more about the what is the role of during the situation, disaster situations, during post, and how to engage the young peoples and community peoples. So you expressed and practicing. Thank you very much. Next, please, Mr. Bo and senior engineer of the transport, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Dear experts, scholars, and international colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be here in the beautiful and mysterious country of Bhutan. Thank you to the host, ABU, for your kind invitation. On behalf of China's broadcasting research community, I'm honored to share our work experience. I'm an engineer from China's National Radio and Television Administration. It's short for NRTA. My daily work involves planning and managing the national emergency broadcasting system. And my title is Exploration and Practice of China's Emergency and Broadcasting. Please allow me about 10 minutes to introduce the basics of emergency broadcasting in China. First, what is China's emergency broadcasting? Now, over the past 20 years, the number of climate-related disasters worldwide has nearly doubled. No country can stand alone. Thanks to the weather satellites, we can now know about disaster before they arrive. Early warning, it determines whether people have enough time to evacuate. When a major disaster strikes, mobile signals may fall and the internet may go down, the TV may lose power, but the FM radio and the loudspeakers still work. They cover wide areas, cost little, and are not affected by network congestion. And the loudspeakers are the most basic method. They sit on high ground in villages. They do not need household power or literacy and are especially useful for the elderly and the children. The part two, we have developed an emergency broadcasting solution with Chinese characteristics. China's land area is about 9.6 million square kilometers, and the west is a high plateau. The east has plains and hills, and north and south have very different climates. Now, China faces many types of natural disasters, like typhoons, floods, earthquakes, snowstorms, and sandstorms, and secondary disasters like landslides and forest fire. Economic loss reach hundreds of billions of yuan each year. China started rural wire broadcasting in the 1950s, but after a major disaster in 2008, the government made the emergency broadcasting a national project led by the broadcasting department. Now, currently, we connect with weather, earthquake, and the water resource department. When a red alert issued, it flows into our platform and is broadcast immediately. Local managers can also use a microphone for small, sudden emergencies. And vertically, because China is large with many administrative levels, Our system has 6 levels, national and provincial, city, county, township, and village. Higher levels supervise, and county platforms broadcast a lot. And township and village has front-end devices for local announcements. Following the International CAP protocol, a CAP protocol, we classify alerts into 4 colors, red, orange, yellow, and blue. Red and orange means a major disaster is imminent or happening. They must be broadcast immediately on all channels. And people are used to judging severity by color. Now we have built 1 national and 27 provincial, over 170 city level, and more than 2,200 county level platforms. Over 3 million terminals have been developed in nearly 400,000 villages, achieving wide rural coverage. And last year, during a 4-month flood relief campaign, we broadcast over 45,000 high-level alerts and have safely relocate nearly 300,000 people. This June, China has entered the main flood season, and we are working hard to respond now. And part 3 is technology innovations. First, multiple channel integration. Our system is now digital and two-way. We have integrated FM radio, terrestrial digital TV, and cable TV, and loudspeakers terminals to improve stability. And second is reliability. We use digital signatures for mutual trust and network security to prevent attacks. We also use uninterruptible power supplies, called the UPS, and solar batteries, so the system works even when the power and the internet are cut. And part 4 is some real cases. In July 2025, Beijing's Pinggu district faced heavy rain. On July 27, the platform received a red alert and broadcast warnings through 642 village terminals. And the next day, mountain floods broke out. The government broadcast rescue information, and about 4,500 people are safely evacuated. And in Guizhou Province, Rongjiang County sits at the meeting point of 3 rivers. Last June, 2 waves of flooding hit. The county platform broadcast alerts and dispatched 4 mobile emergency broadcasting vehicles, helping to evacuate about 90,000 people in an orderly way. Now, China's practice has shown results, but no solution is perfect. That's why we hope to strengthen international cooperation. First, technical exchange on broadcasting, satellites, and AI. And second, some information sharing, mutual recognition of major disaster warnings, and joint mechanisms along borders. And third, construction cooperation. We can offer training, technical support, and guidance to help more countries build emergency broadcasting. Okay, let's voice a warning run ahead disasters, and let the fruits of cooperation reach every person facing risk. That concludes my speech. Thank you.
Thank you for good presentations, Mr. Bo. Next, Ushin. Ushin, please. Yeah.
So good afternoon. My name is Hyunuk Shin, and I'm a junior reporter with KBS. KBS is designated by law as South Korea's national disaster broadcasting network. While many broadcasters in Korea report on disasters, KBS holds a unique legal obligation. Whenever emergency occurs, we must deliver real-time disaster information to the entire nation. And being the country's lead disaster broadcaster is both a source of pride and a heavy burden for everyone in our newsroom. When a large-scale disaster strikes, KBS must immediately interrupt all regular programming and launch emergency coverage within 10 minutes. This means our countdown starts instantly. It means that anchors must rush straight to the studio while field reporters like me race to the scene, preparing the technical setup required for live connection. From that exact moment, KBS switches into 24-hour non-stop live disaster coverage mode. The reason why we send reporters into the field is because first-hand observation remains the ultimate source of truth. What journalists see and hear on the ground is closer to reality than any other second-hand account. However, there are critical risks when we overemphasize being physically present at the scene. Under intense pressure to deliver dramatic and vivid live coverage, reporters may move too close to raging fires or rising floodwaters, compromising their own safety. Moreover, if we only focus on dramatic visuals, disaster reporting risks becoming a mere show, turning a tragedy into a spectacle rather than to truly inform the public. And at KBS, we are taught that the ultimate goal of disaster journalism is to minimize harm. And that is why raw field reporting must always be combined with data-driven analysis. So in KBS, while reporters on the ground broadcast the shifting chaos, disaster specialists in our studio analyze weather systems and track the spread of wildfires and assess likely developments based on data. And this is our disaster media center in our company. And you can see the dashboards directly visualizing real-time data integrated from more than 20 government agencies, and including weather radar, earthquake sensors, and river-level indicators. This infrastructure allows us to anticipate developments, provide timely evacuation guidance, and ultimately prevent further damage. There are also other tools that keep our field reporters safe. From the newsroom, we can directly monitor and control more than 10,000 disaster prevention CCTV cameras installed on highways, bridges, and narrow streets across the country. And combined with real-time video reports sent by the citizens, our reporters don't have to risk their lives in dangerous areas just to get a shot. And despite this highly systematic efforts, we face a critical challenge, a growing public distrust in climate forecasts. In Korea, we have a long-standing joke. If you want to know when it will rain, just look at when the weather agency plans its outdoor sports day. In reality, Korea's precipitation forecast accuracy is quite high, hovering over 90%. But climate change is playing a new set of rules. It triggers sudden, localized water bombs that leave both the weather agency and the public blindsided. For instance, on July last year, the weather agency forecast up to 80 millimeters of rain for the Gapyeong region in Korea. Instead, a catastrophic water bomb of more than 200 millimeters battered the area within just 4 hours overnight. Because of this rain, campsites were isolated and tragically 7 people lost their lives. As the climate crisis intensifies, extreme weather events are becoming faster and more violent. And for broadcasters, it is no longer enough to simply repeat official government forecasts. And waiting for official government warnings can mean we can miss the golden hour for our evacuation. We must gather diverse data and make our own independent editorial judgment. We proved the power of this approach in 2024 when Ochongdo Island in Korea recorded an extraordinary 146 millimeters of rainfall in a single hour. A KBS weather journalist on duty noticed highly unusual patterns on our radar maps. And recognizing that the situation was developing differently from the previous norms, KBS independently initiated emergency disaster coverage. And we prepared the coverage before the government had issued its official warning. And this proactive stance is how we rebuild climate trust with our audience. This brings us to the core ethics of disaster journalism. Disaster report does not end when the immediate danger has passed. True journalism must cover the entire cycle, extending into recovery efforts and identifying the systematic changes needed to prevent future tragedies. This responsibility is absolute because disasters are inherently cruel. They always expose the weakest link in our society first. In August 2002, Seoul was hit by a historic downpour of 141 millimeters of rain per hour. The floods left 14 people dead and displaced over 1,500 residents. Tragically, among the victims were 4 people living in Korea's unique semi-basement housing units, known domestically as Panjia, well known through the movie Parasite. These victims included low-income residents and individuals with developmental disabilities. And architecturally, when flash floods hit the urban streets, Panjia has no defense. Heavy rainfall violently pours down into the windows and entrances, filling the home in minutes. This tragedy brutally exposed how the urban poor are completely defenseless against climate extremes. After this tragedy, Korean media and international outlets alike heavily reported on this climate inequality. Following this intense media spotlight, the government was pressured into action, providing funding for flood barriers and openable safety windows while restricting the construction of new Panjia units. I think shining a light on climate inequality and reporting with an enduring sense of accountability long after the crisis has faded from the headlines, it is the ethical disaster journalism should be. And this is it. And I hope we can continue working together to overcome these challenges through responsible journalism that combines accuracy, vigilance, and accountability. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, please. When please present your. Do you have any presentation? Yeah. Okay, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will discuss how journalists can report safely during climate disaster and how to convey true situation to oriented by media based on experience of Myanmar journalists. I am John Myo-win, assistant writer from MRTV, and also when I was young, I served as a junior reporter. First of all, I would like to thank the officials from Bhutanese government and the ABU for inviting me to attend and present at the forum representatives from MRTV. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the ongoing collaboration between ABUs and MRTV. Myanmar Radios and Television MRTV maintains a strong and active relationship with the ABU as its full member. As a state broadcaster, MRTV represents Myanmar's media sector and hold official voting rights during the ABU General Assemblies. This relationship provides MRTV with valuable technical advisory services and capital building training from the ABU Media Academies. MRTV actively participates in the Asia Vision networks to exchange daily news and regional content with other international broadcasters. Through this partnership, MRTV consistently showcases Myanmar cultural arts by participating in major regional events like the ABU Radio Song Festivals in 2015. My presentation has three main parts. I will keep it simple and finish in less than 10 minutes. Let us start with the first topic, safety and ethics in disaster. You all know there are advice for journalists concerning with disaster reporting. Be prepared, cherish before you go into danger zones. Pass essential, bring fat aid kits, food, water, and power bank. Mental health, seeing disaster can cause emotional stress. Protect your mind and Guru is no story. New is what your life safety can first. First is safety. When reporting from a disaster zone, we must prepare not only for our physical safety, but also to avoid psychological trauma. Only if the journalist survivors can the news continue to be delivered. This is the first known by every journalist and emphasized by the relevant authorities. Before going to a disaster area, check the risk, take water, medical kits, and extra battery. Remember, your life is more important than an news story. You all know about Cyclone Nagis, Mocha, and Ragi that struck our country, Myanmar. MRTV sends reporters to disaster-stricken area across the country to provide real-time news coverage. We were able to make extensive advance preparation, especially for Cyclone Mocha, which struck Rakhine in 2023. As a result, casualties and property damage were minimized in the area. Since the nature storm allowed for focusing and early warnings, damage and losses are minimized when the public strictly follow the instruction. We would also like to thank the public for following our announcement. The collaboration among the government, the public, NGOs, and charity organizations have been deeply satisfying. Regarding the latest severe earthquakes in Mandalay, a great number of our people lost their lives because earthquakes cannot be predicted in advance. The tragic outcome was unavoidable. Anyway, what I want to say is, nothing is more important than your life. It is still a life you can keep serving the public and protecting their right to know. Second is ethics. We must respect the people who are suffering. Ask for permission before you interview them or take photo. Don't make the situation look worse than it is. We must not view disaster investment merely as a news resource, but must respect their humanity and dignity. In particular, we must strictly adhere ethics when interviewing children. In addition, the principle is legally mandated under the Myanmar Child Rights Law 2019, which strictly prohibits interviewing children in the media without parental or guardian consent, as well as publish their photo or personal data. We all know for journalists like us, reporting accurate and truthful news that serve the public interest is our main object. Now, let us talk about fake news. Fake news is a critical issue that we are facing not only in our country but globally. It is highly difficult to eradicate fake news and misinformation. During disaster, people share many false rumors. This makes people panic. Journalists must check all facts with experts before sharing the news. It is more important to be accurate than to be quick. It is crucial to monitor relevant information sources around the globe. In Myanmar, we strictly broadcast reports from the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology DMH. The updates that we share are fully verified. Now, what I would like to present is combining fake news and building trust during disaster. Misinformation fuels public anxiety, making accurate reporting for more vital than quick reporting to save life. This obligation rests equally on us and on the citizen who concern the news to build trust. Show people your sources. Also, do not just report on damage. Tell people where they can find safe shelter and emergency help. To make the public trust, we must practice solution journalism, focusing not just on highlighting the problem, but on reporting where release and rescue operations are actively providing answer. This is a crucial point. Allow me to interject something here. Now, the picture you see is a picture of the Bhutanese health team taking care of the people who are injured during the monthly earthquake on March 28, 2025, when the monthly earthquake occurred in Myanmar. This photo. The Bhutanese government dispatched humanitarian aid and provided necessary rescue operation and health care. On that, the government and people of Bhutanese, as a Myanmar citizen, I would like to ask that I'm always grateful and happy to all the rescue team. The last part is about local knowledge. People living in village have traditional wisdom about nature. We should listen to them, use their local languages, and share their story. The final session highlights the highly critical aspects of local traditional knowledge. When presenting weather and climate news, we should look beyond the voices of urban experts and ideally integrate the perspective and native languages of artists, nationality, and local community who have lived sustainably on the ground for generations and truly understand nature. Even before technology was introduced, indigenous people and rural population across the world tried the natural environment to focus weather changes for generations. For example, the people can predict weather without technology. For example, the lower nature, if and moved to high ground, it may have rain is coming. It may buildings very high. It may big floods are coming. The traditional wisdom is very useful for disaster preparedness. This is also a crucial point to consider. Preserving Asian tradition as also a good thing. In conclusion, to send it off at reporting weather and emergency can with a loss of pressure. However, if we can integrate safety, accurate information, and local knowledge, it will undoubtedly become journalism that truly benefits the public. Thank you for your precious time. Thank you.
Thank you, Win, for your good presentations. We find that your presentation is very much comprehensive because you find out also the subjects, the main subjects, reporting pressures during the disaster period. So your presentations find out some ways and how to solve the problems. Actually, when we are work in this field during the disaster period, journalists, there are many problems faced from community level, from pressure group, from government level, from some vested groups, and some inadequate logistics also. Sometimes some journalists expire their lives, I think so. So that, thank you very much, all honorable speakers, and we find out a lot of things from your presentations. Hopefully, we'll discuss some issues from our audience, and I have some little bit not question, just asking for all and sometimes individuals. Thank you very much. We give a big thanks for our honorable speaker, please. Actually, I have just for how can broadcast combine significant experience, community knowledge, and campaigning technologies to strengthen climate resilience and disaster preparedness in vulnerable communities. Can you understand how to combine to your process to reach the people easily and acceptability, please, if you possible. How can broadcaster combine this, please? Do you understand? When you broadcasting any emergency messages, emergency information, so how to combine? And what types of issues considered, you think? Please.
Relating your question, I think there are 2 points important. Firstly, how do the roles of the field reporter, and the second, how do the products breaking news relating in case of emergency. And I think relating the first roles of the field reporter, we need all the reporter have a skill, have a good skill, and the second, the reporter have capacity to be on air immediately in regarding emergency case. The third, I think, reporter must have to
Proper reports.
Yes. The third, I think, the reporter must have a sensitivity to respect, to write, to respect victim, and they have also ethical development when writing and when broadcaster. And the last question, and I think relating to how to broadcast in the emergency case, I think we are facing many big challenges. The first, there are the infrastructure disruption, the misinformation, and the fake news, and something like that. We have many challenges to broadcast immediately, and we have also facing to choice to select when we can open all the window broadcaster immediately. Okay.
How can broadcasters reach people more easily during emergencies? Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm going backwards a little bit more. We are living in an age where news...
During the disaster, pregnant mother, children, it's very important. So that when we broadcast, when we rescue issues, so all the volunteers and others.
So, yeah. So to take the recent June 7th earthquake in Bhutan. It was past midnight, and as Chinlei said, we turned on. First thing you do is you see 1 or 2 newspapers have a little something, but it doesn't say much. It just says there's an earthquake, it's 5.5. And then some of the major papers here, or the more daily papers, didn't have a post. And the day after, when I spoke to some of them, I found out that they had problems with the internet. Okay, I'm not sure I'm reporting this accurately, but that's what one of the reporters said. So first thing we really need to know is, in terms of an emergency, if there's a power cut, what do? We can't broadcast, we can't even, so we really have to really think and plan, and that has to be done now before the emergency happens. Then the other thing I wanted to very quickly say is we live at a time when news and journalism is really on the decline. Newspapers are closing down, right? So there are broadcast stations. But broadcast stations too, this morning a gentleman talked about the cost of broadcasting. But the truth is, you do need some support to ensure that your broadcasts reach everyone. So these, with enough equipment to make sure the power continues to run so you can even share some information. But in today's world, most of the support goes towards commercial media that's really growing bigger and bigger, So we have a big challenge here, the role of the public media. Who's going to support the continued expansion and growth of public media, which has public interests at heart? And I do notice that while governments, especially in South Asia too, most of the national broadcasters, I'm sure, are also struggling, right? To be sure that you can continue to reach and provide information in as many languages as you can. I'm sorry I'm only raising the questions, but I feel that with good support, government, media must come together now to figure out a solution to this. Thank you.
You can add, we, according to our experience during these disasters, the transmitters, antenna, it's almost sometimes destroyed by the wind. So that times or what's your preparation, backup preparation, and so what is your experience, the transmitter, broadcasting?
Okay, I will introduce some experience. China is a huge country, a large country. We have 6 levels in the vertical. Have many departments about the disaster. So like weather department and earthquake department, our department is the broadcasting and the television department. So if we want to do the early warning, we must connect the several departments. We need to when in the technical level, when the weather department, the weather department have some alerts every year, maybe 500,000 one year. It's a lot, and when alert issues, it flows into our platform. Platform will broadcast it automatically. This is in the county level. In the township or the village level, we have the village. We have some local managers in village. When the disaster occurred, he can use a loudspeaker to broadcast. It's very direct to the college people. This is before the disaster, and after disaster, one huge disaster occurred. Our country, our strong country, will dispatch many resources to solve the problem. Maybe use the army, maybe the. So that's my answer. Thank you.
As a public broadcaster, it is our duty and obligation to build a lot of broadcasting network, including the countryside, so that everyone can listen to the radio or watch television when disaster occurs. But in my experience, the problem is that our major audience is from like 50s to 70s, the elderlies, because in Korea, young people do not listen to radios anymore, and they don't like watch television, and they're not interested in like traditional media at all. And instead, they get a lot of information through social media, and social media is a place where a lot of fake news, especially in when disaster occurs, there are a lot of fake news in there. So I think it is our duty to persuade the young people to think that there are more reliable sources and data in traditional media compared to social media.
Please, yeah.
MRTV state media is television, radios, and online. Our people or damage and disaster for educate information and information announcement. DMH stresses every day announcement. The two main disaster main challenges in disaster reporting and new question technical and infrastructure, breakdown, communication, blast out and information, accuracy and verification, speed or misinformation. And now I want to present how to overcome the challenges. Go offline and bucket, use satellite for solar chargers, carry emergency survival kits. Verify before airing cross-check social media with trust local sources and official departments. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to say more a little.
I have some another question. How can AI use during the disaster period for broadcasting systems? Do you have any experience or example? Anybody can speak regarding, or how to use the AI technology on disaster preparedness and protection issues.
Relating to AI issue, you know, from the Voice of Vietnam, we have already standard code of conduct for the emergency reporting. Included, we have planned to develop AI development and AI to support the content. I don't have information about the financial to invest AI project relating from the Voice of Vietnam. But now we are prepared for the plan detail building for using the AI and database for broadcasting in emergency disaster.
I'm still thinking about what AI can be used, but I thought, yeah, one is for the research, definitely, in an emergency situation. So we could prep and plan now how we're going to use AI in collecting information from people. But in the case of Bhutan, I thought, learning from COVID, you know, what media could do for countries like Bhutan with small local communities. One is to work, during COVID, some of the neighborhoods built a local community social media group, right? So you would have different communities as like different villages, and media could work with that, you know, so that they can drive traffic to the broadcasters. These local groups have a lot of trust embedded in them. They know one another, their neighbors, etc. The other thing is to work with the civil society groups, which also have their own community of people in the local level. So they already have a communication group going. So if the media could work with such groups, you can immediately say, hey, BBS has this information, the news is on every day, check at this, whatever it is, would be very useful. Thank you.
About AI use in the broadcasting, I think the first point is about the message check. Yeah, you know, we have a lot of alert messages every year. Some message is wrong, probably wrong. So the AI can check the message is the content of the areas, the time is correct. This is the first point. And second point, as AI is to translate. The alert is message. Is how to translate the message to the language people to learn. We have many kinds of. We have I have different region people the different language. How to translate it? I think AI can do a lot. Thank you.
I mentioned in my presentation that we have 10 minutes to start the live coverage when disaster occurs. And the problem is we don't have time to prepare. 10 minutes is too short. We need anchors to wear their suits, and we need time for the reporters to rush to the scene. So in a situation like this, we use the AI programming, and if we turn this AI program, it turns the alarms, and it shows where, for example, where the earthquake happens and how strong the earthquake is. And it goes on for 3 or 4 minutes. And if we turn this AI programming, we can have some time to prepare for 3 or 4 minutes. That's a very long time for us when emergency occurs. And it is not about our company, but in Korea there are many broadcasters that use AI anchors when disaster occurs. They look like human anchors, but in fact they are AI. So if the disaster occurs, if we don't have time, we can put some important information, and the AI anchor can inform the public more faster than when we compare to the time we rush into the scenes or go to the studio. Yeah, and that's how we use the AI program in disaster.
Thank you.
As MRTP is now conducting research on AI technologies, we are starting to test daily weather robots and stock exchange presentation. And there is nothing to say about AI. Yes, thank you.
Thank you from my side. I have one question. Do you have maybe have a little bit time? Just first question is, what are the most important ethical issues to consider when reporting from disaster period? It's the most important things, because ethical issues very important due to community people's always victims and always getting some miscommunications and others things. So that what types of ethical issue you consider when you broadcast the report, write the report? Do you have any idea, please?
I think the important key, yes, I think according to me, I think the proactive communication, because if you're prepared, if we have a water preparedness matter, we have developing the early for the warning information, something like that, we can prepare our plan to to respond in the emergency case.
Anybody can respond? Okay. From audience, do you have any idea or question or asking? Just 2 minutes. Yes? From our honorable speaker. Yeah. Okay. So big thanks again, and close the sessions, and we hopefully we learned, and hopefully we look forward in futures to write the reports on during the disaster period, and from the sessions we will learn more and how to write and how to consider the issues, so that in futures we a good way forward regarding reporting issues on disaster preparedness and control. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the panelists and the moderator. Please remain on the stage for the photo session on the panel for this panel. Yeah, we concluded the session. Can we have a photo session, or you have anything to add? No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with this session, we conclude the day one, the day for the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention. Thank you very much for being with us until the last minute. I hope you're not too exhausted. So, and the final is that a little bit of takeaways of the day. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask from the audience about your takeaways. So we start with the CEO of BBS. What is your takeaway from today?
Kozo Zangpo, and good evening once again to esteemed delegates and the entire participants. First takeaway, I think from the start until the end, I saw everyone participating very attentively. And to me, I see that as a clear indication of the inspirational discussions that we have had since the beginning until the end. And the second takeaway is that during the times of disaster, instead of waiting for disaster, it is important that we prepare ourselves in advance. And while the disaster is happening, it is important that we reach out to the audience, but with a data-driven, with proper facts and figures. And of all, for all the media houses, in order for us to, be trusted and respected by the audience, it is important that we continue to remain reliable and trustworthy, so that anything that we announce, anything that we broadcast through our media houses will be trusted by the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to give any ideas or takeaways? I think I would ask also the Secretary General of Red Cross Bhutan. He has been with us for the whole day. He is a speaker for tomorrow, though. So please, your takeaway of the day.
Thank you, Nazir. I think
The takeaway for the day is trust. I think trust is the essence for everything, and it's interesting because the three colleagues, three of us come from the other side, media as well as humanitarian actors. So I think it's team effort being important, and trust is very important. And of course, we have come across discussions about reporting during emergencies or preparing. But at the end of the day, I think if we do not consider ourselves as a team, I think that is where we lack. And it is important, as our Honorable CEO mentioned, that anticipatory action, or in fact preparedness, is a key, and not to wait for the last moment, as most of us have the practice to do at the last moment. And I think preparedness is the key. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, and the final reflection from myself would be that communication and the partnership, and we can do a lot together. So from awareness to action, right? Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we will see you tomorrow. Our host will announce what time the buses are leaving from the hotel, but we start at 9:15 tomorrow, and tomorrow is the AI Forum Day. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ms. Nargiza. And on behalf of the organizers, the Asian Pacific Broadcasting Union, and Bhutan Broadcasting Service, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all speakers, moderators, panelists, delegates, and the guests for your valuable participation and contribution throughout today's program. So that does definitely conclude for the day. Thank you once again so much. I am also required to say, we would also like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsors, CSI, Menjung Sorig, and Tashi Beverages. So until then, we wish you a pleasant evening and an enjoyable day. Thank you and good evening.